Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. There's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
But this is our space.
You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, no. Oh, we should film it.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
All right, let me get some music. The stream's gonna look a little weird because, at least for the first half, because I did a StreamYards link instead of using for whatever reason, StreamYards likes to turn my fucking camera bright for no reason. The fade's right. I don't know what. StreamYards likes to turn my camera bright for no fucking reason. And it doesn't get the green screen quite right. Like, look at my headset. Oh shit, hold on. Got the wrong audio set up. That is not in my headset. Plus I'm starting. Yo, Rudy, thank you so much. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs. But yeah, no, so I did that reaction to the LPs. Let me get the music going real quick. Hold on. Get some background music. I did that reaction to the LP from Australia's kind of like plan. And then Trex like added the Australian LP and was like, here's a reaction to it. And then they responded and they were like, bit harsh. We got a lot of commies here. Even our conservatives are super commie. And they were like, bit harsh, but I mostly agree. And then I was like, oh, I feel bad. I was like, let's talk about it. You know what I mean? Like, let me see if I can edit these filters a little bit from the main monitor, maybe. Bring the brightness down on the main monitor like this. Can I do that a little bit? Hopefully that's not too much. I'm still washed out, even in a black shirt. So I'm glad I didn't wear a white t-shirt. But I promise that's not my camera. That's fucking StreamYards. Because like I said, I'm on StreamYards right now for the interview portion, and then I'll switch. Look, you can't get mad about the ads when I have them on conservative, all right? Like, that's Neil Mohan's problem, not mine, right? Like, I put the ads to be, like, on the default position, but, like, they give you 3 options, and I have the least aggressive option for ads. So, I'm not trying to, like, give you guys a bunch of ads. It's just the least aggressive one that allows me to keep the video monetized. Is it no ads if you're a member? I don't think that's a thing. Dude, I wish it was. That's what it is on Twitch. But I think members still get ads, from what I understand. More ads. I love capitalism. What's the thing is that if I cut ads off completely, I'll get deranked in the algorithm. Because, like, when I get limited ad revenue, it kills the video. Well, the same thing is kind of true if you just cut ads off in your video. If you cut ads off in your video, it's like you're putting yourself in a demonetized group already. Like, you're in the same pool as demonetized people on YouTube, which really, it'll kill your video. Like, the video won't go out to anybody unless you're running some ads. If I ran more ads, it'd probably go to more people, but then it would piss more people off because they'd get ads, and then they'd be like, I'm going to go somewhere else. It is better than Twitch, though. Twitch does have that problem where Twitch will do this weird thing where they'll, like, people will, like, leave the content and then go to another form of content, and, like, they'll immediately get hit with ads again and pushes them off platform. Like, YouTube is better with their ads in some ways. Now, let me just... that over there. Hopefully all that. No ads, grift your viewers. Look, listen. I appreciate the money, okay? I do. But like I said, like, I'll show you. Like, I won't. Hold on, I got to make sure that what I show you doesn't actually show you how much money I make. But I'll show you. I think I can just show you this part. Right? Like, if I go to edit here, and we go to monetization, right? Like, I have it on lower earnings potentials, less interrupted viewer experience, right? Like, I don't have it on balance. I don't have it on aggressive, right? But, like, see this? I have not done anything, and it has already put me in limited ad revenue. Like, I haven't cursed once. I haven't done anything, and I'm already in limited ad revenue with conservative ads, right? So YouTube is already censoring this video, this live stream that has been going out for what? Less than 10 minutes. It's about to hit 10 minutes, right? So I'm already censored on this stream. If I cut ads off and demonetize the video, like, it will just get worse. Like, you know, so I need both, you know what I mean? I need to play the game. And I need you guys as well. Dude, this, like, StreamYards program makes my camera look super bad. It's like adding harshness. It's like, it looks terrible. Where's my beard brush? Here we go. And why is it, hold on. This might be part of the problem. Yeah, I have a solid internet. There we go. Okay. But why did it cut my green screen off? Please explain to me why I have no green screen now. I have a green screen. Okay. There we go. There we go. All right, the camera doesn't look as bad, but it's still washed out. It is what it is. It's still washed out and too sharp. Why are we already starting? Because I gave availability to the because sometimes you do interviews and the person on the interview has a different availability. Like, right? Like that's all. Like, not everybody wants to be a part of my interview at the exact time that, like, you know, that I'm live normally. Right? I was like 6 o'clock at the earliest, and he was like 6 o'clock it is. And I was like, all right, I guess I'll do that. Why is the music stopping now? Stop this. Why? What is happening? Pretzel Rocks is getting wonky on me. Dude. There we go. Jesus. Yeah, exactly. What music? The music's going now. YouTube doesn't mess with anarcho-capitalism. I will say that something that's really funny is that YouTube thinks my like audio bitrate is messed up anytime I play lo-fi music. And it's just funny to me because it's like there's a lot of crunch and something's not right with your audio. If you play lo-fi music, it gives you warnings about your audio, and I don't know why. I just think that's so funny. Your music is as silent as a rat pissing on cotton. The music is background music, dude. Like, it's not meant to overpower me. It's background lo-fi music. Like, relax. We're not having a jam session. We're just having shit in the background. Right? Like, you wouldn't want music that like makes it harder to hear me. Right? You just want a little something in the background that so that like when I'm taking a break or I'm not saying something, there isn't like this awkward silence. I'd rather listen to the background lo-fi music than your voice. Well, then fucking leave. Dip out then, brother. Go argue with commies in my Discord. I know that's what you really want to do. That's what most of you autistic fucking watchers do. Like they're like, I just need another Discord to yell at commies. Oh man. Dude, you know what's been really sad? I'll tell you what's been really sad. I guess I still haven't learned my lesson in burning bridges, but it's been really sad watching Michael Malice go from like based anarchist, writing about anarchist theory in books, you know, really preaching anarchism, to like just interviewing like Meghan McCain again, and like with all smiles and happies about like, oh, I guess we disagree on some things. Like, it wasn't that long ago that like he was really based, and then he got kind of weird with like, you know, like trying not to burn bridges or something, and now he's just like Joe Rogan interviewer, but like, I don't know, man. I miss the old guy that would like wear a crazy hat and like just straight up shit on the state whenever he got a moment. You know what I mean? Like I miss that guy. Like, where's that guy? Like I got a notification. Like if I go to my YouTube, right? He's about to go live in a little bit. It's like, what is this? Or hold on. Oh, I can't do it because of fucking, God damn it. I forgot I was doing something. But like, what is this? You're welcome with Michael Malice, Meghan McCain. Oh, we're all so happy. Yay. What are you doing, Michael Malice? Like, you're supposed to be shitting on the state. You're supposed to be like pushing anarchism, not fucking happy-go-lucky for your second interview with fucking the daughter of one of the worst fucking war criminals in like recent American memory. I was trying to, I mean, dude, if he'd have me, but it's just like, dude, it's like he used to be so base not that long ago, and now he's just very like, how do I keep making the money? How do I make the right connections? I love how every time I talk to people, like they're always like, you should get on this program. At least you said try. At least Praxeb said try. But I get so many of you guys will come and chat and they're like, why don't you just go on, why don't you just debate Andrew Tate if you have a problem with him? I'm like, yeah, sure. Like fucking, what do you think that all like there's so many people that have these like this idea of streamers that like we're all millionaires that are connected with everybody and we can debate anybody whenever. It's like, no, dude, I'm broke like you guys. Like I'm a small time guy. Like these people ignore my emails and DMs. Like none of these people will talk to me until I get more clout. This is what I'm trying to do, right? It's like when I'm going on Tim Pool on next Friday, right? I'm trying to get into these spaces. It's like you just constantly have to fight until eventually you can get there. Problem is Michael Malice wants to cater to normies. Yeah, but like bringing on Meghan McCain is beyond just catering to normies. It's just, it feels like straight up selling out. Nothing viral since the opening versus Jangles. I mean, that didn't go viral either. It just was on Modern Day Debates. I crushed them, and then they didn't want anything else to do with me. I got the patience. All right, brothers? I do. Also, the microphone might get like weirdly quiet once the interviewer gets in here. I will attempt to adjust for this as the night goes on. Once the interview's over, I will get rid of Brave's ability via StreamYards to change my microphone volume, because for whatever fucking reason, you can't. Windows changed it to where like if you give programs access, they can just change your volume. You can't give them permission to use your microphone without giving them permission to change the volume on your microphone, which is super gay. Especially when fucking StreamYards and things like that already has built-in programs like that. But yeah, we're gonna do this interview. It should be a lot of fun. I'm very interested in the Australian perspective, especially rural Australian perspective, from what I can understand of his seat that he's running for. Kind of understanding, what challenges are faced for libertarianism in other Western countries beyond our own, like, the unique advantages and disadvantages of parliamentary systems. Like, what does immigration look like in their domain? Just a bunch of things like that. And then after that, we'll hang out, we'll play some WoW, we'll do some reaction content, and then we'll see what happens tomorrow. Depending upon what's going on, tomorrow might be much earlier. Like that might be a noon stream. Sounds like a skill issue. Well, you're correct. I am bad at being a famous grifting millionaire with all of the connections. Unfortunately, I'm too based. And I'll keep fighting. It's an uphill battle, but when I get there, no one will say I got there from fucking nepotism or selling out. They'll say I got there by being fucking based. Hey man, whatever happened to like a chat? Like I like that my chat is intellectual. I like that you guys are better than your average, streamers chat in terms of debating and shit. But whatever happened to people being like, hey man, how was your night? did you help your mom with her car? My chat is just like, why do you suck so bad? Why have you not been viral? Why aren't you on big shows yet? Like, I don't fucking know, man. Like, fucking, whatever happened to be like, oh, did you cut your hair? You know what I mean? Like, what happened with the car? I mean, it's pretty simple. Like, my mom's car got towed, and then I had to go drive early as fuck in the morning to go get her and take her to the tow place and wait for it. Suck it up. I mean, I'm fine. I'm just like, yo, why the fuck you still struggling? Yeah. That was Mark's Bacon. He's in chat. Ask him. My life's doing all right. All right. We're gonna get on Tim Pool. We're gonna get some more clout. All right. I'm gonna try and get on some Red Pill podcasts if I can. This one maybe piggybacking off of Tim Pool so that I can talk about libertarianism and why welfare, Social Security, public schools, Medicare, Medicaid are the real reason for the breakdown in gender dynamic and, you know, the quote unquote modern woman and like the feminist and all of, you know, the feminist nonsense, etc. And like really bring in like another element to that. Like that's kind of my short-term goal is like getting onto some of these Red Pill podcasts, piggybacking off Tim Pool to showcase that like, oh, just be a man, believe in God and like work hard is like not enough. All right. And that like these Tate, Mike, you know, these like masculinity pushing influencers are just giving you a short-term solution to get bitches, not a long-term solution towards healing gender dynamics and problems in this country. And are not actually correctly diagnosing it because they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about when it comes in 99% of the data they espouse. Like they don't get the Plenty of Fish surveys. They don't get the the attraction logarithmic scales. They don't understand body count in any meaningful way. And so like I'm going to come in there and try and try and do that. That is my goal. That doesn't mean I can get on any of these podcasts, but I'm trying. I'm DMing them. I'm replying to them in comments. Right? Like I'd really like to get on the Whatever podcast. I've DM'd Brian. I've responded to a couple of his posts to be like, look, you're like, he keeps asking the same question. I'm like, I have the answer to this question. Right. But like, Andrew's busy. He doesn't really answer my DMs. So with that being said, I don't really have an in to get onto the podcast other than just making a lot of noise and hopefully trying to get noticed. And so that's part of the reason why I'm super excited for the specific topic on Tim Pool's Culture War, because I'm hoping that I can then like send them that video and be like, hey, I'm not just like a crazy person. Like I have an argument. Here's the argument in a debate. I'd love to expound upon the argument on your podcast. I like Andrew too. He's just busy. He doesn't check DMs. I don't blame him. Like he's doing a lot of other shit. But but reality is reality, which means I can't use him to like get onto a podcast and like clout chase off of him. I'm just hoping that like if Brian Atlas like does see it, he can be like, okay, well, who knows you? And then I can be like, well, Andrew knows me, knows I'm not a retard. Like, ask him. And then hopefully that'll be enough to like, you know, if he's considering bringing me on, at least somebody knows me that he knows. Right? I'm not going to try and use Andrew. I'm not DMing Andrew about it. Because I've DM'd him about other shit and he's too busy. So it's like, I'm not going to be like, dude, get me on, bro. Come on, bro. But I will use them as a reference when they're like, who knows you? I'll be like, Andrew knows me. Like he knows I'm not a chump. Oh, all right. So, it's a little early, but it looks like, my man here is, backstage on the link. And so we're going to get this party started. And by party, I mean discussing, libertarianism from the view of people in Western society on the other side of the globe. For context of this conversation, I did react to the LP's platform, and I was harsh. I was real harsh. I wasn't expecting anybody from the Australian LP to see it, to be fair. I was mostly just talking to you guys, so I was shitting on it pretty hardcore. But then somebody saw it from the LP, and they were like, you want to talk about it? And I was like, yeah, let's talk about it. And then they made like a really fair point. They were like, hey, man, like, we're dealing with a lot more socialism over here than you are over there. And like, when we sell ideas, we can't sell the based libertarian ANCAP position on everything. But I'm sure we'll talk about that. We'll talk about, I'm very interested in this man's opinion on quite a few things I've written down. And so I'm excited for this conversation. So guys, I'm going to cut the music off because I know our American ears are probably going to struggle with an Australian accent, and hopefully this will be a fun time. So let me just put him up, and then, all right. So you're live, just so you know, if you can hear me.
Great. Good to see you. Thanks, Scott.
Yeah. How are you doing?
Going great. Yeah, I'm very happy to come on. Yeah.
I'm super happy to have you. Let me go ahead and just, I guess, like, introduce yourself, tell everybody what you got going on, tell people where they can find you, and like maybe support, I know, fighting libertarianism everywhere is something I think my audience, it's a little on the small side because we're a little early right now, but even still, people will watch the VOD later or whatever. I know that that's something that's really important to my audience. So, where people can find you. I know if they find your Twitter, they can kind of find your About Me page and your campaign stuff and everything, but just let everybody know who you are and what we can do, and then get this party started.
Sure. So the Libertarian Party in Australia, we used to be called the Liberal Democrats. But of course, the Liberal Democrats is just a nothing word politically, right? No one knows what that stands for. It means different things in different countries. We rebranded as the Libertarian Party a couple of years ago. This is actually our first federal election that's coming up next month, where we'll be called the Libertarian Party. We've had a few, like council elections and things like that. I actually got onto my local council as a libertarian. I got 16% of the vote, which was more than enough to get one person on. And so I'm, represent my local council as a councillor for our party. We've got 11 libertarians councillors in our state, and we've got one state senator in New South Wales. But we're hoping to get someone into the federal Senate at this coming election. I'm the policy chair. I'm the federal policy chair for our party. So I had a big role in putting together our policy. But there's policy and then there's campaign messaging. And so I think, like, the way that our party is kind of structured, we're quite decentralized. We've got different states. The different states have their own state executives in our party, and then there's a federal executive. But I'm the policy chair, and I am a Rothbardian, Misesian, Hoppian, ANCAP, and a lot of the people on our policy committee are. I've read tons and tons of those authors, and I'm a university lecturer in economics, have been for 15 years, been speaking at libertarian events for the past 14 years. And so, but then, it's a broad church, so to speak. So we have other people in the party that, have a more moderate, a softer tone. But if the hardcore people in the party are setting policy, that's pretty good from my point of view. And then we let other people who like marketing do the marketing. And so I think a lot of what you were responding to in that episode was messaging like libertarians are like your trusted friend. And yeah, I roll my eyes at that language too.
Well, I think the thing,
I don't like it either.
Yeah, just to put all our cards on the table, and I appreciate you for coming here, and I'm really excited for this conversation because it's not often I get to talk about people that are Austrian minded and educated. First and foremost, right? Econ conversations are very, very often, if I get to have them, they're with Keynesian or modern monetary theory kind of like minded people. And also, you represent, a somewhat rural district, right? At least as far as Americans are concerned. Australia is Melbourne and Sydney, like those, and then everything else is just like wild people with hats fighting wars with emus, right? Like that's like I'm not like that's just I'm just being honest about the American perception of Australia, you know, like and like dangerous plants and animals. Like that's about it, right? So I'm excited to hear some of a bunch of things and discuss a bunch of things, but getting into the the reason, that sparked this conversation. I absolutely agree, right? Because when I was looking at the policy of the immigration policy, I was like, this is very similar to a Hoppian invitee system, right? Like it's not quite a Hoppian invitee system. It's more of like a compromise between the current status quo and Hoppian immigration invitee system. So I'm like, that looks good. Like that policy wise, that looks like a very anarcho-capitalist focused, pushing the philosophy through the policy and showcasing that like we need to get things closer to a private market, even if we can't get, private borders and abolishment of welfare. I think the thing that like really triggered me more than anything though, was when the messaging people in that little thing I was reading were saying that like, a flat tax is a reward for your labor. And they were talking about like, I was like, what libertarian party is saying that a tax is a reward? And then someone was like, hey man, a little at a time. And I'm like, look, I understand a little at a time. I understand that you have to compromise to get closer, but like maybe, just maybe, I still hold this critique. Maybe, just maybe in the messaging, we shouldn't be calling better taxes, quote unquote, a reward for anything. Like a tax is not a reward. I think that was the part that got me like, yo, what is this? This is ridiculous. But a lot of the policies did look good. And again, I am as an American, you get bits and pieces of viral moments or problems or news stories, right? So like really understanding the Australian Overton window and what all of the policy looks like is difficult from an American perspective, right? I have obviously my foundational libertarian perspective, and that doesn't matter where you are in the country or in the world. Sorry. So I'm excited to kind of like hear about your unique troubles and challenges, especially specifically, and how they pertain to that messaging and conflict. And maybe we can contrast it to some of the problems we've had over here in the American Libertarian Party recently, because oh boy, are there some.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that messaging, I agree with you. Income is your reward for hard work, and then some of it is stolen from you. So if less is stolen from you, then you've got less of a disincentive to work, which is great. And it could be phrased like that. But then you're going to lose a lot of people if you start to complicate it like that. So, but the other thing is that document that you were reading from is a full-length policy document that not many people are actually going to read. What most people are going to interact with is small little grabs, little handouts this size with just a few key bullet points, or they're going to see social media tiles that just announce a policy. Most people only see short form messaging. And so I suppose maybe that's a consolation for you, is that not many people are going to read that sort of long form messaging.
Yeah, I think most people.
Flat tax.
Well, Australia has compulsory federal election voting still, correct?
Yes.
Right. So I think you have a unique thing as well, where you have disaffected voter base that you can target, but they're not necessarily a disaffected voter. But many of them are. I don't want to be an asshole when I say this, but to a certain extent, many of them are going to be lazy in the research that they do because they're only doing it because they have to do it, right? If you're compulsory voting, you're not voting because you like have some deep-seated, patriotic nationalist or, principled libertarian position. You're doing it because you're like, okay, well, I have to do it. I might as well look. And then when they look, they're going to do, like you said, a very cursory inspection of like a few bullet points and be like, these guys sound like my guys, right?
Yeah, this is an issue. One of our policies is voluntary voting. We think that you shouldn't be forced to vote. That's a principle because it's a liberty principle. But also, if there's voluntary voting, it's the true believers who vote. And so political parties are messaging to the true believers in their cause. But when you have compulsory voting, the major parties are always messaging to the apathetic centre, the people who just don't care. And so what it turns into is just a few bribes a week before the election, you know, for the apathetic voter. And so the major parties, the bigger the party, the less they actually talk about policy. They just have a few sound bites at election time to appeal to the apathetic person who doesn't even know whether it's going to be delivered, but thinks, well, I have to vote anyway. May as well vote for this monkey.
Well, one thing that I've noticed with compulsory voting, right, is it also tends because it tends to favor the in vogue political prescriptions that are held, you know, by cultural institutions, right? And so in our current landscape in the West, that is very socialist, right? Hollywood is very socialist. Most media organizations are very socialist. You know, university systems are very socialist. And I'm saying socialist both like from the Hoppian perspective of like government intervention and regulation is socialism, but also from, you know, from the kind of, you know, from the vein from Marx on up, right? Like it is very much like we need free college, we need free this, we need free that. And these are ideas that, you know, are, again, they're constantly pushed onto the culture. And so compulsory voting certainly shifts the Overton window of the electorate to the left. Like it just does. And I mean that economically and socially. And maybe, you know, I think there are some ANCAPs that I would say, you know, might be more left-wing socially. It depends upon, you know, relative to what, right? But certainly economically, I think almost any, you know, ANCAP or libertarian would agree that's a bad thing, right? So there's kind of a pragmatic kind of, along with a principled kind of Venn diagram here of getting rid of compulsory voting. Because we saw this, you know, in the United States election. There was so many people that were claiming Donald Trump, you know, won fair and square, but it was, you know, voter fraud. And it's like setting aside the voter fraud claims, you know, when during COVID, when we massively expanded the voter base to a, you know, mail-in voting to people that didn't care, well, we got a lot more pro-socialist lefties voting because these are the people that wouldn't be bothered to go out to the voting poll because they don't really care. But when asked, they're like, yeah, I believe whatever my favorite pop star believes, which just happens to be leftism and pro-socialism and free college and all of these good, you know, all these goodies that don't actually make economic sense if you are economically literate, which is something that is drastically going down in our current society.
Yeah. And we definitely have that in Australia. The other thing we're up against in Australia, the culture is a culture of government will take care of me. Australia was a government project. People think of Australia as Crocodile Dundee and the Larrikin and the Rebel, but really we're far from that. We are people who are just resigned to the man being in control. We've never had a George Washington. We've never had a revolution. We've always done what we're told. You know, we were set up by not only convicts, but prison guards. You know, we're not just the descendants of convicts, we're the descendants of prison wardens, you know. And so that's part of the culture is we do what we're told. We don't have anything like a populist Trumpian kind of movement in Australia. We certainly don't have anything like a Malay movement. We're seeing it in other countries. As libertarians, we're saying this is wonderful what we're seeing overseas, but in Australia, there's a very, very small Overton window. The government takes care of everything. It's indoctrinated into people in the schools. There was one counter-example though. We had just recently a referendum. They wanted to set up a whole new arm of government exclusively for Aboriginal people, but not really for Aboriginal people, for Aboriginal activists who,
for NGOs that claim to speak for Aboriginal people.
For very, very wealthy and influential people claiming to represent Aboriginal people, that was going to have unfettered power to influence Parliament. And they weren't even telling us, what powers it was going to have. But this had to be a referendum. And this was another example where All media organizations said vote yes. All of the academic institutions, all of the corporate leaders, all of the political class, all of the media and the personalities, you know, the celebrities, all of them said vote yes. And Australia voted more than 60% no. So that was one example where people didn't do what they were told by the elites. And that was recently.
Yeah, so like one of the things that I found super interesting about Australia, again, looking at it from an American and a libertarian perspective, right, was, you know, of all of the Western nations, some of the craziest horror stories of COVID came from Australia, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, when we saw COVID lockdowns, you know, everyone kind of capitulated to the state and to, you know, the fear. And we saw, at least in America, we saw the largest transfer of wealth from the poor and the middle class to the wealthy elite in all of American history. Not even, you know, the Great Depression, you know, transferred as much wealth from the poor as, you know, certain big businesses were allowed to be open, but small businesses weren't, as, you know, corrupt politicians and NGOs and things pulled all of this grant and government money into their own kind of interests. But, you know, those things didn't really quite trickle down in other domains, and just laws and regulations and lockdowns. But I remember, you know, we saw a couple pockets in Europe that were pretty bad, you know, especially Italy, where they had a large, you know, Chinese population. So they kind of got a large surge of it. And then there was like Australia. And we were like, and like, it was hard to, it was so, what was happening in your country was so crazy. Like it was like, it was surreal. It was hard to believe. I would see an article and I'd be like, that's not true. Someone did not light themselves on fire protesting COVID. And then I'd look it up and I'd be like, oh my God, they did, right? Or like, obviously we have to be a little bit careful about the vaccine or anything in this conversation because I am on YouTube. But just talking about policy and things, you know, or when I saw people that were like voluntarily putting themselves in like trailer parks, you know, to be protected. When I saw people, you know, not being allowed to visit family, you know, and there was like a fence between different districts. And I was like, surely this is the moment Australians like lose their mind against their state. And like, it kind of went like all of the liberties just kind of like went with a whisper, you know. I didn't see any real reaction. And I was like, oh, Australia, like, not to be too doomer about it, but like there was, as an American, I'm like, oh, Australia's done. Right. Like you, like that's it. Like now is your time to be outraged. And I'm seeing very little outrage, but again, maybe it's hard to know when most of my information is coming from, you know, media sources that are willing to bring things out of the country. So it wouldn't, like, I remember I was in a, you know, a Second Amendment gun rights protest here in Richmond, Virginia, which is the capital of Virginia, right next to DC in the United States. And there was tens of thousands of us. And then I remember seeing the media articles about it, like, oh, there was like 2,000 people there. And they were like taking pictures from like early in the morning when people weren't there yet. And those were the only pictures they were using. And so like, I kind of always have in the back of my mind, it's like, is that what's happening? Or is it just a lens of media that's kind of like washing away the fight that's happening and keeping quiet? So am I wrong in my approximation, or am I right?
You're right. It was awful. It was like that the authorities were saying, let's see how far we can push them, and going, wow, that pushed so easily, let's try it a bit more. And then they're kind of going, this is amazing. We're getting away with far more than we thought. Let's see how far we can push them again. In Melbourne, they had 9 lockdowns, and like in a row. The last time the police had shot a protester was in 1854 in the Eureka Rebellion. I wrote an article about that at the time, comparing the Eureka Rebellion in 1854 to the lockdowns in Melbourne in 2021.
Please send that to me. Please send that to me. I'd love to share it with my audience.
Okay. And then the next time, you know, from 1854 until 2021, they'd never shot a protester, but then they were opening fire on protesters with rubber bullets. But the worst part about it is that a lot of Australians were saying they should have used real bullets. Australians went along with it. This was the problem. And so too many people just loved all the minutiae. They just bring out new rules every day. If you wanted to follow it, you'd have to watch the TV every morning and say, this is how many people you can have in your house today. Can I have a funeral today? I better watch Sunrise and find out. Can I have a wedding? I'd better ask. And then they bring out these rules like when you go to a cafe, you have to put your mask on when you're standing and you can take it off when you're seated. And you have to stand 1.5 meters apart. So even when we weren't in full lockdown, there was this barrage of tiny little rules, but people liked it. That was what I found the hardest. I actually left Sydney during that time and moved to the country to get away from all of that. Not to get away from the government so much as from my neighbours who wanted more government at that time.
Yeah, we saw something similar in America where a lot of people left New York City and California and moved from California into Texas and moved from New York City into Florida, where it was like there was definitely like a shift of populations and demographics because, you know, there seems to be this COVID, I think, highlighted something that libertarianism has been saying for a very, very long time, which is, you know, why is it that, you know, DC or, you know, the capital, you know, government, the federal government, you know, why are there rules on how society ought be from places halfway across the country or all the way across the country for people like these people have no idea, like, you know, people in DC have no idea what life is like in Alaska. Like, why are they writing rules on how Alaskans ought, you know, engage in so many things? Obviously, you know, as a libertarian, we would take it so much further, which is, you know, why would any government tell me how I ought run my restaurant, you know, or, you know, like, and things of that nature. But yeah, it was just, there was a sense of like, this is a moment to kind of wake up, right? This is a moment to do this. And it's very interesting from the American perspective, because as much as I'm enjoying what you were talking about, Trump and Doge, you know, and you were talking about Malice and, you know, many of these populist movements, as much as those are great, they're also very terrifying times in our history because, you know, as much as I dislike liberal democracy, right, and all of the conflict inducing kind of elements of that, it does seem that like when you get populism, you kind of get a whole ship of good and bad ideas. And like, there's no real guarantee in who wins on top of that. So it seems like now almost seems more important than any other time for libertarians to get out there and express, especially to the right now, right, our ideas, because if our ideas aren't heard in our current context, what's left, we don't get the same kind of like status quo, right? We're in an upheaval, and it's like we're in a time where, I hate to use this word because it's overused, but like there is a fascistic tendency to the right that's coming in, right? There is, you know, a lot of people that do not care about liberty or freedom at all. They just care about getting rid of corrupt Democrats working with, you know, rainbow capitalism, LGBT issues, and pushing crazy shit on kids in schools, and, you know, these kind of cultural wedge issues that the left has pushed way, way too far on. And so, yeah, how do you as someone that's setting federal policy, you know, for the LP, you know, and working with people that are doing messaging, kind of walk that tightrope of, we have to grab some of these people on the right, but we also have to ensure that we gatekeep bad ideas that are surging in the right because they're actually antithetical to what we believe. Like, how do we pick apart those things whilst also maintaining kind of a large coalition of minarchists, you know, ANCAPs, Rothbardians, you know, people that are, you know, Friedmanites, as opposed to, you know, like, how do you walk that tightrope, and like what do you see in the way that you set policy to figure that out?
Yeah, that's a good question. Before I answer that, let me just back up a little bit to the protests. In our capital, Canberra, They didn't have the strict lockdowns. They're all politicians and bureaucrats. They were voluntarily locking themselves down and wearing masks, but they didn't have so many rules. And people organised a protest there, and they got, some people say 750,000, and some people say 1 million people from Australia, from a country of 25 million, descended on Canberra for the biggest protest ever. That's not reported in the media. I bet you didn't know that.
I had no idea, no.
The media said that there were a couple of thousand, you know? But there was at least 750,000, and there's drone footage that shows that. And so people did rally. A lot of people did rally at the time against this, which is a bit of hope. In terms of your other question about being a broad alliance, in Australia we have preferential voting.
Mm-hmm.
It's not first past the post, and so there's more power in running as a minor party, because if someone can give the first preference to the Libertarian Party, and their second preference, there can be other decent small parties, and then they can preference the lesser evil out of the major parties,
mm-hmm.
and then the worst and the Greens and things like that. And so the idea of throwing away your vote by voting third party doesn't apply. You can give that protest vote, but then you can still make sure that the lesser evil wins. And so if you can keep running, now on the left of politics, the Greens party, and they're just everything you imagine they would be by their name, are very effective. They get 8 to 10%.
Rush Limbaugh had a name for them, which was watermelons. Green on the outside,
yes,
red on the inside.
They're the watermelons, yes. And they're not environmentalists anymore either, because everything is about a war on carbon dioxide. And they can trash the environment for the sake of putting up wind farms and things like that. They don't actually care about the environment anymore at all. But they've been very effective getting 8 to 10%, dragging the major parties to the left and towards their causes. So the Greens win even when they don't win. They win because the major parties implement their policies. But on the other side, you might not want to call it the right, but the free markets, whatever you want to call the non-left, there isn't that mirror image. And so the major parties never have to worry about losing votes to the right. But that's what we need to change. We need a mirror image to the Greens party, so that the major parties will be worried if they keep getting worse and worse and worse, then they're going to lose votes.
Have you?
And I think, in the UK, the Reform Party is doing a very good job of that.
Have you spoken with anyone from the Free State Project in New Hampshire?
Well, I've heard a lot of people from that project speak on various podcasts. I haven't directly spoken to them, though. No.
I think if you spoke with some of those people, they're very bombastic. They have a social media strategy that I take a lot of issue with often, right? Which is they kind of have a Anton LaVey created the Church of Satan, right? And LaVey is Satanism, and people ask him, why did you call your church the Satanic Church, right? And he said, well, I wanted to push away anybody that would look at that and immediately make an opinion about it based off of the name alone. I have a lot of issues. I have even more issues, obviously, with Satanism. I'm not saying I'm a Satanist. I'm just drawing a corollary here where the New Hampshire, Free State Project, they're very bombastic and they say a lot of crazy things designed to incite offense. And it's almost a form of gatekeeping to keep people out of the Free State Project that aren't libertarians. But nevertheless, when you look at what they've done in terms of their political strategy in the state, the Republican Party there, and now mind you, even in our local election, we have, we don't have rank order voting. We don't have, it's first come, first serve. And yet they have been able to successfully push the Republican Party without winning very many seats to a very, very libertarian perspective, right? They got homeschooling rights passed. They got rid of the state tracking vaccination records for the COVID vaccination. They got the state to pass legislation that stated that they would not enforce federal gun laws. That they would essentially say, like, if you have federal gun laws, bring the federal agencies in. Our local police don't enforce those laws. You might be able to make those laws, but you can't make the local police enforce those laws. So have fun, ATF. You have to come in. A lot of things they were able to utilize, and I think maybe behind the scenes, maybe not podcasts or something. I think if you reached out to some of them and some of their strategies, maybe you could learn something, maybe not. I don't know, but I definitely think that they have done that at a smaller scale very successfully, which sounds very similar to what you're hoping to do to some of the right, which is, recognize if you want the libertarian, like, you need the libertarian vote to win. And so if you want us, you have to give us some consolidations. You have to give us, you have to do something more than just not be as socialist as the socialists on the left. But that's not really cutting it anymore.
Yeah. No, that's right. I mean, that is part of the strategy. There is an uphill battle because all of the worst legislation in Australia is bipartisan between the red and the blue team.
110%. There's nothing scarier than the word bipartisanship.
Exactly. All of the censorship, all of the net zero climate policies is bipartisan. They disagree slightly on the timing, but they all go along with net zero. They all go along with censorship and spying. Neither of them wants to do anything with taxation. So the worst things are bipartisan. There is also, I should mention, we have a bicameral system like you do, a House of Representatives and a Senate.
Mm-hmm.
Each state elects 6 senators at a time. And so to get 1 out of 6, you need about 14% of the vote to get a senator elected from your state. And so that is more achievable than just winning a race outright. The Greens are also very effective at that. The Senate election is only half the Senate each time. So there's 6 elected this time, 6 elected next time, and they roll over for 2 terms, if that makes sense. So that the Greens, because there's 6 states times 2 elections in each cycle, they have 12 senators. But on the right, there are only 3. There are only 3 minor party senators versus 12. But we need to change that too. We need to get libertarians or other sort of minor decent parties to get 1 person per election cycle per state, and then we could have a voting bloc of 12 senators. And that can have a lot of power too.
Please forgive my ignorance. Again, I'm not intimately aware of Australian, political process. But when you do elections for, do you have coalition agreements like they do in many parliamentary systems, or do you? And so is that kind of more along the lines of what you're talking about? Is like, if we have a larger base of the senators, when someone is forming a coalition for, prime minister, you can change the platform or get concessions at that point. But as of right now, you don't really have that ability to do that, because you don't have the 12 or the 6, like that magic number that like forces them to have consistently forces them to have a coalition government agreement between the minor parties and the majors.
Yes, that is theoretically possible. Okay. So it's theoretically possible for a small or a minor party to hold the balance of power and to say to the major parties, if you want to form government, you have to make some concessions to us. And so we just don't actually have that in reality, but we'd like to.
Yeah, of course. I'm just, so having I want to shift away from the full blown thing, but I do have one last question. I again, one of the biggest issues that we have seen in America and in Europe and in a lot of countries, right, has been an understanding that our economic system is and I want to transition into economics a little bit because from this, but our economic system has been one such that we have created such a large welfare state that has disincentivized birth rates, disincentivized, families being able to have children, settle down and have homes, etc. And the kind of Band-Aid that many Western nations have utilized has been an influx of immigration. Where they're kind of importing votes, they're importing ideas, they're importing, cultural clashes because, as much as we can talk about how wonderful multiculturalism is, if there isn't a assimilation process, right, to the dominant culture, you don't have a monoculture that assimilates people and takes the good in with the bad. You just take in kind of like a lot of bad ideas. And this has been a major kind of push from the Trump administration. Obviously, I disagree with the way that he's doing it. I think the way he's doing it is pretty monstrous. But nevertheless, I do think something needs to be done. But from the American lens, we don't quite understand what's happening with Australian immigration, right? In Europe, it's very obvious that, we bomb the Middle East along with Europe. We create a bunch of refugees. Then we bring in those refugees. And lo and behold, those refugees become, young male workers that pay off the tax systems that are designed to take care of the elderly because we've set up a bunch of welfare Ponzi schemes. But in Australia, there seems to be something very different that I can't quite put my finger on, right? Which is there's that process in Australia that's similar, maybe not quite as bad as Europe or America. But then there's also this tension with East Asia and, a lot of East Asian immigrants and the worry of, South China Sea in massive air quotes here, right? And trade routes and kind of a bit of an isolation from a naval perspective of Australia. And so there seems to be a different kind of danger and threat there, both from trade, from power and soft power in the region, along with the immigration process. And so as a libertarian, maybe you can dispel some of those myths in the way that we look at it, or some of the noise that we get from your media, so we're not really getting a true accounting, and what those unique challenges look like as you guys try and argue for a more Australian immigration system.
Yeah, we've had in recent years weaponized immigration, like a lot of Western countries have, that seem deliberately designed to break up society and to cause economic hardship. So, during the 1900s, Australia brought in about, on average, 80,000 people per year since World War II. And it was, gradual immigration. In the 2000s, they increased that to 240,000 per year. Yeah, these numbers sound small from an American point of view, but we were a small population, and a population can only grow at a certain rate and build enough houses and things like that to accommodate people. In this present term of government, since COVID, they put the brakes on during COVID because the borders were closed. But a lot of Australians were returning home. So the population was actually expanding because of Australians who worked overseas coming back home. But then after COVID, they brought in 1 million people in 2 years. Now this is to a population of 25, 26 million or something. To add another million, where do those people live? You don't suddenly have an extra 1 million houses. All of those people have to try to outbid somebody else for rent or to buy a property. And this has caused massive strain on infrastructure and just on housing. And so this is a top issue for this coming election, is the cost of housing and the cost of living. We've had in Australia 7 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth. As you know, the definition of a recession is 2 consecutive quarters.
Hold on. Washington Post and New York Times have decided that is no longer, and the Federal Reserve have decided that that doesn't count anymore. Okay, it's not a real recession.
Well, we've had 7 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth per capita, but they've been increasing the total figure by just bringing in more people. You know, so the GDP has been rising because there's just been more people adding to the GDP. But what counts is GDP per capita, which is they've been masking that problem by bringing in more people. And of course, they're bringing in people where they're getting them to reside in places where they'll vote accordingly as well. It's weaponized electorally, like Biden was doing as well. And so this is a huge issue for people. And there's tension and unrest and things like that. Australia has been pretty good at assimilating people because we've done it through a gradual approach. We've had waves of immigration from different countries, Vietnamese after the Vietnam War, and, Italians and Greeks and people after World War II.
You have a pretty significant Hmong population, a Malaysian population as well, from what I understand.
Yes, plenty of Chinese, Indian, Malaysian, the Middle Eastern people in the last 20 years have been increasing rapidly. But people have, Australia's done a pretty good job of assimilating people. But when you just take off all restraints and you ramp that up too quickly, that's when you get ghettos. That's when you get, whole groups of people that don't speak English and don't have any need to. Everything is translated into every language for them. That's when you get people that come here for welfare rather than to contribute. So our Libertarian Party immigration policy is quite different in that, yes, it is Hoppian inspired, where who owns the infrastructure? Who owns the roads and the hospitals and that? Well, not the government, because they're a criminal outfit and they used stolen funds. But and it's not me personally. I don't have a share in that I can sell. So I don't have a strict ownership claim. But the best approximation of the ownership of those resources is the people whose money was stolen to pay for it, which is the Australian citizens. And so immigration, someone that wants to come to Australia ought to contribute something to that in the form of a immigration fee. But if you want to sponsor somebody, if there's a particular person that you need, if you need a particular person with programming skills and you can't find them in Australia, you want to employ this particular person, then you'll pay their immigration fee, the company will. Or if you're an NGO and you feel sorry for someone, they're a refugee, well, you can sponsor a refugee. You can sponsor a family member.
Ooh.
You can.
That's dangerous. No? That's dangerous when NGOs are getting tax money. But you very
well.
No,
I agree. Not if they're getting, not those kind of NGOs, which we should delete the N.
Yeah. Well, I've had a lot of thought about immigration policy before, and it scares. Like I would love to have charity organizations and NGOs be able to invite people too, because anybody that can pay ought to be able to invite someone over. I'm very. It's like we have to be very careful about that. Not creating a loophole for activist organizations to get funds from different programs, then funnel them into those, and then effectively you're kind of in the same situation.
No, I agree. The other thing, we have a very bureaucratic system. There's a points system where the government will say, we need another 10,000 hairdressers, we need another 30,000 accountants, we need this many bricklayers and this many nurses. And so if you are from overseas, you're trained in one of those professions, you get points towards getting a visa. But we'll bring in 30,000 accountants, but they don't get jobs as accountants. They end up as Uber Eats delivery drivers. They end up in non-skilled work because they're not necessarily employable in those fields. And so we need to bring in another 30,000 accountants. There's still a shortage. And so they just increase the quota, but they still don't get jobs.
They're not being invited by an employer. They're being invited by a government that is, trying to centrally plan accounting, except, you don't know whether or not they have the chops to be an accountant just because they have some experience or some license in some other country. It's only meaningful if an employer says, I need an accountant. I want this guy. I want Todd from Croatia, right? And I want to invite that guy.
Yes, if you're going to pay the immigration fee for someone, you're going to pay it for that one specific person who you've already decided to employ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that does seem like a sticky situation. So is it conspiratorial from the American mindset that like some of the Asian immigration soft power stuff, is that kind of like more of an Alex Jonesy take than like a legitimate problem? Or is it just that the immigration system in terms of the numbers and the welfare and the language barrier and the housing situation just overshadows that potential risk of Chinese migrants and things of that nature in the country?
Yeah, there is, the economic issues overwhelm the other sort of geopolitical issues for sure. But there is some of that. The Labor Party in Australia, which is probably equivalent to the Democrats, they sometimes have community events where they'll put out the notice in Chinese, but then if any non-Chinese people turn up, they say, no, you can't come. And it's like, but this is a community event. I'm part of the community. And they say, no, you're not welcome. They have security guards that say only Chinese people can come to this political event. And there's a lot of bribes and there's a lot of, we have laws against foreign influence, but, when people, when there's money on the table, find ways to get around those laws. So a lot of our politicians do seem to be bought off by foreign powers.
Well, yeah. So it seems like kind of like, I guess what I mean is like I see this in Canada as well, right? Canada and Australia seem to have this unique issue that is compounding the problem of rising home prices, because you have these laws against foreign influence, but as you said, there's so many loopholes in this, and it seems to be the more left wing. But also the right is on, like the right is not free of this influence, where there is large waves of immigration, which obviously increases the demand for housing without, a significant kind of boost for the, the supply, it's not price metrics in the market that, are allowing the supply and demand equation to kind of, meet each other where they ought to be, because you have governmental regulation and pressure that is increasing demand, which isn't necessarily freely doing the same thing to the supply. And then at the same time, it seems that there are a lot of equity firms from East Asia that seem to buy up housing, as a means of holding on to housing as an investment. As they kind of, I don't want to say orchestrate, but certainly are happy to watch demand increase without much significant increase in supply. And then they become investors in the, in any policy that might limit the supply of housing, right? Like, if I'm a Chinese equity firm and I buy up a bunch of homes in Melbourne, right? Well, all of a sudden I might find myself supporting politicians that pass laws and regulations that are not in my backyard, that keep apartment buildings from being built, or, increase regulations on, the safety of homes to make sure that it's right, that artificially inflate or deflate the supply of housing, which of course artificially inflates the value of the property that I've kind of gotten. And, we see this anywhere where the government is involved, but it seems to be a particular issue in Australia and in Canada specifically, where there are a lot more Chinese nationals, where it's a lot easier to get immigration there, and where business is a lot easier to engage in there. And I was just curious because, again, like I said, because of my lens and having to depend upon local reporters from Australia, I don't know how much of that is overblown conspiratorial kind of aspect economically, and how much of that is like maybe I'm missing some of it.
There is definitely a housing Ponzi scheme. And there's definitely a lot of people, not only Chinese companies, but there's a lot of people who have a vested interest in property prices going up. And so if you'd asked me a few years ago, what's the number one issue with housing, I would have said supply. But in the present situation, it's demand. Because you just can't build 1 million more houses in 2 years. That's never going to happen in a country of our size. And there's not enough builders and carpenters and bricklayers.
I don't know what you're talking about. That sounds like the government just needs to increase their quotas on bricklayers and construction workers, and then we can bring in immigrants to build those houses. What are you talking about, Mark?
Yeah, and then that becomes a spiral as well. But it just doesn't work. And then at the same time, the cost of building materials is going up so much because of all the green policies, because of all the the restrictions and on the kind of houses you're allowed to build. They have to have a 7-star rating and this sort of thing. And just the cost of energy, because building materials require energy to make bricks and to mill lumber and things like that. It requires energy. Yeah. And so the cost of building materials is just so high that even if you had the workers, it would still be super expensive. And
then the green policies have kind of exacerbated the cost of those things. So moving over, I know I said I would do this earlier, but moving over to the kind of the economic side of things, we had talked about Australia suffering, 7 quarters of negative GDP per capita, which is the more meaningful metric, right? And there's been this interesting shift both on the left and the right. Where the Overton window has moved in terms of the way that we discuss economic metrics, which I find very fascinating, and I'd love to get your take on, which is, if you would have asked even the Keynesians and the modern monetary theorists, right, maybe 5 years ago, what do we need to do about our debt? They wouldn't simply say print money, right? Like that's kind of what they mean. But what they would say is, look, we can do whatever we want and the debt is kind of meaningless so long as GDP per capita increases, right? And if GDP per capita increases higher relative rate than our debt, then it doesn't matter that we have inflation and debt going up because we have increased economic activity, that is larger in relation to the debt. So in theory, the debt's actually going down. And so that's not really a big deal, right? Which is already crazy to say, right, from an Austrian perspective, obviously, because it's like, hey, man, do you know what the fuck inflation is? And we've redefined inflation to be like the price of a basket of goods as opposed to monetary inflation, which is what it was for 100 years before these guys came around. But even taking all that into consideration, what I've noticed is the left doesn't even care about GDP per capita anymore. Right? The economists on the left have gone into fantasy land. I think the first thing that really struck me was when Paul Krugman, right, famous American economist, got a Nobel Prize for proving that minimum wage laws don't have a downward pressure on the labor market. And I was like, what? What is happening? Right? I was like, something crazy is happening here where they've kind of gone full blown into this wizardry of empirics where they kind of just go look at chart, number go up, good, right? And what has really kind of scared me, I think, right, is with these populist movements. Thanks for the sub. With these populist movements, we have seen the right engage in the same behavior. We've seen the right begin to talk about tariffs like they're these wonderful, magical things, right? Malay being an exception. Right. Malay, I think, as an economist, as an anarcho-capitalist economist, he understands we need free trade. He understands we need additional privatization. Right. He understands libertarian economic policy. But everywhere else in Europe, America, and a lot of other places, I'm seeing the left just use empirics as a god that solves everything, so long as we just control for whatever it is we wanted to say anyways. And I'm seeing the right ignore basic economic principles that they understood. Like when we look at the American perspective, right? It wasn't but not even 20 years ago that the American Tea Party revolution, right, like political party came about. and said, "Hey guys, we're $7 trillion in debt. This is unmanageable. Like, we're never going to get out of this unless we fix this." And then they just got consumed by the Republican Party. And now we're 32, 33, 34 trillion dollars in debt, depending on how you look at entitlements. And the right is kind of just abandoning any understanding of economics. Like, they're kind of just running away from it. How do we reinvigorate basic economic understanding, especially in a movement of populism where we are seeing the right become more and more socialist, but they're economic protectionism, they're nationalists, right? Like, they have a more fascistic, and I say fascistic, not fascist, right? Way of looking at economics. Like it seems like a snowball effect that, like, I don't know how we stop. How do you view that from a policy perspective, and maybe more so from a communication perspective, from your education and background?
It is very hard to get people to engage on economics. And yes, you're right that right populism is not free market necessarily. Right populism is okay on immigration. It's okay on free speech. It's okay on transgender issues and things like that. But on economics, they've basically caved to the left. But during the COVID episode, that's when the modern monetary theorists got everything they could wish for, right? If you'd asked them in 2019, what would happen if the government just, went into more debt to provide more free stuff? Would that cause inflation? They'd say, of course not. That's the responsible thing to do. And so then what happens? They basically doubled the money supply in a couple of years. In 2020 and 2021 in Australia, house prices were going up by about 27% per year, while CPI, the Consumer Price Index, was 1.4%. And our central bank was saying inflation is stubbornly low. We need to push interest rates to close to zero, while house prices are responding immediately, and share prices and other asset prices. Asset prices respond immediately to money creation, because where does the money go? When they double the money supply, you don't buy twice as much bread. You don't buy twice as much.
It's marginality, right? Like, you don't just because the second loaf of bread is cheaper doesn't mean you need 2 loaves of bread. And just for the audience, right? Not to interrupt, and I understand, we're comparing asset inflation versus consumer price index. You got a little nerdy with the words, and that's perfectly fine. I love it. I just wanted to clear that up for the people that are like, what's going on?
So when they expand the money supply, it goes immediately into asset prices, including houses, which are not counted in CPI. CPI is Consumer Price Index, so it counts bread, it counts visits to the movie cinema, it includes fuel for your car, but it doesn't include share prices or house prices. But those are responding immediately. But there's a downstream effect where it does affect consumer prices. So while they were saying inflation is stubbornly low, they were inflating like crazy. If you define inflation as expansion of the money supply, which it should be defined as. And so then by 2024, we have 8% inflation. And they say, where did this inflation come from? It must be because of the Ukraine war. And they come up with all these excuses,
Yeah. So it's important to note, again, for the audience, right? That when, and this is somewhat, I'm going to mix a Marxian worldview along with a libertarian worldview here to explain things to the normies. So forgive me for such, but right. The capitalist, right, is the person that, when you need to produce things, you need land, labor, and capital. You need at least 2 of these things in order to produce something in the economy. And the capitalist provides capital, right? They provide the money, and the reason they provide the money and the reason they make a profit by doing so is universal time preference, right? If I want a new computer, I will always prefer that new computer today as opposed to that new computer in 6 months. Right. And if they're the exact same price, then I will purchase the new computer today as opposed to waiting for 6 months, because my subjective value is always going to be immediacy if all other things are being equal. And so the reason this is an important thing to understand in the economy, and while we're talking about asset inflation, is that capitalists, those that have large amounts of money that are engaged in investment, they get money by predicting the future. They get money by predicting what will the economy look like in 6 months, what will the economy look like in 1 year or 2 years, okay? And so when you want to understand what inflation might look like in the market, you don't want to look at the producer price index. You don't want to look at the consumer price index. You want to look at asset inflation, and you want to look at the stock market, because these are the people that make money by predicting the future. And so when they're all saying, when the things that they invest their money and wealth in inflate, you can almost be guaranteed, if that's the market trend, unless they're all wrong, right? Like they were in, let's say, 2009 or something, right? Unless they're all wrong or there's some bubble, they're telling you what's going to happen with the price of bread, with the price of gas, with the price of rent, with the price of day-to-day goods in the future. And any economist that is utilizing consumer price index to talk about inflation and isn't talking about inflation in the money supply or the M2 supply or asset inflation is someone that is either lying to you or hiding something, or just doesn't know what the hell they're talking about, right? There's some journalist somewhere that doesn't get what's going on. And so that's I guess that's kind of the vein of what we're discussing here. But it does seem that there's this new phenomena where all of these things were somewhat honest 5 or 10 years ago. And now we're in like a weird fantasy land where no one can talk about the economic reality or what it's going to look like. I mean, you're seeing Trump, for example, is pushing legislation or executive order to get rid of the carried over interest loophole, right? Which is essentially a tax loophole. I say tax loophole. It's not a loophole. Any way to get away from taxes is good. But when you don't tax one sector of the economy and you do tax other sectors of the economy, obviously you're going to incentivize the untaxed behavior. And so the untaxed behavior in this regard is, equity firms that purchase companies and then force them to engage in short-term profit, long-term failure, very high time preference business decisions, and then destroy them. And with this loophole going away, it looks like the US dollar is really ready for a recession. I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, obviously I'm not an economist. I'm just a layman. My background's in psychology and sociology, right? But when I see that and I see companies like, Joann's is going out. A lot of the craft shop businesses are filing bankruptcy that were heavily, invested in with these equity firms. I see on the very near horizon, a recession in terms of the labor market, which of course, if you have asset inflation, you have price inflation, and then you have a collapse in the labor market, what do you get but a recession? You know what I mean? Like, what do you think, what are you seeing from your perspective? And if you believe that a recession is incoming globally, because of the inflation and all these things, the game is up. If you see that in the near future, how does that affect the Libertarian Party's messaging and policy going forward in preparation for for those things? Or am I off base?
No, we've already had the effect, whether or not you call it a recession, and all these technicalities so that they don't have to call it a recession by bringing in more immigration and things like that. But the reality for people is that real incomes in Australia have fallen back to 2011 levels. So 13 years, that this happened in 2024, real incomes. So your pay, but how much you can buy for your income, where this massive
housing prices and rent have doubled.
Yeah. So we had during 2020, 2021, the government was paying people not to work. They were paying companies to stay closed and things. So people were getting something for nothing. When you get something for nothing, later on you have to get nothing for something. But how do you convince people to just go keep on working and not get paid?
I'm writing that down.
Yeah.
That's
Well, the way
it's such a good
works-
simple way to explain it. When you get something for
Yeah.
nothing, later on you have to get nothing for something.
Well, and that's what happens when you have your pay, your wages and salaries stay flat, but prices rise by 8% per year for a couple of years. That's when your real income, what you can purchase for your income, goes backwards. And so it didn't just push us back to 2019 levels, it pushed us all the way back to 2011 levels.
Mm.
And so 13 years of economic growth was wiped out. And so that's the reality for people. That's not even including house prices. If you want to buy a house, just forget it. This is just to live day by day. And so we've already got that reckoning, but people just don't know who to blame. There's a lot of obfuscation.
So one thing that I've noticed, right, is it seems media and especially corporations measure economic activity and health by, like holiday seasons and spending on knickknacks and doodads and widgets, right? And so one of the things I'm curious your take on this, maybe you can expand upon it because, I'm just a layman that read some books, you know what I mean? I'm not an economist by any stretch. But what I notice is they have this obsession with, how many TVs were bought during Black Friday sales and things of that nature. And one of the things that is, kind of true while we still have a somewhat capitalistic system is, especially with the advent of artificial intelligence and things of that nature, that, labor productivity is still increasing, right? When we look at separating cost disease, right? Separating healthcare, separating things where the government's heavily involved, right? In the places where government's less heavily involved, such as the production of TVs or cell phones and, Apple Watches and things of that nature. These prices have steadily decreased over the past 20 years. And it seems to be that the Western consumer has kind of changed their shopping habits from, being very frugal on things of that nature so that they can save up and buy a home to kind of just going, well, I'm never going to get a home, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to buy the new AirPods when they're only $99. And so is there something broken about the way that many, government officials, corporations, et cetera, look at market behavior and kind of like the behavioral economist perspective of like purchasing, because we're not seeing those kind of traditional frugal behavior changes that occur in a recession where people purchase less and less of the widgets, if you will. And so maybe is there something there where like to try and give steelman them where they're kind of blind to the true economic devastation that's occurring because they're only looking at consumerist kind of behavior as opposed to those low time preference saving and investing money so that I can buy a home or so that I can, remodel my kitchen and things like those large purchases that are kind of just out of the realm of possibility for the typical Australian or the typical American. So those same metrics aren't working anymore because they're not accounting for the change in behavior.
Yeah, well, an inflationary environment raises people's time preference. That's just what if you go back to a gold standard, I know there's issues with the government controlling a gold standard and things like that. They'll always debauch it. But if you go back to the 1800s, money got more valuable over time. And so you could just save some of your money. You could just get paid in silver or gold coins, put some of them aside, and then by the time you open that piggy bank, it's worth more than when you earned it. And that encourages people to save. When there's inflation, when money is getting worth less and less and less every year, you're silly to save. Why would you save money when the money's not going to be worth anything? It's actually a rational thing. It's rational to just go out and spend the money on AirPods and flat screen TVs. And you think, well, I'd like to spend it on a house, but I don't want to be in $2 million debt. and that is the average house prices in Sydney and Melbourne are around 2 million Australian dollars. And that's about 1.3, 1.4 million US for the average house in those capital cities. And people think, how can I be in that much debt, even if the bank will lend me the money? And there's all these government schemes, like you can get. It's a bit like you had before the global financial crisis, where there's government schemes where you can borrow with 2% deposit, and the government will guarantee the rest, and all of this. But even with that, people think, yeah, but I can't afford the repayments. Even how can I borrow over $1 million? And so they think, well, that's out of the question. And so and saving is out of the question. So they may as well just spend. And so this system creates that mindset.
Would you suggest then maybe looking at consumer spending in relation to marginal propensity to consume, to like get as a better metric of like what's going on? Because if spending is high, but so is marginal propensity to consume, as opposed to marginal propensity to save, then like we might be looking at a situation where people are recognizing that their money might as well spend it because it's not going to be worth anything in the future, and we can get a better understanding of their behavior.
Yeah, that's right. Although marginal propensity to consume is a Keynesian sort of idea where he thought saving is just useless. And so Keynes actually, his whole theory is the government should deliberately try to raise people's marginal propensity to consume rather than their marginal propensity to save, which is just, oh, the money's gone, what a pointless idea. Keynes didn't recognize the value of saving because his whole theory was based on just present numbers rather than any intertemporal. He didn't recognize that you do something now to affect the future. Everything is just collapsed into the moment in Keynesian economics.
I mean, even in Keynesianism, right? I mean, I understand there's like the whole prime the pump situation, but even he recognized that, the whole point was to flatten the business cycle. Obviously, he didn't mean it the way the Austrian business cycle means it, right? But he had a concept of a business cycle and recognized, that there was this other half, right? Which was increasing interest rates, slowing down economic activity during a boom, right? To kind of like to lead towards like a presumably slow upward growth rate instead of this boom and bust thing. And it seems like the modern left especially has abandoned even the conservative aspects of Keynesian economic theory, which is crazy.
Right. Well, they never recognize a boom. There's no such thing as a boom. There's just normal good times and there's recessions. And so in normal good times, you increase taxes, and in recessions, you increase spending, but you never decrease anything. That's how it plays out. But the idea of increasing the marginal propensity to consume towards 100%, they've achieved. Keynes has succeeded. I've posted another article in the chat that I wrote a few years ago that generations of Keynesian policies have made us extremely vulnerable to the COVID-19 economic crisis. We'd already eaten the seed crop. And so that's another little metaphor that Mises uses. Keynes didn't teach us the miracle of turning stone into bread, but the not at all miraculous procedure of eating the seed crop. So yes, you can eat more this year if you eat your seed crop, but you'll have nothing to plant next year. And so now, our government is in $1 trillion debt. And instead of, leaving an inheritance to the next generation, they're spending everything now. Screw the next generation, just leave them with debt. And when the government gets into more and more debt, it also encourages everybody else to get into more and more debt. The central bank floods the market with money, but that goes into loans. Anyone who then goes and takes out a loan is helping the banks to expand the money supply. Governments like that because they're in debt, but people who've already got a mortgage like that too, because they're still paying off their old mortgage from when prices were half what they are, while the value of their asset is going up. And so a lot of people are addicted to debt. we've actually got a policy, a sound money policy. I'm not sure how many of our candidates across the country are really going to be able to focus on this, because it's a bit more technical, and it's a bit more difficult for a lot of candidates and for voters to understand. But we want to constrain the central bank, our Reserve Bank of Australia, to focus on a stable money supply. This is the initial part of it. Instead of focusing on unemployment and on GDP and on anything else, just focus on a stable money supply. Keep the money supply fixed. Keep inflation close to zero, even though there's issues with how inflation is counted and things like that. But keep the money supply stable, and then allow competing currencies. Allow banks to issue their own currencies. Allow people to use Bitcoin or gold or foreign currencies. This is more of a Malice style approach, where he's not just completely abolishing the central bank in one fell swoop, because there are issues with that. But gradually constraining.
Talk about shock therapy.
Yeah, that's right. But constraining the central bank and moving towards reversing the situation where you just need more and more money printing and more debt.
I agree with you 100%. I guess my follow-up question on this is, with economics being something that, like I said before, we're so economically illiterate these days, right? Like you can look at education from, the 1800s and the turn of the century into the 20th century, right? Where even middle school children understood vastly more about economics than your typical adult today. And so there is this contention, right? There's these kind of two sides, the libertarian side and the socialist side. And the libertarian side says all of the things that you said. And the socialist says, well, see, all of this occurred because of deregulation, right? The socialist says the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act in America, allowing banks to be investment bankers as well as giving out loans, and, housing regulation, everything. And it seems to me that to the economically illiterate, the concept of deregulation as a means of constraining and stabilizing money, assets, and the housing market is counterintuitive, right? Like your typical person, you say, I want a more stable currency. I want a more stable banking system. The way I'm going to do that is by deregulating all of these things. And they go, what fucking wizardry are you talking about, right? Like, these things are unstable. That's why we need the government to come in and make them stable. How do you deal with the challenge that most Austrian kind of like theory in government policy is counterintuitive to the person that has heard that like, we have all of these problems. This is why we need government to come in and constrain these runaway issues.
I mean, you can appeal to history, and you can explain that recessions have been more frequent and deeper since the creation of the Federal Reserve in America than they ever were before it. But I think that's a long conversation. Another way to approach it is just to appeal to the special privilege that banks have. If you or I said, I'd like to just create more money, lend it to my friend to help them out, and then when they pay me back, I'll promise to destroy it again, that same money.
Right.
Would you get away with that? No. You'd be a counterfeiter. You'd go to jail for a very long time. But banks get to do that. Banks get special privilege. Not only are they allowed by law to do that, but they're backed up by the government issuing loan guarantees, deposit guarantees with your money. So the government stands ready to bail out banks with your money. Now, that's obviously going to make them reckless. When you give someone this extreme power, yes, it makes sense to put limits on that power. So I'm going to create this dragon I'm going to create this monster, but I'm going to put a chain around its neck. So, it makes sense to put limits on something that you've given this immense legal privilege to, but they're never going to be enough. We want to take away that legal privilege.
Right.
I'd rather banks be treated like any other business. If any other business can't pay its bills when they're due, that's trading insolvent, and they have to declare bankruptcy, or they have to get help and get solvent. And if they continue to trade insolvent and don't tell anybody, that's a criminal offence.
Mm-hmm.
But banks are legally privileged, and they're allowed to trade permanently insolvent. They can never pay back all their debts when they're due because of a fractional reserve system. They say, yeah, but that would only happen if there's a bank run, and there isn't a bank run. But why isn't there a bank run? Because they're backed up by the government. And so take away that privilege and let banks sink if they do anything wrong. Treat them like your local restaurant or your local hardware store that must be solvent. And you're going to take away, this is going to address the problem. And I think if you're appealing to people's fairness funny bone, their appeal to fairness might sway some people more than an appeal to history.
No, that's a great answer. I guess my next question, I'm just curious, as we kind of like phase out a little bit, you had mentioned it earlier, and I saw that you had kind of moved out of Sydney into the country a little bit, engage more with like the roots of your nation, the people that grow the food, right? I saw some of the things on Twitter where you were talking about just basic things, the cookouts and local communities and things like that. What do you think, kind of, not to accuse you of being isolated, right, but for much of your life being in the city, being in academia, right, like what do you think you've gleaned in terms of political acumen and understanding by moving away from those centers, and what do you think how does that translate to maybe some of the things we're all missing, especially people like me living in a city, trapped online, plugged into Twitter, right? Like what is rekindling the heart and soul of Australia done for you and made you see, and moving forward in the political vision and policies that we need to set?
Yeah, Australians are very concentrated in capital cities. We're not spread out across the continent like you are in America.
Well, we have a lot of deadly animals and plants, to be fair.
A lot of desert. And so most Australians are in cities, but a lot of the cities, the big cities, are not really recognisable as Australia. And I think this is deliberate as well, that when you're crammed into big cities and there's rapid immigration, you don't feel connection to your neighbours. You don't feel like you're part of a community. You feel like you're just there's just people everywhere. You get on trains that are just absolutely jam-packed and crowded, and so you don't give up your seat for an elderly person or a woman, because you think, well, there's 10,000 elderly people here, and I can't give up my seat for all of them. And this encourages selfishness, self-centeredness, not caring about others, because you just can't feel a community spirit with 6 million strangers who you don't even recognize. And so and then all of the issues with reduced fertility rates and things like that is all a consequence of city living as well, where you don't want to bring babies into the world either. You don't have a backyard. Australian capital cities used to be about a quarter-acre block, a backyard, neighbourhoods, bonfire nights, and connection. Going to the neighbour to borrow a cup of sugar, and people would look out for their neighbours. But it's now those sort of areas like that, will cost 4 million for a house. and most people, increasingly people are pushed into high-rise commuting. You know, we're turning into an Asian cities rather than what you would recognise as Australia. And so when you move out of those cities, yes, you get to feel like you're in Australia again. You get to form community. When I moved to a farm, within the first week, I'd met all the neighbours and been invited out for dinner to a neighbour's house, and this is just immediate. You immediately, feel connected to like-minded people, and so that is really important, I think. And so there is, it's kind of like we're a lot of Australians are abandoning those capital cities, moving out and finding what it is to be Australian again.
Yeah, my chat was worried I'd go swing into objectivism because you said encourages selfishness. And don't worry, guys, I'll throw you the bone. I know what he means when he says selfishness, right? You're talking about the breakdown of a high trust society.
Yes,
and that is something. Yeah, that is something that you've seen in America as well, right? This problem is obviously older than just COVID or the current mass immigration wave. There's a wonderful book. I don't know if you've read it. It's a sociological kind of look. This is when the millennials are still very young, when we're little babies, right? Called Bowling Alone. It's a must read for everybody. In kind of understanding how, post World War II, people moved into the suburbs, and then the suburbs were great in a way, but they created this isolation because, you commute to work in the city, you live in the suburb, you commute to the place you shop. And, when you go to those small town areas, all of these things are the same thing, right? Where you shop, where you work, where you live is in an area where it's, faces and names are manageable. People have reputation. And so there is a sense of communal reputation management, right? Where your fellow Australian, your fellow American is, I might not know everything about you, but I know you, right? You're Todd. Yeah. Todd works at the store. I bump into Todd. Whereas, in these, as you describe them, Asian cities, which I think you're referencing places like Beijing and things of that nature, where they're just stacked on top of each other. All of that is gone. And with that comes a sense of community. And, I think I am curious, kind of tying this back to policy. How do you view a kind of a push for, work from home? Because one of the things that I've noticed about work from home, especially in an age where, we have Starlink, where, plenty of places are receiving the infrastructure of internet, even before Starlink, where as a potential solution to some of this, because I think so many corporations and companies have this weird desire to maintain this overly bloated economic system where you have a ton of women with email jobs. I'm going to get a little sexist here, but I'm just being honest about what I see, right? And like middle management and HR and all of these like unnecessary kind of like middle hierarchy positions. And like they force people into work environments, which forces people to live in cities. And they boast this like, individual employees, not working from home have 10, 20% more productivity. And it's like, yeah, sure, maybe. But when you can pay people half of the price because they don't need to live in downtown, Sydney, and you know what I mean? They don't need to come into the office but once a week or, a couple times a month. And they're not constantly bombarded by all these other jobs that are, created for workplace, socialization and all this other crap that comes with packing people in, and especially when you have gender dynamics, right, where you have to have all of these social things about racial issues and sex issues and et cetera, that you have this administrative bloat. And so looking at it from a policy position, are there things that you're seeing that are incentivizing working in the office from the government, or disincentivizing the natural marketplace to allow people to move back into those small town communities and do that kind of white collar work, away from the cities?
Yeah, I don't think your workplace has to be where you get social connection. For a lot of people, it is, though. Mm-hmm. So for a lot of people, if they're not going into the office, they're getting no social connection. I think this is not where we need the government to tell us how to make friends. People need to work that out for themselves. It's a cultural issue. Mm-hmm. But people need to find that social connection somewhere, whether that's church or whether that's the community, whether that's joining the volunteer fire service, or whatever it is. Then it's up to each person to find that. I think another thing that you touched on is productivity. We've got negative productivity in Australia because since COVID, 80% of the new jobs have been government jobs. And so for everybody working, for everybody working in a real job, they're carrying 4 people, living parasitically off them. This is not 80% of all jobs, but 80% of new jobs in the last 4 years. But if that continues, that's a lot of pressure on those 20% to carry not only 80% of other workers, but all of those that don't work, that are on welfare. We've got a so-called National Disability Insurance Scheme. Now, it's not insurance at all. It's a welfare scheme that's called an insurance scheme, but they're encouraging people to just get diagnosed with anything. They're diagnosing kids with, autism or with ADHD or whatever it is, so that their parents can get welfare. And so it's a welfare scheme. And then a lot of people are finding jobs as care workers, as support workers, taking somebody bowling or taking somebody to the movies, being their companion. But these jobs pay more than trades. And so there are people leaving electrical trades, leaving plumbing trades, leaving those real jobs to become support workers. A wealthy country can afford to take care of the disabled. But if everybody is disabled, and if everybody is either on welfare or they're part of the system because they're paid as a carer, then who's going to actually do any productive job that's going to pay for it all? This is the road we're headed down. It's quite extraordinary.
Yeah, we saw this recently in America, in California, where they were boasting about job growth, and then people looked into the data, and what they found was that they actually had a net negative of job growth, right? Like when you took out government jobs. And look, I don't want to be too like to steelman the position, right? There is some level of productivity in a government job, right? There is economic activity that occurs, but it's important to note, and this is more of a Chicago Thomas Sowell kind of, inspired economic thing as opposed to Austrian, but it holds true in Austrianism as well, is that, every tax dollar that is spent on a regulation, spent on a tax, creating a job, et cetera, right, is always taking, resources from their most valued ends to less valued ends, right? The market would not have, if I have $10 or let's say I have $20. Oh, sorry, I have to correct for inflation. I have $20, right? And I want to go buy a cheeseburger from a local restaurant. The government takes $10 and says, we funneled this money towards, single moms, right? And then they go, isn't it great that we gave this money to single moms and they had this economic activity? And it's like, well, they only measure half of the equation. They measure the half of, we took your money, we put it into this sector, and this sector improved by the metrics we wanted it to. Well, it's like, well, obviously, if you take my money and then move it into that area, you're going to see some growth in that area that you artificially inflated with my tax money. But now I can't go to the local restaurant and buy a cheeseburger. So I don't get the cheeseburger that I wanted. And they go, well, fuck your cheeseburger. These are suffering people. And it's like, yeah, these are suffering people. I get it. But the problem is that when I can't buy that cheeseburger, that local waitress gets less money and she gets fired because that restaurant doesn't grow. That restaurant can't expand. So that means there's less jobs. That means there's less single moms that could go get a job being a waitress as opposed to needing a government handout. It's like, so you kind of fucked over single moms and you fucked over me so that you could help single moms with a government program, and all of the incentives are out of whack because now you're incentivizing leech behavior as opposed to, incentivizing what the market does, which is giving something for something, right? The market would say, get a job as a waitress and you'll make money and you'll be able to support yourself. But the more you take away, the less opportunities there are for people to grow and help themselves and do those things. And the more you kind of artificially depress all of the behavior that actually increases productivity. And so they'll measure it as some level of productivity, but it's fake productivity. So I don't want to say completely, it's not like every worker really does have, 4 government workers on their back. It's more like every 5 workers has the effect of 2 workers on their back, right? And it's like, and it's the only one that's truly productive is the one in the market.
This is a problem of Keynesian economics again, is that we can't disentangle that, because Keynesian economics, which is what all governments subscribe to, says that if money is spent on it, that's part of GDP. We're not counting what we get for our money, just that money is spent on it. So if government has a program,
prints money and spends it, then it's GDP.
Yeah, that's right. And if they say this project's going to cost $5 billion, but actually the budget blows out and it costs $10 billion, well, that's even better. That's twice as much GDP being created from their point of view.
Right.
So whatever government spends is counted at cost rather than at value. And there's no way of counting the value of what you get for government spending.
Right. Value is subjective, and the value that they're measuring is centrally planned. They created a fake value and then said that's the value.
Exactly. But all we do know for sure is that it's less valuable than what you would have spent the money on voluntarily. So we don't know how valuable it is, but we just know that it's not the most valuable thing because it's not the thing that people voluntarily would have bought.
Yeah, you are preaching to the choir. I have to say, I am far more positively engaged with the direction of the Australian Libertarian Party than when I read that messaging. Kind of like promotional, the party platform and bullet point situation, because some of the words that were used, I was like, what the fuck is this? Some of the policies were very good, especially given the context of Australia. You've doomer pilled me a little bit, you've black pilled me, you've made me a little bit more nihilist about Australia's success, and at the same time a little bit more excited about what you guys are doing, especially given the recent failures of the Libertarian Party here in America. It is, if you could learn anything from America, pragmatism, and I don't know what you would do. we had a lot of failures in our recent LP, and so I'm a little bit happier with the new vision that you guys seem to have. Are there any questions you have for me, or anything that you would like to ask me?
No, I'm pretty happy with that conversation. It's been great. I really appreciate you having me on.
No, I really appreciate it as well. Hopefully, more people will see this. After the live stream tends to be a thing when I go a little early. Well, I guess it's really early for you. You're there in the morning, but keep fighting the good fight. And it was a great conversation. If you ever want to talk again or something, or pimp something in the future, please, keep communications open, because I just thought this was a wonderful conversation. I'm glad to finally speak to another libertarian that's got their head on straight. So many of them are, minarchist, pragmatist, never read a bit of Hoppe in their entire life. They just pretend they read Hoppe because they read Democracy, the God That Failed, but really they just read an excerpt from it. And you guys look like you know what you're doing, and hopefully your parliamentary system allows for an avenue for more change. And like I said, I appreciate conversation. Let people know where they can find you, and where they can help out, or how they can support, who to follow to spread your message, and we'll get out of here.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Our federal Libertarian Party website, libertarians.org.au. Our New South Wales site, which is where I'm from, which is a bit more hardcore, lpnsw.org.au. You'll find their website there. If anyone wants to contact me on Facebook or Twitter, maybe I'll just put those links in the in the chat here.
Yeah, fair enough. My audience is a little older than a lot of streamers, but it's not using Facebook old.
Right.
I don't know that my audience is quite that old, but but we'll see. I appreciate you, and you know, I hope to see more from you, and I hope to see great things with the libertarians in Australia. Hopefully, you know, you guys seem like you have a good vision, and hopefully you don't fall into some of the traps that a lot of the rest of us are falling into with economic populism on the right. And hopefully you can rein that in as we bring populism forward. And I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, thanks very much, Scott.
Have a wonderful day.
All right, bye.
All right, let us do one of these, and we'll do this bad boy. Dude, that was a great conversation. I feel so much better about Australia and what they're doing. That guy is on point, knows what he's doing, is very based in the theory. Yeah, university lecturer in economics. But even still, like that gives me hope for what the LP is trying to do in Australia, for sure. I'm actually blown away by how good that was. Let me just switch this, go back to my settings and cut my microphone back up. Yeah, when it's my own server, it never messed with my audio. It's just when I'm in someone else's StreamYards that it messed with my audio. Never turned my audio down. We lost our LP in Norway? Yeah, we lost it in America. Let's be honest. I'd seen some of the stuff he had written in some of his links, and I was actually pretty excited for the conversation. Like, once I saw some of his... I didn't go through all of his reading, obviously. You know, I only have so much time to prep, and I've been really busy prepping for this debate on Tim Pool, which should happen April 5th. I think the show airs at around 11 a.m., April 5th on Tim Pool's Culture War podcast. Look for Tim Pool's, is it Timcast? It's not Timcast IRL, it's like Timcast, so I don't know. I'll find the link for it and post it in the Discord and stuff. But yeah, it's 11 a.m. Eastern. But of course, the video will stay up. Had a lot of good conversations with, was it Lisa Elizabeth is the name she goes by online? Yeah. I made it very clear. I was like, hey, I can be there in 3 hours, you know, if anybody ever cancels. So I got to do a really good job and ingratiate myself there, because if that occurs, you might be able to see me, you know, fill in some spots on the Culture War Timcast, just because I'm only a 3-hour drive away from Tim Pool's place. Roughly 3 hours. Obviously, I'm not going to give you the exact distance because that might help people find where he lives. We'll just say roughly 3 hours. Please understand, I don't mean to attack you. I love to communicate different sides. Thank you. You guys are so nice now. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up WoW and get the game started real quick. And then after I do that, I'm going to pull up that video I want to react to, and we'll just hang out, and we'll I'm going to level up. I'm going to create and level up a druid real quick. I don't remember if I created it or not. I think I did. Just kind of have that in the background and react to. Hey, get out of here, AMD. AMD, get off my screen. I didn't create it. Hold on. You want to mod the debate with me and ADE tonight? Oh, is Grid? Hold on, Grid. Let me pull up my Discord. Oh, you didn't DM me. Okay, cool. Yeah, I can moderate a debate. Andrew got double booked. What time is it? Depends on what time it is. Oh God, what is it with this fake ass Central Time? Is that 9 p.m. Eastern? What time is it now? 7:40. Yeah, 9 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, where do you just send if you just want to like you can do it in my Discord if you want. Just hop in my Discord. And then that way if I need to mute somebody I can. I'm pretty I'm pretty conservative with the mutes or whatever. What is the structure that you guys are doing? Like 2 minutes for intros or 5 minutes for intros? Just tell me how long your prepared intros are that you guys are doing. And then we'll do like an hour and a half in between. And then whoever's audiences have Q&A, we'll do like a half hour Q&A. Does that sound good? Right? We'll just, because that's usually, I don't want to know, or is that not enough time? I think he wants to do 10-minute intros. Okay, I'll do 7-minute intros. But 20 minutes for intros is wild. I don't think you're going to need 10 minutes. But if you already, hold on. I'm stepping in for somebody else. If you already have that planned, then I'll do 10 minutes if he really wants to do 10 minutes. But I would prefer not to do 10-minute intros. But if that's what you got, that's what you got. I'll do it. So we'll do 10-minute intros, though. I'll give you a warning at like 7 minutes or whatever. 7 minutes is usually pretty good when it's a 1v1. When it's a panel, 5 minutes, or when it's like a 2v2, 5 minutes is good. We'll do 10-minute intro, and then we'll do hour and a half for in between. I'll break it up at roughly each half hour if we get bogged down in one topic or one section. And then we'll do 30 minutes or longer for Q&A from my audience, your audience, and his audience. If you already had a predetermined format, then just DM that to me. And then, like I said, we'll just do it in my Discord. That way if I need to miss because something going on or something. Casimir, nobody missed anything. It's just Andrew got double booked. So he's asking me to step in last minute to moderate the debate between him and Average Debate Enjoyer. And I said I'd do it because it's like I was going to do reaction video, but like I don't know how long that's going to take. And then we'll just at 9 o'clock, I'll have him come in the Discord. Let me actually grab those links. And I'll just, I know you're in my Discord, but let me just make sure I can send an invite link to him over Twitter. What the hell is this dude's name on Twitter? I can't remember. I thought it was just Average Debate Enjoyer. Yeah, we follow each other. Okay, good. I sent him the link. If there's an update to the format, just let me know, and then I'll moderate it for you guys. Oh, you're going to do it from your talk studio? You can't. Hate running anything through Discord. If you want me to moderate, okay, I'll moderate for you. And if you really want to do it through your talk studio, that's fine. But you need to be able to give me like muting privileges. I'm not going to mute you guys like crazy, but if you guys do scream at each other or something, that needs to be a thing, right? I need to be able to actually moderate. I need to be able to actively moderate. Like I will stay out of your guys' hair Takes me 2 minutes to add you as a co-host. Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that. Yeah, just send me the link. No, never mind. Well, let me DM him back. The only issue is if you're gonna do a debate and have me moderating, please turn off text to speech through your program so that the debate doesn't get interrupted by like your audience's super chats. Scott is such a boomer. He can't use Discord. What are you talking about? Just make sure that the super chats aren't cutting through on everybody else's end, because that's really going to fuck up the debate. And we'll use your program, no problem. I tricked average debate enjoyer into joining my Discord by switching processes. Let me use the debate resources. Podcast ideas. Here we go.
In early 2020.
All right. So we're going to react to this here in just a minute. Let me create this druid I was planning on creating. We're going to make a druid real quick. We're going to call him Beef. Hold on, what do we need, boys? What's a good idea? Let's say pork, since I hate pork. I don't hate pork. It's not my thing. All right, we got to make him. We're gonna run black. Some tassels. We go with the Gorin. We go with a smooth face. We go all black. And we're going to name him Beef Leaf. Is Beef Leaf taken? Damn it. All right. Let's go. Brisket bark. Oh, I just realized I have to set up all my stuff. Check my Discord. All right, hold on. Okay, here we go. You need an email from me? Okay, but I'm not going to check it on stream for the record, but there's my email. I'll check it afterwards.
The Tauren roam.
I'll just set up all my stuff. Actually, we'll probably do tank. We'll fix any other stuff, but this is my shared profile, so it should be set up mostly. Shame for display. Alex Rosen just posted a photo of himself being arrested. Who's Alex Rosen? Is that like one of those like online pedo hammers or something? Invite sent, just follow directions. Oh my God. Why are you sending me an invite link over my email that I just said that? Please tell me you did not. You emailed me? What is this, like 2010, brother? Sure, I will go into my Proton mail to get a link. Brother, you have... Fucking boomer. I know you're Gen X, but this is some boomer shit right here. Just log into my email. Cue Jeopardy music. All right. All right. It's pulled up on another screen. I'm not going to click the link now because I don't feel like having that running in the background. But I'll hop in like 10 or 15 minutes before the debate. Sound good? Let me just do this real quick. Get rid of this key down shit. Oh, heroic strike. God damn it. Hold on. See what you done made me do? I meant to make a fucking druid, not a damn. If somebody steals my fucking name from this chat while I am fucking deleting this one and making a new one, I will lose my shit. Brisket Bark is a great name. Do not try. Don't you dare. I was thinking about it, and this is what I wanted. There we go. Hopefully because it's the same name, I won't have to reset all my shit. Trollolololol. Will it happen?
The Tauren roamed the endless plains of the Barren.
Nice. I didn't have to set up everything again. All right, I just have to do a couple things. One of the things I need to do is one of these bad boys. Was it 225? Nope, 200. All right. We'll do that. All right. Actually, probably do this. Now let's cut the music off. Let us... Okay, Grid says okay. We got this straight. And then we'll start killing shit here in just a second. I guess we'll put that there. Oh, and then put that there. The cool thing about being a Tauren, in case you guys didn't know, a druid tank, is it's basically the only class in the game where you get to get away with not having engineering. Because everybody else is like, you better have engineering. But if you're a tank and you don't have engineering, I'm like, hey man, I don't want to pop out a bear form and risk dying to use sapper charges or something. And like, you can kind of get away with it. you can get away with it by just having like skinning and leatherworking. Nobody really cares. All right, but anyways, let's get this going. This, let me make sure my screen is showing the right shit. Looks like it is. So this right here was someone was like, hey, you should react to this. I was asking you guys what to react to. And like, I don't know who Benn Jordan is. I don't know where he's coming from. So people said that like there were some things they disagree with, some things they disagree with. Because I'm going to moderate this debate, I have no idea how long this is going to go. I highly doubt we'll get through this whole thing. But just the title alone, you're witnessing the death of American capitalism. I was like, ooh, this looks fun. So let's check this out. Let's get into it. I'm going to put the speed at 1.25. I don't like to go above 1.25 just in case other people are also watching and those people decide to increase the speed on their end. It can be, I'm going to do this just a little bit more so I'm covering up my chat in case anybody says anything crazy. And then we'll get going.
I started becoming increasingly interested in finance. I know, but this was mostly trying to make sense of the logic behind what the Federal Reserve did in response to COVID, which I'll get into later. But the
the first one, I started studying finance to understand the logic of what the Federal Reserve did during COVID. There's no logic. There's no logic, my guy. They just lied and pumped shit and made sure that the wealth stayed in the hands of the wealthy elite, and they fucked you over. Like, we had a long conversation with the last guy about it.
more and more I learned, the less and less it made sense. So I started deeply analyzing stocks from companies that I was personally and professionally familiar with, such as CuriosityStream and Spotify, which led to me starting a private fund that strategically shorted those companies. I even ended up getting hired as a freelance consultant for venture capital firms. Me, a musician with no higher education whatsoever. And the more time that I spent looking at and studying the big picture, the more that I doubted myself, as if the only two options were option A, me being unable to understand what every 25-year-old day trader understands, or option B, I'm right and every hedge fund manager and billionaire is wrong. But what if there's a third option? What if capitalism's death wasn't a mistake or something that the ultra wealthy were trying to avoid? What if the
Well, okay, so like this is the problem, like right off the get-go. Like, we'll see what he says, but it's like, I don't know what his philosophical background is in economics. You know, like he's just like, maybe he's just looking at it, you know, without that knowledge, but instead just trying to look at it from a logical. I don't know where he's looking at it, right? But the big problem here is like looking at it as capitalism, right? Like looking at a mixed market economy of socialism as like capitalism is dying. It's like, dude, we never had capitalism. We had a mixture of capitalism and socialism. And then if we continuously push more socialism, that just tips the scales more towards a socialistic model, not really a capitalist model.
pesky burden of labor laws and taxation could be avoided by deprioritizing the goal of financial profit, or maybe even money itself. This video is going to explain or explore what I and an increasing number of economists think is happening or has already happened to capitalism. More importantly, I'm going to try to encapsulate the unsettling socioeconomic reality that we're living in, as so much has happened in the last decade that it seems foggy to us.
He just presented two Marxists. I missed that. Hold on.
An increasing number of economists think is happening or has already happened to capitalism. More importantly,
oh God, oh no, oh, this is going to be bad.
I'm going to try to encapsulate the unsettling socioeconomic reality that we're living in, as so much has happened in the last decade that it seems foggy to us.
Bro, a bit of oh God, what is it? Like I love the choice here. His editing seems so good. Why did he not put a border on all black letters in a black and white video? I don't get that.
You can't fairly describe capitalism without mentioning its predecessor, feudalism. And feudalism was a power structure in kingdoms where
Oh God. I feel like I'm going to get triggered so bad so many times. All right, let's go.
wealth was defined by the control of land rather than money. And our history books tell us that feudalism ended sometime in the late 15th century, but there's a much more recent version of it that would be a much better example for the purpose of this video. When the Civil War ended, or when the first American Civil War ended, depending on how far into the future you're watching this video, a lot of former slaves were offered a deal where they could continue living and farming on the same land where they were slaves in exchange for a portion of the crops. In many cases, they would only be able to sell their...
Wait, hold on. So we're looking at the history, and then the first thing we do is start talking about like Reconstruction era sharecropping and like how feudalism was still around. Like, oh God. This isn't even feudalism, right? Like this is like this is just This is just bad Reconstruction socialist policies.
Remaining crops through the plantation store, and with that income they could participate in trade, which would allow them to buy more tools and negotiating power in hopes to eventually buy land for themselves. By the late 1930s, 2/3 of sharecroppers were actually white, and the Great Depression had shut down enough farms that many of the tenants migrated to large cities to become factory workers. It would be important to note that sharecropping is not technically outlawed today, it's just that American capitalism's growth made it obsolete. The former definition of capitalism is a system in which individuals and private parties control the means of production, and profits are the key driver of economic activity. And it's
Those are characteristics, and profits are the key driver of economic activity. I mean, like, that feels like you're describing it from. I'm gonna just let this one go. It's a description. It's fine. It's describing the consequences, not what it actually is in the latter half of the definition, which feels weird and commie to me, but I'm going to let it go.
It's important to note that within a closed system with no new variables, capitalism's success can almost exclusively be measured by the velocity of money. The classic example is the farmer and the mechanic. This tiny economy has $50 total. The farmer trades $50 to the mechanic for...
Why would you say that you can measure the success exclusively of capitalism? Which I don't know why you would measure the success of capitalism versus something else anyways, by just the velocity of money. That's a very Keynesian take.
Tractor repair, and then the mechanic trades $40 for corn.
Like, is capitalism like failing because someone keeps their money? Like, no, that's not a failure of capitalism. That's just that's just a market mechanism.
From the farmer, and then buys a barn cat for $10 from the farmer. And in this cycle, $100 has changed hands, so the velocity of money is measured as 2. This is calculated as the velocity within a time period equals the total sum of transactions over the total of money in that economy. In a larger modern economy, the classic way to increase the velocity of money is to reduce interest rates, but when spending becomes reckless and leads to higher prices and reduced currency value, the classic move is to make borrowing more expensive. Governments around the world either control or have a lot of influence in it.
Again, you're not describing capitalism when you're talking about a central authority changing interest rates in response to the business cycle. What is the point here? You're saying there's the death of capitalism, and then you're describing all of these things that aren't capitalism.
Interest rates. And some people think that because of this, the Federal Reserve should be abolished. And nobody could predict exactly what would happen if the Federal Reserve was abolished, but it would almost certainly result in a lot of turbulence in the market that would leave a lot of victims in its wake around the world. A really useful way.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Yeah, saying that there will be shock therapy for a broken system is like what is your argument there? You're just like, oh, and by the way, bad. Like, that's not an actual. Ooh, I don't like. There's just levels of bullshit being tacked on right now that, like, what is your point? What's your argument? It seems like he's just throwing out, like, fucking, I know things, and everything that he knows has nothing, like, I mean, I wouldn't say it has nothing to do with capitalism, but it seems like he's describing features of a mixed market economy as capitalism, and this is what he's setting up the death of, like, the death of the thing that isn't capitalism?
Way to understand how wealth is distributed is to stop using money as a commodity and use something that people actually use or consume. Let's say a can of Coke Zero from a 12-pack. A person with $100,000 in a traditional investment fund like Vanguard would come out to about 312,000 cans of Coke Zero in 2019. That same investment, untouched, is worth about 330,000 cans of Coke Zero now. So sweet, 18,000 cans of Coke Zero for free. Now, on the other hand, a person working for minimum wage full-time.
Yeah, no, this is like more numbers go up shit. Value is subjective. The value of a Coke can, like, this is why, like, using CPI, like, oh, no, inflation is just increasing the money supply. Okay, that's it. Oh my God. Oh, the wizardry here.
Time in Iowa would have made 43,360 cans per year before taxes in 2019.
Maybe people realize that fucking Coke Zero is full of a bunch of crazy bullshit that they don't want to drink. Maybe the subjective value from the buyer of aspartame has gone down over time, right? Like, this is why using, like, you can't use a specific good or a basket of goods as an actual measurement of value.
Today, in 2025, they're making 22,177 cans. Somehow, this person got a 49% wage cut, while the person with the market fund got free soda. Amazingly, through the miracle of inflation.
Free soda? What the fuck are you... Like, these are just words thrown together at this point.
The money decreases in value for everyone, while the actual wealth itself moves up to the top. The concept of the stock market was proposed in 1792, but it wasn't until 1830 when the first stock was sold on the New York Stock Exchange. It was initially filled with railroads and banks, but by the next decade, everybody with a business idea wanted to have their name listed. This rapidly stimulated both technological and economic growth, and by the end of the century, the middle class was getting more and more familiar with investment. By the 1920s, you might be seen as a fool for not being involved in stock trading. In fact, you might be seen as a fool for not borrowing money to buy stocks. Many middle-class investors were borrowing with a 1-to-3 ratio, meaning that they would borrow $300 for every $100 they invested. This sounds absolutely insane, but it didn't seem as risky due to the introduction of futures. In the mid-1800s, the Chicago Board of Trade had a pretty great idea to...
I don't actually see anything with him. I don't see anything wrong with that. Like that very small specific portion just seems historically accurate as far as I know.
Make grain trade a lot more reliable and a lot less volatile. Rather than grain farms having to guess what demand would be at the end of the season, they could sell it at a discount in advance.
A future is not a stock or share, but a contract guaranteeing a future transaction. It just so happens that I have a whole bunch of healthy female chicks.
Why do I feel like he's going to go into like talking about onion futures as if like futures themselves are problematic? Like, I feel like he's going to talk about like the tulip bulb crash or the onion futures problem that happened in Chicago to like then be like, see why capitalism bad actually? I don't know, but I'm getting that vibe.
Who will shower me with more eggs than I know what to do with in about 3 months, and I really could use a little bit of extra money to build an addition to their coop so they could have room to run around with and be healthy egg layers when they become adults. So you, being an opportunist and a capitalist, can buy my egg futures off of me and then sell eggs to restaurants in the summer at a profit and make money without ever having to shovel the heaping amounts of chicken shit that I'll have to shovel. All right, let's go back to the 1920s.
By 1919, due to the popularity of futures and people's willingness to borrow...
Okay, is he even going to talk about like the benefit of futures? Like, because he says that the benefit of futures is that you just get to sell it, right? But the benefit of futures is not is that the capitalist investor predicts what the price of eggs or the price of whatever sharecrop is going to be in the future by like studying a farmer's almanac, studying aspects of the economy, studying like, you know, how businesses are going, what restaurants look like, etc. So that it's not just he buys it and makes a profit later. Like that would be what it would be in an evenly rotating economy. Okay. In an evenly rotating economy, yes, you're correct. The capitalists would supply the money now, just based upon the universal time preference so that the farmer has the money to invest in products now. But the real value is the capitalist's ability to predict in the future what that price is going to be. And if the more accurate they are at predicting future prices, the more profit they can make. And thus the incentive here is that we get better and better at predicting what will occur in the future and getting better and better at finding information that more adequately tells us what price will be, etc. Right? And so that you can utilize the expertise, not just the capital, but the expertise of the individual that's purchasing the futures so that they can focus on what the price will be in the future and the farmer can focus on farming. It's a symbiotic relationship, but it makes it seem like it's like this nefarious thing if you only talk about it as if it's from the evenly rotating economy when it's not.
Shovel. All right, let's go back to the 1920s.
By 1919, due to the popularity of futures and people's willingness to borrow money to buy them, a farmer could get $2.09 for a bushel of wheat. This was inflationary to say the least, and even made the sharecropping economy I mentioned earlier more desirable for a brief period of time. It started getting really out of hand, so the Grain Futures Administration was formed and implemented a large mandatory daily ledger and reporting system for traders. The U.S. Secretary of Agriculture would repeatedly suspend the reporting system, creating more volatility and more opportunists taking advantage of that volatility. Then, in October of...
Why is volatility in the market? Why is it that an investor sees volatility and then it goes, they're taking advantage of that volatility? Like, I don't disagree that some people are going to do shisty things, but it's not like, it's almost like he's selling the idea of the capitalists as evil for going into a volatile market and being one of the few people that can accurately predict the future, thus making the market less volatile. Right? Like volatile markets mean high risk, high reward. And if you are someone that if you can minimize that risk by having information that other people don't, and you can make a profit off of that, you make the market less volatile. This is a good thing. But the way he sells it is like, ooh, the evil capitalist comes in and takes advantage of these poor people because of a volatile market, because the government wasn't doing a good job at like regulating the ledgers on bushels of wheat and the true values. Like, like it's nonsense. Like it seems like a very sneakily hidden attack on the idea of capitalism.
Reporting system creating more volatility and more opportunists taking advantage of that volatility. Then, in October of 1929, as there was more money out on loan than there was circulating in America at the time, and as more wheat was being produced than the population could ever hope to eat, the elephant in the room woke up and took a giant shit on the floor. Everybody tried to get ahead of the crash, which more or less caused the crash, and by the end, a bushel of wheat was only worth 49 cents. And for the
Hold on, is he now blaming? Is he blaming futures as the depression? Like is that what's fucking happening right now? Futures caused the depression? Dude, there was a 1919 and a 1917 and like a 1921 stock market crash. Number one, the major reason for the crash was a ship going down with a massive amount of gold on it, and then a crash in England. Those two things together led to the increased volatility, and then market futures are just that, they're futures. And so when we had other aspects of the market occur, then there was a stock market crash. It would have been perfectly fucking fine if the government didn't get involved in the market and then didn't start getting involved in banking and start and just let those banks fail and let the market balance back out. It was a natural response of the business cycle because gold had been sunk and because there was crazy shit going on in England, and then because the banking system was based upon, like, when you had agriculture, it wasn't the investors. Here's the thing. You have to pull out money when you need money as a farmer, right? For the harvest and for the sowing. So when we have a predominantly agricultural economy, what you have is you have a lot of money coming out of banks naturally and slowly going into banks. And they naturally come out of banks when you need to hire additional labor so that you can harvest crops, or when you need to buy a bunch of seed or grains so that you can plant new crops, right? So the banks already had this cycle. The futures wasn't the problem here. The futures being bad at predicting the price of it was the problem because of other extraneous factors in the market. And so the market had to correct, which required a recession or a stock market crash. It's only the government's involvement that makes this crash turn into the Great Depression.
The next 12 years, capitalism was a failed experiment. Well, wait, actually, for the next 20 years. We like to think that capitalism made its great comeback during the Second World War, but by today's standards,
wait, what is he saying? Capitalism is a failed experiment here?
It was only worth 49 cents. And for the next 12 years, capitalism was a failed experiment. Well, wait, actually, for the next 20 years. We like to think that capitalism made its great comeback during the Second World War.
So it's a failed experiment. It worked fine in 1917. It worked fine in 1919. It worked fine in 1921. We almost had another crash, but Coolidge stepped in and said, stop trying to utilize government power to manipulate the silver market. And then we avoided that crash because Coolidge stopped political corruption, right? But the other ones were just natural market crashes. And now capitalism is a failed experiment because you don't fucking understand futures and you don't understand the difference between evenly rotating economy and one that isn't, and you don't know what capitalism is, but people are paying you money to give them advice because you made a couple of good trades on things that you deeply understand because they're businesses that you're involved with. Like, what the fuck?
But by today's standards, that was, I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to say this word in public anymore without being arrested, communism. But we didn't just go from the freezer to the frying pan immediately. Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal founded the SEC to protect investors moving forward. It also introduced the Social Security Act and the Fair Labor Standards Act and prohibited child labor while securing a national minimum wage and workers' rights to unionize. Successful fellows with even a fraction of
Oh, so all of the communism is now going to be painted as like the good things that saved capitalism because capitalism failed because of the Great Depression. These are all the things that made fucking the Great Depression last. These are the things that exacerbated the Depression. Even Harvard economists were forced to admit that these things had an impact on lengthening the Great Depression.
Of the wealth that Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos has would have paid a 79% income tax, and companies like Tesla and Amazon would have paid a corporate tax rate of 15%. But
No, my fucking God. Now we're just going to lie about what taxes were actually paid. These wealthy people were not actually paying those fucking taxes. Like, just because that's what the tax rate is on paper, that doesn't mean that's what they actually paid in terms of taxation. We pay way more fucking taxes, and corporations pay way more fucking taxes than they did in the 1920s and the 1930s and the 1940s. Just because the corporate tax rate was high doesn't mean that there aren't all kinds of fucking taxes, right? The implementation of Social Security, for example, and Medicare and Medicaid means that corporations have to pay 7.6% of an employee in payroll tax, and the employee has to pay 7.6. What does that mean? That's 15.2% of everybody's paycheck is taxed by the government. But that's not the corporate tax. That's a different type of tax. There's all kinds of new taxes that we've added. Yeah, we had some tariffs and we had a high corporate tax rate, but almost none of those people actually paid that high corporate tax rate.
But the C word wouldn't come until the US got involved with World War II. To say that the war effort stimulated the American economy would be a vast understatement, but this was under a closely guiding hand from the federal government, and it was every free market capitalist's worst nightmare by today's standards. Many companies were told what they would be producing and how much of it they would be producing, and how much they would be paying their labor force. American citizens got ration books and stamps and were only allowed to buy a specific amount of staple consumer items like bread and sugar, and if you wanted to buy a car or gasoline, you had to justify a need to the government. Most consumer items that came in metal containers, which was like everything back then, could not be purchased again unless you recycled the container first. This rationing more or less lasted until 1947.
Yes, you are correct. This is evil and bad. If you're going to say that this type of shit fucking saved capitalism, or put it on like some fucking like life support or something, I'm going to lose my goddamn shit.
Into the 1950s, fellas like Elon and Bezos would have had their income taxed as much as 92%. And again, yes, in modern times...
So now we're just doubling down on misinformation.
This sounds like a capitalist's worst nightmare, but it resulted in a 37% growth over the next decade and made America the richest country on earth. It is now literally referred to as the golden age of American capitalism. And despite few...
So now we're making the argument based off of bullshit misinformation that the golden age of American capitalism came from all these socialist policies we implemented. Got it.
Few brief bumps in the road, things just kept growing and growing and growing exponentially, making us richer and happier and...
Oh, don't you be a fucking bitch, Praxab. You fucking stay here with me and you suffer. You fucking suffer until this debate I have coming up to moderate. All right? You fucking stay and you suffer, goddammit. If I got to deal with it, you got to deal with it. How dare you? How dare you try and run away, all right? Don't you be a pussy.
In the early 2000s,
history repeats itself. So now we're going to fucking go through this thing where socialism saved capitalism again, I guess. That's what we're doing.
Capitalism got so complicated that investors didn't fully understand what they were buying. And that's not an exaggeration. This was by design. There were trillions of dollars.
Wait, are you talking about the fucking .com bubble?
To be made by obfuscating what commodities were being sold in your average stock market transaction. A great example. Everybody watching this has heard the term subprime mortgage, but I guess that not everybody knows exactly what it means. It means a risky mortgage. If you've ever purchased a house, you may have witnessed the wild auction that takes place without...
If this motherfucker tries to blame the 2009 financial collapse on like deregulation from Glass-Steagall and not on fucking not on too big to fail and not on the fucking Securities and Exchange Commissions working with corporations in a corrupt way and not on massive amounts of fraud that was never prosecuted, I am going to fucking... We're going to continue, and we're not going to make predictions. I was wrong in my prediction that he didn't talk about onion futures or the tulip bulb, and I don't know if that's because this guy isn't good enough of a propagandist to make it that far, or if I'm just fucking worked up.
Without your consent or knowledge the moment you sign the mortgage papers, and the average mortgage is sold 2 to 3 times before it's paid off. Here's an example of a 2005 style mortgage. It's an expensive house. It had ninja verification, which means no income, no job or assets. The credit score is around 500, and it has an 8% or higher interest rate. That's an ARM loan, meaning that it will be adjusted to the market in the future. The delinquency rate of a mortgage like this in 2008 was 25%. So anyway, if you want to buy it, I'll just take 2% of the overall value, and you'll still make a bunch of money when the loan is paid off. Why don't you want to buy it? Hang on, I have an idea. Let's make this a little bit of a safer bet. Let's mix it up with some other mortgages here, and I'll get somebody who depends on me for business to give it a rating. And then we can just call it a mortgage-backed security, which is a type of bond. And it's a bit like a future, but it's even better because you can exit the investment whenever you want just by reselling it. Now look at this. If that little risky mortgage forecloses, the loan will still be backed by all of the others. And I bet you can't even make out which one was the original loan. And this isn't like some risk.
I'm not going to lie. As much as I've been pissed off this entire time, shredding them and putting them together in paper, that was actually a really good visual representation of subprime mortgage-backed securities.
Stock. This is an investment on housing.
Also, by the way, we still have it. We still do it. It's just called tranches now. But regulation good or something, so it's fine now. Dodd-Frank exists, so Bernie Sanders is our savior for our super secure economic system or whatever.
And land. And you and I both know that God ain't making any more land, right? It is the bedrock of American capitalism, and it's a safe place to put your money. It's gone. A lot of batshit insane things happened in the 2008 financial crisis. I bet you could probably make some really successful Hollywood movies about it.
Object to the test!
Good. Ultimately, in just 6 months, the Dow Jones lost 54% of its value. Massive banks perished. Washington Mutual, Bear Stearns, Fannie Mae, Lehman Brothers, to only name a few. We needed another New Deal before people's bank accounts were wiped. And this time, we tried something a little bit different.
These are not normal circumstances. The market is not functioning properly.
Instead of doing something utterly reckless, like revamping and updating laws to protect workers or...
Oh my fucking God. So now... The good thing would have been, revamping laws and protecting workers. So too big to fail is a problem because everybody knows it's a problem. But if we had only had more socialist protection of unions or some crazy shit, we wouldn't have had this bubble. No, what? What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
This time, we tried something a little bit different.
These are not normal circumstances. The market is not functioning properly.
Instead of doing something utterly reckless, like revamping and updating laws to protect workers or creating programs to help the middle class so we could be, on par with the rest of the developed world, we figured that if we just gave $700 billion in bailouts to banks, that money would...
Instead of just going more socialist, how would that have fixed the fucking 2009 financial collapse? Somebody, some commie fuck, try and give me that argument. In what fucking way would it have somehow saved us from the 2009 financial collapse by putting in a bunch of socialist policies for workers? What in the absolute fuck are you talking about? Who's this guy's name? Fucking Benn Jordan. In what fucking crazy la la land are you living that would have done something to deal with the financial bubble that was created?
Trickle down and more or less accomplish the exact same thing. Now, you're never going to believe this, but it did not. Ultimately, while unemployment and foreclosures skyrocketed, the banks experienced a generous heaping spoonful of socialism. And to pay for this, we borrowed money and we printed money. In 2006, the Federal Reserve printed
Well, at least now he's saying something fucking true.
$148 billion in currency. By 2012, that number had increased to $380 billion. The inflation was immediately reflected in home prices and even more so in the great, awkwardly socialist rebound of the stock market. In 1994, Jeff Bezos was a hedge fund manager who wanted to start an online bookstore, which was already a hard pitch at the time. Why would anybody want to buy books online when they could just go to the library? But it was even worse. He was allegedly transparent to his investors and told them that he intended to prioritize growth over profit for a very long time. All in all, he had 60 meetings offering 1% of ownership for $50,000, and the biggest investors were his parents buying up 6%. With 22 investors, Amazon.com got off the ground with $1 million. By 1999, Amazon was selling everything from books to DVDs to household goods to electronics, and soon after, the company transitioned from being a retailer to an online gateway for other retailers. Amazon customers could pay a low annual membership fee for unlimited free 2-day shipping. And
I'm waiting for him to be like, but socialism not enough. I'm just waiting. Why did we randomly go into fucking, what is the transition here? The argument is we needed more socialism for workers. The bailouts were bad, but because corporate socialism, I agree with that. But why did we just randomly transition to fucking Amazon and the existence of Amazon? What the fuck?
Both retailers and manufacturers began to become dependent on that convenience. Retailers weren't the only ones with the dependency problem. Here's 3 stats that will probably fuck up your whole day. By 2021, it was estimated that 60% of the US population were part of an Amazon Prime membership. It is now estimated that only 1% of Amazon Prime members compare prices with other online retailers. And incredibly, while Amazon refuses to confirm this, there are thousands of reports of people finding examples where prices for the exact same products are higher for Amazon Prime subscribers. Does that sound like free market capitalism to you?
So now a majority market share, which is a new definition that commies use for monopoly, is anti-free market capitalism. Now, there are a lot of regulations, a lot of laws, and a lot of things that make us not have free market capitalism. We don't have free market capitalism. And Amazon has benefited in many of those ways. Some of those are real fucking obvious, like Amazon Cloud Services having a $200 billion contract with the CIA, right? And some of them are a little bit more subtle, like, you know, the post office being legally required to ship Amazon products, you know, to, you know, remote and rural areas. So Amazon is able to, like, you know, make shipping costs lower because they'll just purchase a post office thing once they get to like a distribution center. Like some of them is a little bit harder to understand. But what in the fuck does like Amazon prices not matching with what you might like, not capitalism, or because people, like, it's convenient. It's convenience. People pay a premium for convenience, okay? They go, I want to buy a thing. I don't want to go to the store, so I go online. There it is. I'm willing to buy. People are willing to buy things at a premium because of the convenience. Hence, that's why Amazon makes money, okay? People pay more because of universal time preference. They don't know if Walmart has the item that they want, so they just go on Amazon, they buy it, and then it'll get there. And then they don't have to drive down to the fucking Walmart to compare products or whatever. So sometimes, very often, they're willing to pay more for a product on Amazon. The fact that they don't know that they could have gotten it $4 cheaper at Walmart just goes to showcase that they didn't give a fuck enough about the $4 to go and look somewhere else for the thing. What the fuck are you talking about?
Walmart products are higher for Amazon Prime subscribers. Does that sound like free market capitalism to you? Walmart had to resort to emulating Amazon's business model in an attempt to keep up. A decade ago, Amazon had surpassed Walmart's market cap, despite Walmart having over 10,000 massive theme park-sized stores worldwide. Walmart is far from the only company trying to mimic Amazon's growth and choke point strategy, and that's a vast understatement, as fast scaling and blitz scaling has become a normal game plan for startups. The definitions vary a little bit, but fast scaling generally means to prioritize growth initially with an open
Someone asked me about this in the Discord, right? And I was like, you guys just got to use AI. Right? Like, you should just use AI. Like, don't like because they were like, I'll Google it. And I was like, no, dude, just grok it. And then I showcased Grok's answer by prompting it with, oops, I'm in the wrong chat. Prompting it with a specific question. Let me scroll up. Actually, it's probably in my history now that I think about it. Hold on, let me put this over here real quick. Ooh, sexy. Sexy. Right, so I prompted it with this, which was, from an anarcho-capitalist perspective, especially that of Mises and Hans Hermann Hoppe, what is the economic calculation problem and how would it affect companies doing fast scaling? Right? Like, so it's in it. This right here, right, is in the Discord if you want to read it, because I was just showcasing, if you use AI properly, how easily you can get answers to these questions. And, you know, I feel like this dude should have just fucking grokked it, because this answer is way better than his stupidity. But this idea that, like, capitalism is like the evil behind fast scaling is just, it's just what happens when you don't know anything about economics.
open-ended plan to make a profit later. So for example, if I wanted to fast scale a lemonade stand, I would make a pitch deck for venture capital investors that proposed selling lemonade at 50% of what it costs for me to make it. This would grow my customer base significantly and starve out the neighborhood children who I'd be competing with. And then once I disrupted the lemonade market successfully, I'd work out a volume deal with lemon plantations and lower my costs while slowly raising prices for the customers so a profit could be realized. Blitz scaling on
This is so stupid, right? Like, Rockefeller tried this. It doesn't work without government invention. It doesn't work unless the state provides monopoly. Like when you go and you like, oh, I'm going to go into an area and I'm going to have an economic loss on lemonade stands. And then all of my competition will be gone. And then what I'll do is I'll work with distributors and use economy of scale to make, lemonade stands that are more expensive than they were before. All you've done is you've artificially raised the price of lemonade. And so other people and other investors go, I should get in on this because the price is artificially higher. Now, the argument that he's going to try and make, I'm guessing, in the comparison to Amazon, is that this is what Amazon did. And now Amazon can set the price however they want to set the price. Except he already showcased how people go to Walmart and they order shit online, and how people do the same thing with Best Buy. How if you raise the price to too high of a degree to where economies of scale and things of that nature aren't actually helping you, then guess what? Other investors get into this market that you created, and then they force you to lower your price back to a supply and demand equation, and all you did is lose money on the initial investment. Like, this doesn't work in a capitalist economy. It only works when the government is able to protect companies from failing, protect investors and banks from failing with taxpayer funds, and grant monopolies on things. Like, if the government doesn't do those things, all you've done is lost money in the short term that could have been invested in better places and made a return on profit as opposed to a loss, so that you could artificially jack up the prices, which then invites competitors because the price is artificially high so they can make a product too, and you just lose money. Just the amount of bullshit that is being it's literally just like a neoliberal Keynesian's take on the it's like this guy sat through a bunch of lectures of oh my God, who's the little guy that has the disease? Robert Reich, right? It's like he sat through a bunch of Robert Reich lectures and then tried to subtly hide all the commie talk.
On the other hand, is a lot more reckless and assertive. My VC proposal would be to sell lemonade at half the cost, but buy out all of the neighborhood children for their stands. And then I'd buy some lemon plantations, and I'd pay $100 million to have the local football stadium renamed Benn's Lemonade Stadium, and every person in attendance would be given free lemonade if they downloaded my app. You may be asking how on earth that would ever make a profit, but we're going to figure that part out when we've dominated 80 to 90% of the lemonade market and have millions of lemonade drinkers. Right now, we just need to concentrate on disrupting. That probably still sounds like a terrible investment, but if you buy in...
It is a fucking terrible investment. It doesn't fucking work unless the government grants protection of monopolies. This is what happens when you think economies of scale is like this beautiful, magical thing that just works. And now all of a sudden nobody can compete because they just don't have the infrastructure to compete. What it completely ignores is economies of scope. So, for example, utilizing Amazon again, right? Just utilizing Amazon again, one of the things that Amazon did is it put out major retailer bookstores out of business. Okay, Barnes and Noble had to I think they went bankrupt, and then they combined with another major retailing bookstore, and they consumed them, and then they scaled down. Right, so there's not a ton of Barnes and Nobles. They kind of only exist in malls, and they're kind of there just because shopping malls are there. So they're kind of piggybacking off of shopping centers and shopping malls, but for the most part, they've scaled down massively because people would just buy books from Amazon, or better yet, when Kindle and things like that came out, they would just, pay a subscription, get Amazon Kindle and get audiobooks so they wouldn't have to go. The thing is that we're starting to see investment and growth in bookstores, not in large retailing bookstores, but in small bookstores. And the reason is because there's a niche market there. The niche market is there are people that want to read really good books, but they don't want to just read everything that's popular or that's pushed on them by Amazon. They want to find those little golden nuggets, those little authors that nobody's heard about, or they want to find those things that are really good for the intellectual or for their specific interests, but aren't necessarily super popular to a broader audience, right? They got sick of these mass-produced, shoved down your throat books like the Twilight series. They want to find some little author that has this really cool thing like Stormlords, Was like a really cool, like fantasy kind of female driven, female authored kind of look at, the classic heroes jail, right? It's a niche thing. So what they do is they go to a local bookstore, they talk to some stinky hippie that's got Birkenstocks and dreadlocks and is really weird with giant round glasses. And they're like, hey, these are the things that I like. Why don't you find me that fucking, that diamond in the rough? And then they're like, I got you. You should check out this author. It's a great book. So people value that human interaction, that going to the store and getting advice from somebody who lives, breathes, and eats this shit to give them exactly what it is that custom tailored to them, as opposed to like whatever is popular. Okay, so Amazon, by destroying Barnes and Noble, eventually economies of scope are now competing with them, because they offer something to a niche market that Amazon no longer offers, because that's what happens when you get big and giant, is that you have the administrative bloat, and all of a sudden you can't compete with people once they target niche markets. So even in this like weird pseudo-capitalistic socialistic world that we live in, this just isn't true, and it's bullshit.
Into the initial seed round of the investment, you'll have the opportunity to sell that equity at a premium in a Series A or Series B, or even better, during an IPO launch when the company enters the stock market valued at, $15 billion. To investors in this stage, it's much less about profit and more about a lucrative and risky game of hot potato. An excellent example that we're all familiar with is Uber. Here's the original pitch deck proposing the disruption of the taxicab industry. It's nearly delusional, claiming that a city's medallion system for cabs is a monopoly and that licensed cab drivers paying for the medallions have no accountability. In the future, digital
It is, I'm sorry, you're saying it's crazy to call a state-granted monopoly a state-granted monopoly? It absolutely is. When the state can control who gets the medallions and who is licensed taxi drivers, and those medallions cost insane amounts of money, because you have to pay something like $500,000 in order to even be legally allowed to be a taxi cab company. That absolutely is a state-granted monopoly. Now, yes, the state grants that to multiple different parties, but the license itself becomes the reverse of a monopoly, which is a monopsony, right? There's one purchaser. There's only one. There's one seller, and that is the state of the right to engage in taxi cab driving. The idea, and this lowers efficiency. Now, it doesn't necessarily lower safety standards in some way, at least not directly. So that part you could say might be kind of ludicrous. But this is like you just told a complete lie about how monopolies work, because monopolies in your mind have nothing to do with state-granted authority that keeps other people from competing in a free market. Monopoly just means majority market share to you. And since there were multiple different taxi cab companies that were competing, it's magically not a fucking monopoly. But when a company takes up and gobbles up a majority of the market share, that's a monopoly, and that's evil. And the only reason they fucking do that in a real free market is because it's efficiency monopoly. It's not a natural monopoly. It's not like they went into a town and bought up all the water rights, and now they're the only people selling water rights, which is how a natural monopoly was originally described by Adam Smith in when the term first comes to bear. Okay, but it's a natural monopoly. It's a separate natural monopoly, or an efficiency monopoly. It says we are providing a service at a cheap cost or at a high quality so good that we've moved everyone out of the business. But now he's making this lie that companies come in at these massive losses and then that they're going to recoup their profits later, except when they do that, it creates competition, right? Uber comes in, and now there are other rideshare programs, right? Lyft didn't have to do this, but once Uber came in, Lyft came in. Isn't that funny? Lyft comes in because Uber made the market and artificially rose the price. And then Lyft said we can have a profit. And then the price gets lowered truer to its natural place. And guess what? Both of them are cheaper than taxi cabs were back in the day. And taxi cabs required you to fucking call them on a phone number. Sometimes you'd have to wait 30, 45 minutes for a taxi cab driver to get there because they didn't have the systems to efficiently do what it is that they're doing. So now we have a better product that is cheaper with competition, but it's somehow evil and anti-capitalistic because you make up some bullshit about the means in which they actually, fucking artificially raise prices. It's a temporary thing.
Taxi cab hailing can make, I guess, lifting up your hand unnecessary. And when they say luxury, they mean prestigious vehicles like used Priuses. And these Priuses driven by non-employees who sign up can be used to drop your kids off at school or transport the elderly. Uber has had over 25 rounds of funding that it has used to raw dog its way into the cab economy and pay for everything from lobbying local governments to settling hundreds of lawsuits. Naturally, once the traditional
Yes, you're absolutely correct that there is elements of anti-capitalism from Uber, because Uber is a giant company that is able to lobby governments for protections. But you already explained how the government had created and centrally planned taxis, and how that was less, and that was very clearly less efficient than Uber with the medallion system. So your critique is of the original, but this one does it less, but this one bad because capitalism, therefore capitalism dying.
Cab industry was more or less destroyed, the prices got jacked way up. And between 2018 and 2021, the average price for an Uber ride rose 92%. Those early pre-seed investors who...
I'm sorry, hold on. Let's go again.
Naturally, once the traditional cab industry was more or less destroyed, the prices got jacked way up. And between 2018 and 2021, the average price for...
Between 2018 and 2021, that's an interesting fucking set of years. It's almost like before COVID, using an Uber driver was at one price, and then during and after COVID, something happened. It's like I wonder what happened during this time period of 2018 to 2021 to inflation, to money, to people's habits, to whom is willing to, how many people were afraid of COVID and were wearing masks in their cars? How many people used to be doing Uber or as a side gig and then stopped doing Uber? It's almost like the supply of labor went down for Uber and Lyft drivers because a lot of people were afraid to be within 6 feet of people constantly spreading around a disease that was supposedly going to wipe everything out. How about we do that relative to inflation first, asshole? Then let's talk about the economic reality of what's going down. But no, it must be that they drove out the wonderful taxi cab system where you'd be drunk at a bar and then you'd have to wait 45 minutes for a yellow cab to show up if they showed up. It must be that it must be after they destroyed those fucking people that are supposed to take elderly people to medical appointments, but they're Medicaid and Medicare funded, and they often show up 2 or 3 hours late, and so many elderly people miss important medical appointments and go through all of these other problems, which then just causes rescheduling and causes Medicare and Medicaid payments to go up. But it doesn't matter because every part of the process is taxpayer funded, and the only people that are getting fucked are the elderly people who can't get to their appointments on time. It's almost like once we got rid of these wonderful forms of services and replaced it with the market solution, the price went up 92% during this specific 4-year period where the price of fucking everything went up by massive amounts. That it must be the evils of capitalism.
For an Uber ride rose 92%. Those early pre-seed investors who unloaded equity when the company went public will obviously never have to work again. Public investors did not fare so well, and the great Uber IPO...
Also, I do just want to point out something that I know that most people wouldn't know looking at this, because I was, in a committed relationship during COVID with, with someone that handled insurance claims for Uber. Uber was losing a lot of money. And they were losing a lot of money because all of a sudden a fuck ton of frivolous lawsuits started popping up around 2018, 2019. And they had to crack down and drastically change the way in which they handled car lawsuits during this period of time. And part of that caused some of the price increases. It's an insurance issue that was just like that they weren't predicting. So that is part of it, but of course you wouldn't know that unless you knew people that worked in the insurance industry, specifically within private insurance. And by private insurance, I mean excess and surplus insurance, which is different than like your traditional insurance, which is where you insure things that are like risky, or you insure things that are like weird that other people don't know how to insure, or you insure like massive franchise companies like Uber, McDonald's, and things like that. So unless you know somebody that works in excess and surplus insurance, and there's not that many companies that do that. I'm not going to dox it, but like if you looked it up, you could probably figure it out, to be honest. But yeah, unless you knew somebody, you wouldn't know that they were also facing like massive lawsuits from the most frivolous bullshit things. And they were, in like the early days, they were just kind of paying them out, and they made a mistake by paying so many of them out that they needed to basically transition to like actually fighting these things in court, which meant paying for a lot more representation, a lot more mediations, a lot more things like that in order to shore up the losses that they had. And they needed to raise prices in order to deal with that.
Launch crash shit show made some of us think that maybe.
No, I didn't fucking ask the Australian LP's fucking policy person, the fucking JQ. I'm not a fucking, like, I'm not a crazy groiper that's trying to burn bridges to be like, oh, but what about the Jews, to a fucking, to someone that's working in policy. Like, we had a great conversation on issues. I didn't feel it was necessary to fucking act like a fucking teenage retard with the guy.
Maybe, finally, people are learning not to be bullish about companies that have an annual operating income of negative billions of dollars. And despite this, by 2019, the American stock market gained an impressive 30%. We're back, baby. While COVID is a hot topic for debate these days between scientists and cult members, let's try and remember how utterly terrifying
Oh, okay, hold on, pause. Between
scientists and cult members.
So we just use a stock image of scientists to talk about COVID, right? Just random stock photo of diverse group of people in lab coats. And then cult members is fucking RFK and Joe Rogan. These are cult members. So it's just like, there's one side that's clearly right. Oh, and by the way, when I say cult members, I'm just going to take a dig at any, like, the current right-wing people. Are there things I disagree with RFK on when it comes to vaccines and COVID? Abso-fucking-lutely. I debated that Liberty chick and pushed her, and was one of the few people that helped pushed her the fuck out of the libertarian movement, trying to hijack the libertarian movement so that she could push a bunch of all vaccines cause autism bullshit and fucking try and get people to not vaccinate their kids for like measles and shit. Okay, like, I absolutely fucking disagree with RFK on some of his vaccine policies, but the idea that we just very quickly are like, while COVID's important, a little dig, anybody on the right's a fucking dumb cult member, and the left, we're so beautiful and perfect when it comes to the vaccines and COVID. Get the fuck out of here.
Let's try and remember how utterly terrifying.
Dude, the levels of Gish Gallop and bullshit. I mean, it's not really a Gish Gallop because fucking he's not debating an opponent, but he just leaves out these like random arguments and then pretends like he's like building a case of evidence, but really he's just shotgunning bullshit and not substantiating any of it. So if we were in a debate, it would be like a Gish Gallop. It's not a Gish Gallop, but it feels very similar to it. It's a video essay. But the levels and layers of bullshit and lies that have been told 17 and a half minutes in have my blood pressure so fucking high right now. One second. Sorry, I had to respond to some DMs.
2020 actually was for us. The economy obviously screeched to a halt, and many industries have still, and probably never will, fully recover as society was forced to change their economic habits. And while the stock market initially crashed in 2020, within 1 year, it had risen to over 30% of its pre-pandemic levels, despite the economic apocalypse happening around the world. This is because on March 23rd, 2020, the Federal Reserve announced—
Hold on. I'm very curious, we'll say, on like why it is that like this guy has the answer for why the stock market rebounded. I'm very curious to see what is like. Let me just focus again.
Economic apocalypse.
So this dip is because of the Capitol insurrection. Like what? Like we're talking about COVID and the effect on the market, and like what? Like why are we bringing up George Floyd protests and like the insurrection? And then this, Trump tests positive for COVID-19. What? what is like it feels like he's just adding things to like, I don't know, like to build a sense of anxiety about like how crazy the political landscape was, but it doesn't actually seem to match with anything here.
Apocalypse happening around the world. This is because
I mean, like where's the dip?
To over 30%,
you know what I mean? Like
pre-pandemic levels, despite the
George Floyd protests, we're seeing no significant dip. We're measuring COVID deaths for some reason as if like this was some major marker, but we're not seeing it. Trump test positive for COVID is like in this big circle, right? But again, there's just, it's relatively stable. President election, he's got to highlight as like this, big thing. But of course, this always happens during a presidential election, right? This always occurs. And the reason this always occurs is because it brings stability back to the market, right? Like before, people don't know if there's going to be a leftist in charge or a Republican in charge. They don't know. But once they know, they can begin to invest again.
Economic apocalypse happening around the world. This is because on March 23rd, 2020, the Federal Reserve announced that it would be launching a bunch of new programs like the Primary Corporate Credit Facility, which would buy new corporate bonds, and other programs that would buy existing corporate bonds, mortgage-backed securities, and asset-backed securities filled with student, car, credit card, and business loan debt. The federal fund effective interest rate dropped to 0.05%. And all of this was before any person or local government received so much as a dime in relief. The following month, the CARES Act.
Yes, you're correct. Yes. The government got involved and created short-term investment. Socialism
was announced, which was a free $1,200 check sent out to every American making under $75,000 a year, regardless of their circumstances, with no questions asked on how or where it would be spent. This would be the first of 3 such checks that American citizens received with a federal tax.
Congratulations, inflation.
Totaling $814 billion. And for those of my viewers who have been longing for an explanation for the massive increase in hammock sales that year, now you have your answer. These stimulus checks were just a tiny sliver of the overall $5 trillion that the American government spent on subsidizing the economy. And you would be right in assuming that the list of recipients was outrageous. Airlines received more money than SNAP or food assistance programs. Payroll tax exemptions got more than housing programs and farmers combined. Massive loans and grants were given to the likes of...
I love how he juxtaposes that certain government spending is good in this video about capitalism, right? Like certain socialism good, but not the socialism the way the socialism was done this time.
Kanye, P. Diddy, Jared Kushner, the Church of Scientology. But more importantly, for the purposes of this video, a huge portion of that money went to fintech lenders, investment firms, and venture capital groups like Andreessen Horowitz, which was immediately repurposed into investments into a new, rapidly growing type of economy that some economists refer to as...
fucking post-capitalism. I mean, he's not wrong in a certain way. But it seems like I'm almost waiting for him to fucking like celebrate it or something. Oh God, we'll continue. I'm having a hard read on this guy, like where his values are, because he's pushing so much leftist bullshit. But it seems to be like he has this like love of the old 1990s mixed market economy. That like good governance and a good amount of socialism is where we needed it. So maybe the socialism has gone awry because it's benefited the corporations too much because corporations bad.
To help properly explain post-capitalism, I need to remind you of the utter absurdity of just having $1 billion. Not only is it impossible to spend on even...
To explain post-capitalism, I need to explain to you why it's absurd that anybody has $1 billion. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I mean, like, pretty much every billionaire is going to be utilizing socialism in the state in some way, right? Like, that is true. But, like, it's just, like, there's nothing absurd about having $1 billion. There is something absurd about many of the ways in which people get $1 billion under our current economic system because we don't have capitalism and we haven't ever.
The most lavish things that you would desire, but it's also very much not like having a garage full of cash. For example, if Elon Musk, with his value of $450 billion at the time of me recording this, if he negotiated a deal to buy South Africa with its total gross domestic product valued at $381 billion, he wouldn't be able to afford it due to the value of his holdings dropping significantly as he liquidated the equity. If 13% of Tesla's shares immediately went for public sale, it would create an enormous surplus and the company's value would crash. All net worth does is obfuscate things. Cash is only powerful when you're broke, and it's only valuable when you need or want something that you otherwise couldn't get without cash.
So, like, what? We put in the sad music. Like, why is there this? What is this sad music about?
What I instead want my viewers to be concerned with is your personal levels of power or control over the things that you earn, consume, and trade. In 1996, the US stock market had around 8,000 companies listed, and since then, our economy has grown by over $25 trillion, and now our stock market boasts nearly 4,000 companies. In that same period of time, the number of listed companies around the world went from around 24,000 to 51,000. So what is happening here? Why would our variety of public securities drop by 50% while the rest of the world's doubled?
Oh my God. Right. Like, okay, there are a couple of things. I'm wondering if he's ever going to mention Kuznets curve and the fact that, like, as other nations industrialize and produce and we become a net importer, that obviously means that some of the companies won't be American companies, but they'll be global companies that are listed elsewhere. Some of them are going to be in the Chinese market. There's going to be that. I feel like he's going to obfuscate that portion, which is fine. Whatever. He's been obfuscating and telling half of the story this entire time anyways. But yeah, let's see. Let's see. It's the death of American capitalism, right? Which is the mixed market neoliberalism that he loves so much at some point in time. But it's like, this is the process that leads us here, is because of the axioms that this guy would support.
The term private equity means more or less what you would expect it to mean. These days, it's usually a larger company or firm that buys smaller companies and either transforms them from public companies to private companies or just keeps them as private companies, as opposed to a publicly traded company that has a lot more obligations with the Securities and Exchange Commission. In the 1990s, it was estimated that
I'm going to let this one go.
about 2% of the businesses in the US were owned by private equity, and that number has since grown to over 25%. And this includes everything from chemical companies to farms to vets to grocery store chains to food delivery apps to gyms to medical facilities to drug companies. And many of these related businesses are owned by the same investment firms or their partners, which sets the stage for an entire gallery of anti-competitive business practices and tax shielding using tactics like dividend recapitalization. In fact, this is almost unnecessary these days, as a newer trend is private equity firms literally giving one of their portfolio companies a value and then selling it to themselves. But the classic private equity business model is borrow.
Yeah. Well, so what are we doing about this? Real quick. Okay. I'm willing to bet Trump, big bad evil man, since Joe Rogan and RFK are cult members against actual scientists, right? I'm pretty sure this isn't going to get mentioned anywhere, right? President Trump proposes to close the carried interest loophole in a recent meeting with Republicans. So this is February 27, 2025, right? Recent meeting with Republican lawmakers to outline his tax agenda. President Donald Trump again indicated his interest in closing the carried interest loophole, which would significantly impact the compensation investment fund general partners receiving connection with their investment activities. Carried interest rules allow investment managers to pay a lower capital gains tax rate on the income they receive from their work as compensation. Right? Private equity joins Trump tax fight to protect carried interest. Oh, weird. Weird. Why is private equity? It's bracing for the battle of its life. As it braces for the fight of its life, the private equity industry is launching a 7-figure ad campaign to make its case for how it boosts the economy, why it matters. President Trump is taking aim at the tax treatment of carried interest, and the private equity industry has the resources and self-interest to preserve the status quo. Tax writers have long eyed how private equity structures some of its compensation, which allows employees to pay capital gains rates on their carried interest instead of higher income tax rate. Currently gets taxed as capital gains at 23.8% and not at the top regular income at 40.8%. The ad and education campaign, Investing in America, is designed to appeal to Trump's broader desire to make America more competitive and grow its industrial base. President Trump's tax law struck the right balance in 2017. Trump fixed the carried interest issue in 2017 when he required private equity workers to hold assets for 3 years before receiving the capital gains rate, the industry argues. So what's going on here? If we're going to have a conversation about private equity coming in, purchasing smaller companies, then forcing them to engage in high time preference activities, forcing them into contracts because of like corporate mergers and like hostile takeovers, and then forcing them with their own board members that they elect to destroy and gut the company so that they can then sell off the company after it makes a short-term profits, and then destroy said companies in the long term as like the death of capitalism. I feel like it'd be really fucking weird. Just, I don't know what is or isn't. I feel like it'd be real weird if this guy doesn't mention this at all. Feels like I don't know. Maybe he will mention it. We'll see. We'll wait for that. I'm not going to hold my breath though, because I've already been told in chat. Am I not moderating? Yeah, so he DM'd me and said that Andrew was good. He just had to push it back an hour. Wait. Seems like Andrew's only giving Halsey like an hour of his time. He said will be done. I don't know what's going on. Grid DM'd me and was like, Andrew's good, and now he's like, I'm not sure what he's DMing me on, whether or not he's good or not. One thing I said is I don't want to like step on Andrew's toes if he was supposed to do it, and then he's working it out to make sure that there's not a double booking issue, and then there's like 2 moderators or something. So like I don't like, as much as I like having a relationship with Andrew and stuff, I'm not trying to step in when he's working to get it done. But so I'm not sure if Grid, like, I think Grid might want me there, but I don't want to step on Andrew's toes. Especially if like Andrew's like, why did I rush when you found another moderator? So I'm going to let them handle that because I don't want to be that guy. Don't forget to go to your nearest Barnes & Noble. I'm good. What do you mean I'm in the exact same place? I've been going through this pretty steadily. Like I'm 22 minutes in. I'm more than halfway through.
Portfolio companies a value and then selling it to themselves. But the classic private equity business model is borrowing and raising as much capital as possible to buy and sell companies at a profit. And the faster this process is done, the better, as this beckons the velocity of money demonstration that I gave you earlier in this video. You can argue that these are just complex...
Which was already like kind of a bullshit, like it's a very Keynesian take, but all right.
Capitalist maneuvers, or perhaps late-stage capitalism, a term that's been used since Werner Sombart coined it in 1928. But even that is not happening anymore.
I love how you like use the name that most people don't really associate with the term late-stage capitalism. Sneaky little fucking bait and switch you did there. Like, you're not wrong, okay? But it is interesting that you don't just admit that you're talking about like a philosophy of pure-blown Marxism.
Anymore. The velocity of these transactions is slowing down significantly, and the average private equity holding time is the longest that it's been in 20 years. The COVID stimulus and the market effect from it led to an enormous boost of acquisitions in 2020, and even though we're now past the median average private equity holding period of 3 to 5 years, exits have been stagnant. What's more alarming is that in 2020, many workers proved to corporations that they don't need to come into the office at all, which also proves to corporations that many of them can be replaced by labor by anybody in the developing world who speaks English. That is a private equity investor's wet dream. So what gives? Does nobody like money anymore? The point of all of this...
Yes. The appeal to the American worker that, they prove to employers they don't need to be in the office. So now we can just hire the third world. Aren't you terrified of those immigrants taking our jobs? Don't we need more protections? Remember when I brought up the 2008, 2009 financial collapse, and like the real problem is that we didn't have enough communist protections of workers? Don't we need more of that? Wouldn't that be so good? I don't know, man. Maybe fucking increasing the productivity of labor or reducing cost and getting the same level of productivity elsewhere means lowering of prices. That's how you make that profit, okay? Increasing the rate of profit, which means more economic activity worldwide, or reducing the cost, which increases the profit. That would be a good thing, you fucking, oh.
Maneuvering is decreasingly about turning a profit and increasingly about transitioning to a rent-based economy that hedges inflation. Right after the 2008 financial crisis, investment firms started betting big on farmland, typically hiring local farmers to manage them, but more frequently offering leaseback programs where the farmer continues working but rents the land, ultimately losing control over their working budget and circumstances. Otherwise, since then, and especially since 2020, in almost all cases, investment is not attracted to innovation or profitability, but to business models that act as a middleman offering subscriptions to products or services you would otherwise buy directly. For example, software, movies, video games, parcels, pizza delivery, headphones, cell phones, groceries, clothing, underwear, heated car seats, pregnancy. A rent-based economy has always been present in real estate, but if you're an American homeowner, then you've probably had an annoying amount of investment groups asking if you'd like to sell your house. And it's not unusual for those investment groups to pay over market value for single-family homes. It also shouldn't surprise you to hear that homeownership has been declining, particularly for millennials, with nearly 2 out of 3 people under the age of 40 being renters. Many argue that this is primarily
like, the guy still doesn't have a thesis yet, which is really fucking annoying. It's just shotgunning like neoliberal Democrat left-wing talking points and like Keynesian economic theory, while obfuscating some of like half of the story to almost everything. And like, yeah, it's like a pathos argument at this point. People don't like the idea of the ever-growing subscription service for products, right? I used to be able to buy a video game. Let's look at video games, for example. I used to be able to buy a video game for $60, but, you know, this game is a game that is an old game, right? But it's a $15 a month subscription service. So it's like, ooh, people don't like that concept. Except we can look at what a video game, we can look at what Diablo 3 cost, right? Or sorry, Diablo 3. When did Diablo 3 come out? So Diablo 3 release date. All right, so Diablo 2 is what I was looking for, not 3. I apologize. Diablo 2 release date, June 28th, 2000. Now, it released, depending on the retailer, for either $50 or $60. Okay, in that money. So let's go to inflation calculator. And what was it, June? Was it June of 2000? And so we can go to the inflation calculator, and let's put June 2000, and we'll put $60. So in today's money, that's $111.05. Okay? Who here would pay $110 for a brand new ARPG game? I don't think there's too many people here that would pay $111 for an ARPG. How many people worked on Diablo 2? Over 70 people worked on the game. How many people worked on Diablo 4? Top posts, over 9,000 individuals were involved in the development of Diablo 4. So we have way more money spent on a game, way more money, like in terms of like all the things that are like all the programs, the software, the art, the music, etc. Diablo 2 was a great game that released for $60, which is $111 in today's money. Okay, and it had 70 people working on it. Today's games have way more budget, and they still release for like, people bitch and complain when a game releases for $70. They're like, well, how fucking dare it not be $60? So yeah, people don't like fucking subscription models on things. Okay, but subscription models are a way to get people to pay for things and to pay more if they like a product in the long term by renting said product. If you want to get rid of subscription models on all things, then expect the prices of those things to fucking skyrocket. Just like if you want to get rid of microtransactions and item shops and games, then you better expect to pay $200 for the next Diablo that comes out. Nobody's going to pay $200 for the fucking next Diablo. So You can either pay $200 for the next Diablo, or you can pay $70 for the next Diablo, and then you can, or you can, go for a better company like Path of Exile or something, right? And pay, you know what I mean, which is free to play, right? And you can expect that, yeah, there's going to be cosmetic things, there's going to be subscription services, there's going to be an item cache shop, and you have to make sure that you pressure games like Ubisoft when they come out with Assassin's Creed Shadows. Everybody's mad about Yasuke. Everybody's mad, the Japanese government is mad because they're destroying shrines and killing priests, and they didn't even ask them about anything, and they're letting some random fucking dude that was a retainer fuck Obunaga's sister, who's like kind of revered in their culture and is the mother to fucking the current imperial family. But all of that culture war shit aside, you can be mad at them for putting out a game with like a $10 map unlock fee, and you can say, look, no, I'm not paying for you to make games shittier to try and then sell me on these things. You can fight back on what it is that you value. But the idea that like, ooh, the subscription service so evil is just a fundamental misunderstanding of like what's going on in the economy. It's just commie fucking rhetoric about like, ooh, don't things feel bad, without actually addressing the problem. Instead, you're addressing the downstream effects.
For millennials, with nearly 2 out of 3 people under the...
I appreciate it, Stacey Pastry. I appreciate it. What you really ought to see, though, more than this reaction, I think is way, way better, is a conversation that I had with Mark. It was an amazing conversation about libertarianism and about Australia and the Australian economic situation and immigration and the economy. Like, I think that was one of the more fun interviews I've done in a long time.
The age of 40 being renters. Many argue that this is primarily due to inflation and sluggish wage increases, but the cost-to-income ratio has risen for renters and dropped for homeowners. The wealth gap between renters and homeowners has widened by over 50% in the last decade. In lower and middle-class households, white people are nearly 2 times more likely to be homeowners than people of color, meaning that
How do you put up this, like, listen to the words and then look at the chart. Okay, I'm going to bring the chart over here. Okay. Okay, listen to these words and then look at the chart.
Middle-class households, white people are nearly 2 times more likely to be homeowners than people of color, meaning that younger minority groups are likely to be increasingly times more likely to be homeowners than people.
So, in what world are we talking about, like, the death of capitalism, that we now need to put in like the race of home ownership? Also note that it evens out as we go up in the quintile. Because there's other data available, right? Like, so let's look at let's just look it up real quick. We'll do income by race over time in America. Right? So we'll do income by race over time in America. So I don't know what this is from. This is Statista, right? I'm just pulling up a random chart, right? Can we get a zoom in on this? Okay. So what do we got? All races is blue, and then we can look at white would be the white graph. What's this one down here? American Indian Alaskan. What's this one up here? What is this green one? Asian. Right? So let's go back to his thing. Weird how that works.
In the last
white
decade,
people
in lower
bad.
and middle class households, white
people bad. We got black, we got Hispanic, we got white, and then there's this other category, which in the first quintile is barely number 3, almost number 2. In the second quintile is number 2. In the third quintile is number 4 for some reason. In the fourth quintile is number 2, and in the fifth quintile is number 2. Almost the same as the first one. It's almost like he found a chart that separates Asians and puts them with Native Americans or with other racial categories so that we can specifically tell the story of white people bad without ever explaining, I'm sure, why it fucking matters when we're talking about capitalism and who it's working for in terms of like race here. It's almost like he's just shotgunning you with information of like, ooh, don't you feel bad, Whitey? Very strange. And yet in this period of time, we've seen larger increases in the Asian population and larger increases in the black population. And larger increases relative in the Hispanic population. It's almost like that gap over time has gotten better and better, and that white people have not benefited and grown over time in the same degree that other races have caught up. It's almost like he has a specific narrative and that he's just hitting all the shotgun bullet points about capitalism and white people bad. And we're just going to talk about how corporations aren't paying their fair share. And like, yeah, he's going to talk about some real issues with private equity firms and some real issues in which large corporations utilize the power of the state. But he's going to put in all of these other issues because he's doing a class analysis and he's doing a neoliberal one where there's some truth hidden by a whole bunch of bullshit. That's on Median, his data specifically on quintiles. Yeah, I recognize, obviously, we talked about quintiles. It's just very funny that we have this little fucking other here, that we randomly have to bring up race. I know that you love to run cover for people that are spouting bullshit so long as they agree with you on your side, Econo boy. But like, come the fuck on. I give you this long critique and then you pop in and then just be like, but quintiles though. That's not relevant to the fact that he's randomly bringing up race or that he's only telling part of the story. I don't even think he's talking about quintiles, to be honest. I don't even think he mentions it. We'll listen to see if he mentions it. I'm pretty sure he just found a graph that made white people look bad.
Between renters and homeowners has widened by over 50% in the last decade. In lower and middle class households, white...
I just don't think it's unreasonable to say that racial justice is important. If anybody says racial justice towards you and they're talking about racial justice, just know, chat, you're talking to an evil communist. They might not know it, but that is just full-blown neo-Marxist evil. That term itself means that we must have pure equity and that we must rebalance power and that we must destroy capitalism. And only once we have pure parity of equity and power amongst races, then will justice or racial justice begin to spontaneously form, as opposed to quote unquote punitive accountability. When people say that we need racial justice, they're not talking about making sure that there isn't racism or making sure that, we have opportunities for other people. You are specifically mentioning that what you believe in is that you believe that we should destroy capitalism and that we should utilize state power to enforce equity amongst racial disparities in power, and meritocracy or culture or any of those differences be damned, because only once we have racial critical consciousness will that justice spontaneously form, as opposed to someone being punished for their racism is just punitive accountability. So yes, it is absolutely and completely unreasonable to say that racial justice is important. You can't say that you consider or believe in merit. You cannot say that. It is contradictory with the position of saying that racial justice is important. Unless, of course, you're using racial justice to mean something other than what the theorists that posit racial justice mean, which means that you are just a useful idiot for neo-Marxists. Do not fucking parrot critical race theorists' terms and say that what they desire is good, and then when challenged on it be like, well, actually I don't agree with all the things that the critical race theorists are for. Then don't parrot their terms and don't say that those things are good unless you are running cover again for neo-Marxists. Don't come look, we've had plenty of good conversations, Econo boy. I appreciate your knowledge on economic issues in a lot of ways, but don't come in here and parrot fucking critical theory at me and act like critical theory is some good thing and then run away from what the critical theory is. I'm the wrong one. I've read way too much shit on this. Okay, you can explain how your theory, again, your theory. So you don't get to, like, this is having your cake and eat it too. I don't care what your theory is if you're going to use the terms that are signifying the very left-wing people on your side that have radical, fully anti-capitalist, anti-meritorious based systems. You can have your own theory. I'll probably disagree with it, but it'll certainly be different. That is some mixture of those two things. But if you're going to be using their terms in your theory, then you are being a useful idiot for those theorists. If you don't believe in critical race theory and you don't believe in the destruction of meritocracy and the destruction of all capitalism so that we can forcibly use the state to redistribute racial power, then don't use terms like don't say that it's reasonable or that it's not or that it's you don't think that it's unreasonable to say racial justice is important. Racial justice is not only not important. You're right, actually. I take all of this back. Racial justice is important. It's important for us to understand what an evil thing that is and to do everything we can to fight it. No, Econo boy. I'm not like your typical chud, all right? I'm not letting you play a definition game. I'm not letting you play fucking 3-card money or 3-door what the fuck? What is that game called where you like put the ball in the cups and then you like spin the cups around with definitions? Like if you want to use terms that are grounded in critical theory, then you support those things. And if you don't, then I'm going to call out when you say it's not reasonable to believe in said thing, I'm going to be like, that thing is unreasonable. Don't use that term. If you have a different philosophy, a different theory, then don't use the same words that have meanings and then be like, but that's not what racial justice always means, because that is just a means of subverting and letting those people come in and take over those institutions. And like, yeah, I don't, like, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt by saying that I even believe that you do have a different theory of those ideas. Do you think MLK Malcolm? No, I think plenty of people have different ideas about things regardless of the term that they use. What I don't think is that when you use terms that have a connotation that are heavily steeped in theory, that you get to then say like, oh, the terms are good because they actually represent something different in my mind. If you're going to use fucking terms that are associated with critical theory, I'm going to fucking burn it down because critical theory is bad. If you have a term that is tied to a very bad, illiberal, unfree philosophy, don't use that fucking term, and certainly don't say that term is a good thing we ought strive for. Like, I'm not playing the fucking word game. I'm not. I'm sick and tired of playing the fucking word game with people that are obfuscating for evil ideologies and pretending like everything's kosher. Because at best, it makes you a useful idiot towards bringing that ideology in, and we need to fight it. At worst, it means that you are trying to push those actual things, and that you're trying to give power to those people, but that you're utilizing your ideas and your writings and your audience to try and muddy the water in those domains so that you can gain that power and you can give that power to them, and you have some hope in the future that you'll be able to pragmatically balance it and find a nice center. I'm going to continue with this. Connor boy, you done made me mad. Racial justice is not good. Get out of here with that shit.
White people are nearly 2 times more likely to be homeowners than people of color, meaning that younger minority groups are likely to be increasingly disproportionately punished in the future when you take all of this data into consideration. Profit and even money itself.
It's like disproportionately punished. Now it's economic justice, right? What is it called? Or you could even put it under the category of like environmental racism. The systemic racism is the disparity in outcomes, and so you ought to be concerned about it because of the race of the people impacted. Okay, the thing is either bad or it's good, and if it's bad, it doesn't matter that it disproportionately affects one sector of the people or not. It's bad. It's already bad. Stop the bad thing. Trying to make this a race-based issue just goes to show how much of a leftist cuck this dude is.
Is only really valuable when it buys power. And if a societal system can be engineered to gain power without profit or money, capitalism begins to exist as something to exploit within that system under its umbrella. It sounds hyperbolic.
Wait, hold on. I want to hear, what did he say again?
Proportionately punished in the future when you take all of this data into consideration.
Oh, I forgot though.
Profit and even money itself is only really valuable when it buys power. And if a
money itself is only really valuable when it buys power. So we've just gone into full-blown critical theory, right? Like we've gone into full-blown critical theory here. Money isn't valuable, like when I buy personal goods, that's not, and money isn't valuable as an exchange currency, right? As a medium of exchange for voluntary transactions. That has zero value. The only value, the real value of money is its ability to purchase power. So the evil capitalist in its ability to, purchase labor, is that powering purchase for the exploitation of the worker? Or are we just taking a class analysis from like an Austrian class analysis, right? Where we're talking about the ability to purchase politicians. Like that is a value of money, one that we ought get rid of in that domain. But now all forms of money are just an expression of power. So now we can talk about racial disparities and things like that as a disparity in racial power, and why we need equity because one race having power over another race is evil. Dude, fuck this commie little cuck.
Societal system can be engineered to gain power without profit or money, capitalism begins to exist as something to exploit within that system under its umbrella. It sounds
Again, this is like a word salad of nonsense, so I really want to listen to it in
disproportionately
full.
Punished in the future when you take all of this data into consideration. Profit and even money itself is only really valuable when it buys power. And if a societal system can be engineered to gain power...
So if a societal system can be engineered to gain power, which is money, according to him. So the societal system is engineered to gain power or to gain money.
Or without profit or money, capitalism begins to exist as something to exploit within that system under its umbrella. It sounds like...
This is like self-referencing. Like this is word salad. Like if money is power, the societal system is engineered, whatever the fuck that means, for the capitalist to gain power so that he can exploit the system within the system. Like it doesn't like there's no, like, what is the deductive argument here?
Is only really valuable when it buys power. And if a societal system can be engineered to gain power without profit or money,
to gain power without profit or money. But money is power. But the system is capable of being engineered to gain that power without money. So because money is power, but because you don't need that profit by the nature of being able to get investment, out of the capitalist market. I mean, he's like, so what he's talking about is when he's talking about like fast investments or things of that nature where the government then protects them. Then what? What is his last argument?
Power. And if a societal system can be engineered to gain power without profit or money, capitalism begins to exist as something to exploit within that system under its umbrella. It sounds like...
Exploit within that system under its umbrella is just a complete nonsense fucking like that's just throwing words together. Like there's no argument. I can kind of see what he's trying to say, And what he's trying to say that like if there isn't that all money is power that is used to exploit the worker and to exploit people, and that if you can gain that money, that power, without actually having to show profits or without having to engage in a capitalist like voluntary trade system, but you can just get investment and gain power, then the system becomes like self-referencing in the way that it like just gains power by doing its thing without actually creating a product or a service. But like this is like a posited bullshit of late stage capitalism. That's all he's saying, right? He's just saying that like companies, that capitalism has failed, as he said multiple times here, that it failed right before the Great Depression and that it failed again, but that the government has bailed it out. He's just pushing forward Marxist economic philosophy by saying that there's this constant need and this push to get profits, but because the rate of he's saying the falling rate of profit has caused them to then just create this self-referencing system. And it's just like, that's not true at all. Like it's the government, it's your socialism that you love so much that is causing this, right? Like rate of profit, the falling rate of profit's not an issue to make more products because it requires you to recognize that there's a fixed amount of products that people would buy, right? But like Twitter came out. Twitter was never a product to be bought or sold. And yet Twitter was a product that you could sell advertising and get revenue off of once Twitter came out, because a system created a desire in the market that people didn't even know that they had, which was this desire to sit on the phone and talk shit to people, or to like have a different avenue of getting breaking news and journalism and stories and punditry, right? So like in order for this to be true, which he's alluding to but not actually stating, and he's rewording the falling rate of profit and late stage capitalism into this own self-referencing bullshit fallacious argument that doesn't actually say much, but he's kind of trying to allude to it. In order for all of this to be true, it has to be true that there's like a fixed amount of goods and services that people will desire, that wealth can't be created. And that's just not true.
It's hyperbolic, but it needs to be said a lot more often. Most of us do not realize that we are in a constant battle with billionaires.
I don't know what happened. I was talking shit, but then I heard to cowardly talk about your ideas or meet in real life. Not shocked. All right, pause. Maybe I got a little angry and I fucking went hard, and then chat went hard because I went hard. But let's not talk about meeting up in real life type shit, all right? Cono boy, I'm sorry I went a little hard on you, all right? Especially when there is a power dynamic, since we're talking about critical theory here, between the fact that like I didn't bring you into the Discord to defend yourself, you have to do so via chat, and it's my stream, and it, like, right, there's an issue there, right? So I apologize, I got a little heated, I went a little far, but nobody talk about meeting up in real life. Let's not do that shit, okay? That's not cool. That's like, stop being fucking keyboard warriors. I don't care if it's Cono Boy or if it's my chat or what's going on. I just saw one bit of it. I don't feel like reading through all the chat, right? Let's not do that. I'm sure he brought it up first, right? And he probably did it because I was talking shit. I'm just saying to everybody, let's not do that, all right? Like, that's not good. That's not the energy I want to put out. That's not the type of thing I want to do with this channel, right? I want to push liberty. I want to push getting rid of, economic systems that are holding us back. I want to push against authoritarianism. And while there are people like a Cono Boy that, in our opinion, might simp for those systems, right? We get nowhere by having any type of discourse where we're talking about like, meet up, bitch, pull up type of shit, all right? That shit people do in fucking ghettos when they don't have a dad. That's not shit we do here, all right, boys? We ain't got to hug commies now. Let's not take it too far, Cono Boy.
Who don't want us to...
You're disgusting. I'm just kidding.
Own things, but rent them. And when we don't own things, we lose control over our own budgets, lives, decisions, and ultimately our own destinies. Here's a pertinent example. Did somebody that you know send you a link to this video, or did you type in Benn Jordan new video and find it that way? Or was it recommended to you by an algorithm? Or was it placed on your sidebar? Or did it autoplay when another video ended?
Oh no, I did buy the new spells, didn't I? For a second there, I was like, yo. I thought I had an ADHD moment and went all the way to town and didn't buy my spells. I was like, God damn it, I can't believe I did that.
This next and final chapter is very much about the type of transaction that you and I are having right now. Me working without benefits, guaranteed pay, or protections to make something to use as bait to get you to either watch targeted advertisements or pay $14
Hold on, pause. Is a motherfucker with 566K subscribers talking about like his lack of fucking benefits? Dog, please, for the love of God, shut the fuck up, you corny little dweeb commie fuck. How fucking dare you, dude? You have, this video alone has 2.3 million views and it's been out for 2 weeks. Okay, you can go buy fucking private insurance if you feel like you need some fucking insurance. Okay, you can invest in the real estate market that you hate so bad, that is, with all that inflation, with all that asset inflation, and make a pretty fucking penny and be set for life. Please, for the love of God, do not get into this concept of it being some exploitation of your labor because you chose to make a video. You chose to fucking, to put energy into your craft and you were successful in it. I do not care that some people make shitty videos on the internet and they don't get anything out of it. That is their fucking choice.
a month without something to use as bait to get you to either watch targeted advertisements or pay $14 a month without even being offered a chance to indefinitely play the video file offline on your own device. And while you do that, your every move is being harvested for data.
Also, what are you talking about? You absolutely can, if you pay for YouTube Premium, you absolutely can download videos as long as you have stuff on your storage device. You just have to download it when you're not fucking, when you have internet. What is, what is YouTube supposed to fucking be fucking Starlink now? Like, are they supposed to give you internet in places you don't have internet? No, you don't get to download it and own it in perpetuity. That's just the subscription model. You pay the $15 a month, then some of your money goes to the people that you subscribe to. Okay? And then some of the, like a large port, I think it's like something like 60% or something. It's not quite the 70-30 split, but it's like 60-40 split or something. That money goes to the people that watch you in lieu of advertising revenue, which, by the way, is great for people like me that don't get that much money from advertising revenue because I have limited ad revenue. If you have YouTube Premium and you want to watch without ads and you pay for that, some of that money goes to me, and more of that money goes to me than if you watched ads because I have limited ad revenue. Okay, like what are you like? Yeah, you don't get to download the entire fucking corpus of YouTube onto your device and keep it. No, you download it through the fucking, like, can you imagine if they just let you download everything? People would buy YouTube Premium and then they would download just full, like, people would buy external hard drives and would download so many, like, just terabytes worth of shit onto their device and then cancel the subscription. The amount of traffic and server space that YouTube would need to dedicate if they allowed you to do that would put them out of business unless that shit costs like $100 a month. Like, quit bitching, you commie fuck. I have plenty of issues with YouTube, but like that one is just nonsense.
Definitely play the video file offline on your own device. And while you do that,
why does this fucker that can't stop bitching about how YouTube and the corporations are super duper evil and bad get to have monetized videos, but I don't? Because he agrees with your fucking bullshit politics? How about that, YouTube? Let me say fucking cuck every now and then and fucking talk about libertarianism. You'll make more money if my ideas come to fruition anyways, you dumb fucks.
every move is being harvested for data to empower the company. Let's take a look at this definition again and let me know how
I hate bread tubers. Wow, my channel, my income, my subscribers. What the fuck? Our channel, our income, our subscribers. I fucking love you, Casimir.
Well, it describes our little transaction here. Capitalism is formally described as an economic system in which individuals and private parties control the means of production, and profits are the key driver of economic activity.
It's kind of like your definition, but that definition's fine. It's just the latter half of the definition is completely unnecessary, right? It seems like a dig because like look at like why do you need to be
Private parties control the means of
hold on.
production, and profits are the key driver of economic activity.
Like, and profits are the key driver of economic activity. It's like you're describing a cause of capitalism, not capitalism itself, right? Like you shouldn't define something by like what occurs because of the thing. Like that's a bad definition. And then also like our like it's really weird to focus on, but like what are profits? Right? When you add in profits are the key driver of economic activity, it seems like you're adding in something designed to make people feel like the evil capitalist bad. Because most people's colloquial understanding of like what profits are is like some fat cat somewhere raking in cash because he's greedy. But all profits are is the reward for accurately predicting in the future what other people's desires are and then fulfilling those desires. So to gain a profit means that you are able to accurately predict in the future what it is that other human beings needed and wanted, and you're able to give it to them at the lowest cost or at the highest quality compared to everybody else. So like there could be no greater good in the world than to gain large profits. If someone gains large profits, that means if person A gains more profits than anybody else in the world, that means that person A has done the greatest good in the world, measurably so, than any other human being in the world. Oh, but you can't measure the profits of Queen Teresa. Shut the fuck up. Now, if those profits are gained in an anti-capitalist way, which by the way they can be, right, by lobbying for economic protection, regulations, etc., then that is a measure. Then that is in part a measurement of evil that has been engaged in. So, capitalism is now just individuals and private parties control the means of production. Well, that's true of literally every economic system. There is no economic system where individuals and private parties don't control the means of production. There were individuals and private parties under USSR that controlled the means of production. Like this is a word salad, meaningless definition that describes all economic philosophies that I've seen, right? A monarchy, right, is an economic system in which an individual and or private parties control the means of production. And then we add in, and profits are the key driver of economic activity. Well, yeah, if you allow profits to be the thing, then that will be the key driver. But again, it's put forward like it's a bad thing. This is a terrible definition that's designed to make you think capitalism bad. I knew my Beanie Baby profits were morally good. Fuck yeah, dude.
Long before the pandemic, the foundation had already been laid for an economy that transcended goods and services. Facebook's Cambridge Analytica scandal, where 87 million users were psychologically profiled without consent and served political ads, was hugely associated with both the 2016 presidential election and the Brexit referendum. Many people believe, including whistleblowers who worked in the data centers, that without Cambridge Analytica, the UK would still be part of the European Union. Better yet,
oh, fuck. That's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, man. Yeah, the Facebook, the evil right-wing company that was selling data via Cambridge Analytica to ensure that Brexit happened. Oh, fuck, man. Oh, that's so fucking funny. Like, many people. All right, yeah. Like, I love the appeal to authority, and he doesn't even give the authority. It's just many people.
Blowers who worked in the data centers, that without Cambridge Analytica, the UK would still be part of the European Union. Better yet, here's...
Like, that's just so fucking silly. I'm sorry. That's just, like, oh my God. Who is this guy?
a leaked debriefing slideshow from
Like all I know about this guy right now is that he has said every fucking anti-capitalist nonsense trope while pretending to be pro-capitalist and just shotgunning out misinformation and half-truths, and like still hasn't made an argument about like the death of capitalism. He's just talking about how like capitalism has been doomed and the falling rate of profit without actually talking about it, and how socialism stepped in to save, you know, capitalism, but it was, you know, but again, it's, you know, that is capitalism. Right, it's literally just, it's so far it's been 27 minutes of commie fucking nonsense and misinformation, pretending like he's like this great capitalist, and then he establishes his ethos in the beginning by being like, so many people have hired me because I'm so good at predicting things, and it kind of just sounds like bullshit.
Cambridge Analytica, giving them...
Damn you, Facebook! How dare you bring us Brexit? Fucking, that's so fucking funny.
The UK would still be part of the European Union. Better yet, here's a leaked debriefing slideshow from Cambridge Analytica giving themselves credit for using mined personal data in combination with misinformation campaigns to win an election. As Americans were concerned and
yeah, what election was that? Was it fucking pro right-wing populism and anti-UN, or was it fucking to get Hillary Clinton elected, as you kind of like threw up on the screen for just a second, right?
Mined personal data in combination with misinformation campaigns.
Hillary voted for the Iraq war. Donald Trump opposed it. Go negative on Hillary's expositions and expose scandals. Hillary Clinton supports. Drive traffic to relevant issues. Donald Trump for president. So even the image that he shows is an example, is a presumed example. I would have to look this up on where he's getting this specific data and ads. But the claim here is that he's not saying the claim. He's just letting you believe the claim when you see it, which is that Facebook was doing everything it could to get Donald Trump elected and to get Brexit to happen, which is just fucking insane. From a company that had like 98% of people that donated political money donated to Hillary Clinton, for tons of exposés and undercover things showcasing it. When Donald Trump was elected, they had people, you know, was it oh god, what's his name, the Acorn guy that, you know, fucking, I can't remember his name right now, that did like all the undercover videos before they ousted him. Like he showcased how they were crying, and they had employees and people that were engaged in fucking like got days off of work because the evil Donald Trump got elected. But he's trying to suggest this idea that actually Facebook and the evil James O'Keefe, that the evil corporations did everything they could to get Donald Trump elected, and that Cambridge Analytica was actually this proof that fucking Brexit, like this guy is just, oh my god, this is so dishonest and so bad. This video essay still has no thesis. We're 27 minutes in and there's no thesis. There's no argument in which this culminates in supporting evidence towards its argument. It's just misinformation, half-truths, and bullshit that is designed to mask, you know, new age neo-Marxian economic theory in this neoliberal veneer. That like markets and democracy good actually.
To win an election. As Americans were concerned and distracted by claims of voter fraud and hacked machines, we forgot to notice that democratic elections don't work when news and information are no longer democratized. For example, in most
all of a sudden news needs to be democratized? What?
were concerned and distracted by claims of voter fraud and hacked machines, we forgot to notice that democratic elections don't work when news and information are no longer democratized. For example, in most dictatorships, the government will have an office that permits or denies which stories can run in the newspaper. In 2025, every piece of news that the average voter sees is manipulated by a third-party aggregator. Even if you go to something like Google News and select the generalized headline areas, your feed will be different than mine. This disequilibrating of information was concerning enough when it was being done for ad revenue and profit, but now it's about a lot more than that. Whether capitalism is healthy or unhealthy at any given point in time,
what the fuck does Google trying to fucking trying to use algorithms to push leftist politics have to do with like the death of capitalism in your leftist worldview? Like what this is all just like you're using supporting evidence of the evil shit that corporations did to support socialism, but you precursored it with misinformation to make it seem like Facebook and Google are right. Like you're connecting Google, but you poison the water, right? You poison the well, excuse me, to try and make it seem like these are like pro big corporations in terms of favors of like Donald Trump and Brexit, so that people will now recontextualize all of this shit that was designed to push the socialism that is actually ruining the economy and ruining capitalism. You're trying to like recontextualize it as like them helping Trump and Brexit and the evil Republicans that love the big corporations, when the fucking Democrats are the ones that are pushing this shit, and it's your kin that are doing this.
It has always provided the framework for negotiation between profit and labor. In Karl Marx's critique of political economy,
so we finally get to where him just being like, let me bring in the Marxism and we'll just name it, because you're 28 minutes into the video. So you've already been, convinced that Marxism has all the right answers. Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, what a strong capitalist this guy is.
Labor framework for negotiation between profit and labor. In Karl Marx's critique of political economy, labor is broken into two subcategories. There's abstract labor, which is what I'm doing right now when making this video. I'm learning, I'm gaining experience, I'm sharing information, and overall I'm just feeding my passion. And the other is concrete labor, which is what somebody would be doing if they were holding a boom mic over me or making me coffee. Capitalism obviously requires concrete labor, but it thrives on abstract labor as it provides organic growth. And the problem is that you can't just snap your fingers and get abstract labor. You can't even buy it, because someone's passion and happiness is more valuable to them than a commodity. So corporations classically try to generate it through morale-boosting corporate programs.
This dude is just regurgitating Marxist talking points at this point. Like, he's just like, you can't just create abstract labor because people's passions and things. So the evil corporations do the evil stuff to try and do the evil things. Hey, man, what was Twitter? Twitter was a corporation, a company creating abstract labor. That's what Twitter was, okay? That's what all social media websites are. That's what Facebook is. That's what MySpace was, okay? People, they created abstract labor. They created you, the person, as a commodity, speaking in your voice and then monetizing your attention through ad revenue. And then by virtue of doing this, they created a competition towards traditional media. You admit that you're engaged in abstract labor, and yet you fail to recognize that YouTube exists, and that's the platform in which you put this out on, and that YouTube had to be a company to create this platform for you to be able to upload videos to all of these people. That there are people that work in ads, like Neil Mohan worked in ads before he became the CEO of YouTube when Wachowski, or however you say her name, stepped down. Right? Like, there are servers where this thing is uploaded. There's content moderation. Whether you agree with that content moderation or not, is a conversation we definitely can have. But like, you recognize that you're engaged in abstract labor, and you're like, companies and corporations can't just create this. You're on the platform that was created via that. This platform was created to share cat videos and people getting blown up in the Iraq war. And then eventually that medium created, people doing pundits. And then there was the first major whistleblower that made a YouTube video. And people realized that news and entertainment beyond just funny videos and GoPro videos from soldiers wasn't all that this was for. They created a platform, and then people created abstract labor in exchange with that. And that's how YouTube eventually became profitable. YouTube wasn't profitable for years and years and years and years. That very thing you said was so evil because companies will go in and gobble up the competition and raise the price. And then once the price is raised, they can set the price at whatever they want. And there's no such thing as competition. Rumble exists. This is just commie nonsense.
And retreats commodity. So corporations classically try to generate it through morale-boosting corporate programs and retreats and parties. This has been a major challenge since the Industrial Revolution, even when you're paying a competitive salary, health insurance, 401k, and bonuses. But when you hire gig workers that have no benefits, labor protections, or even guaranteed income, which, by the way, is often below minimum wage, how can you expect to extract abstract labor? And abstract labor and value
now we're just in this is why we need socialism. Capitalism is failing because it's, exploiting the labor with the gig economy and things like that. But we must get a YouTuber union, and we must get a minimum wage on YouTube. Can you imagine if there was a minimum wage on YouTube? Like, what would occur? Right? Let's say we had minimum wage laws for YouTube. Okay. So now there's minimum wage laws. Well, obviously you can't just let anybody upload YouTube videos anymore, right? You have to make sure that whoever they are, that they make a profit above the all of the costs to produce, to house things on servers, etc. The overwhelming majority of YouTubers make no money or make very little money. When you get monetized on YouTube, you are already in like the top 15% of YouTubers. Like most people that make YouTube, like they upload a couple of videos and then they fail and then they give up. And then of the people that do it regularly, I think it's something like only like 30% or something eventually get monetized. Oh, hello. There was a spider on my wall. I had to kill it. Yeah, I'm talking about people that continuously work for a year to like try and get monetized. Like it's a small percentage of people that actually get monetized. Like people think that like I'll tell people, I'm like, oh yeah, I have like, I have like 2,200 YouTube subscribers, and they're like, oh man, you must be like at the very bottom. And it's like, no, dude, like the algorithm feeds you giant channels. like people that have like 1 million subscribers get thrown, like it's an exponential growth. They get thrown out to people constantly. Like no one other than people that hear about me through word of mouth or see me on someone else's stream ever see my videos. It is incredibly rare that somebody goes to like the live stream section and then sees me live and they've never heard of me. If they do see me, it's like, and even then, if that happens, they're like, oh yeah, I've seen you like a couple times. And that's why they got fed in the algorithm, is because like they've watched me on a panel before at some point, but they watched me on like someone else's channel. This is just pathetic commie slop at this point.
Is extremely high in creative industries. How can you expect musicians to, on average, spend more in fees to give you their music than you'll ever pay them in royalties? How can you expect an app or game developer to give you 30% of their income when you're not even offering support or advertisement? Or shit, how can you expect somebody to buy thousands of dollars of camera equipment to start a competitive YouTube channel? Okay, other side of the...
You do not need thousands of dollars of camera equipment to start a competitive YouTube channel. That's bullshit. You need a good mic, right? Like you need a good cheap mic. You can get like Shure has like cheap mics for like $200, okay? And then you need a decent webcam. Now, yeah, do I have an expensive camera? Yeah, I have about $1,100 worth of camera equipment. And when I bought this mic, the Shure SM7B or I think it's SM7B is how you say it. Written on here, right? Like there wasn't the cheaper podcast mics at the time. Like they hadn't like made like a cheaper product for like entry level podcasting at the time. So like my mic was like $300. So like, yeah, I've got like $1,400 worth of equipment, not including like my computer and my monitors and, the internet that I pay that's good, etc. But like, you don't like just start a YouTube channel and be competitive. You just need a good mic and like a decent fucking, yeah, like that's silly to say that you need to do that. And what is YouTube supposed like just imagine a minimum wage law. Like it would destroy the concept of YouTube. But like this guy, I guess he's okay with it because now that he's in and he has the connections, he'd be one of the people that would be able to get all of these things. But if you required YouTube to give people benefits based off of like their hourly wage and give them minimum wage, the overwhelming majority, something like 99% of YouTubers simply wouldn't exist. They never would have that opportunity to make and create content.
Percent of their income when you're not even
$1,400 is not thousands. Yeah, but I mean it's over 1,000, right? I'm just saying like it's not like, but I'm saying you don't need fucking thousands of dollars or even to buy what I have. And to be fair, I could have a nicer camera, like, like, you know what I mean? Like I could have nicer shit, but this works. You know what I mean? Like this is fine.
And offering support or advertisement. Or shit, how can you expect somebody to buy thousands of dollars of camera equipment to start a competitive YouTube channel? Okay.
Yeah, seriously, what the fuck? I mean, like, I guess there's some type of fucking, like, the only type of content you would need where you would need thousands of dollars of, like, equipment is if, like, you were going to do, like, a science channel or something, or, like, maybe, like, a, like, if you were going to do, like, a, like there are channels that you would need thousands of dollars of like equipment for. Not a gaming channel. You don't fucking need thousands of dollars of camera equipment for that. You can use a shitty webcam and be like one of the most successful streamers ever.
Other side of the coin. Why would I, a YouTuber, take a modest salary?
Like if you were going to do in-person D&D and you needed multiple camera angles and, you know, everything that you were selling was like the visual fucking thing, yeah, webcams wouldn't work there. You'd need thousands of dollars for that.
To produce, shoot, and edit short stories for, I don't know, the New York Times, when I can have full control over my content where I'll be rewarded appropriately for all of my hard work? Or why would somebody work for a chauffeur company when they could set their own hours depending on how much money they needed? And
bro, I got lost trying to find this fucking quest. I swore this quest wasn't over here. Like, where it's showing up is not where I remember it being. I'm just going to fucking go and look for it, and we'll see what happens.
In any given week. According to YouTube's 2024 Culture and Trends report, 65% of Gen Z identify themselves as a content creator. And YouTube doesn't exactly hide
65% of Gen Z identify themselves as a content creator. Yeah, sure. You got a lot of whores on Instagram that like post crappy photos of themselves in bikinis and they're like, I'm a content creator. Like, but that's not like, they're not actually doing any fucking meaningful labor. Isn't Marx all fucking concerned about meaningful labor? Fucking Marx would hate all these hoes on Instagram anyways. He'd be like the Jews are trying to get young girls to show their body or some shit. Like he would fucking hate these people.
Why this is such good news for advertisers who intend on capitalizing on this societal snowball effect. But we can assume that if and when that generation enters the labor force, they won't exactly be bringing high levels of abstract value to the car insurance claims adjuster cubicle. But this is nothing new. Long before the pandemic, the labor force participation rate had dropped significantly from its peak in 2000, and you can see the decline growing exponentially as big tech entered the economy. It obviously crashed during the pandemic, and now, even though labor force participation was at a 35-year low in 2019, we still haven't even recovered to that level. Meanwhile, in 2024, 36% of US workers were participants in the gig economy. It is projected that by 2027, that number will have grown to over half of the entire American workforce. I wonder what could possibly make everything that I told you in this chapter 100 times worse.
What? Bro, what the fuck are you, like now? Oh God. More commie gobbledygook. The gig economy, evil, the exploitation of the worker, the falling rate of profit nonsense. Like he's just, we're finally getting to what his thesis is, right? And his thesis is really that like capitalism is engaged in the falling rate of profit, so they have to exploit the worker through the gig economy. That's what this actually is. This is like he sold the very first like few minutes, I would say 10, 15 minutes as like I'm actually someone well versed in understanding capitalism. I engage in stocks, look at the history, think bad, like, and there was little breadcrumbs to finally get us to where we are now, which is just commie garbage saying that the real evil is the gig economy and that that the falling rate of profit is the true failure of capitalism. And like it's so tiring to watch someone be so evil and pernicious in one video.
In the late 1990s, we quickly realized how powerful marketing could be with the innocently named cookies, which simply track a user's activity with the primary goal of optimizing targeted advertising. When Facebook introduced the like button in 2009, the power of sentiment analysis was realized, and it would only be a few years before you telling your aunt that you bought a new grill would lead to you seeing ads to get you to subscribe to meat subscription services. Hey, look, there's a coupon for the annual plan. Congratulations, for the next year of your life, the meat you grill will be chosen for you. It won't be graded like the meat you get from the butcher, it won't be FDA approved, and you'll pay more while a farmer on the other side of the world earns less. But it wouldn't be until the recent AI...
Oh man, this guy really, like, the commie in him really hates subscription services. It won't be USDA approved. Bro. I'm willing... Imagine getting Omaha Steak subscription and then being like, this is the worst quality ever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you choose the quality based off of what it is that you buy. And like this idea that like, you know, what, like, oh, some farmer on the other side of the world makes less money. Meh. Where's the best grass-fed beef in the world? It's in New Zealand. If you want grass-fed beef, that money's going to New Zealand. Is that evil? No. Most of the grass-fed beef comes from Australia and New Zealand. Because that's what they focus. It's better than American beef because of the fucking socialist commie market and the bullshit grading system that we have. But remember, guys, subscription, evil capitalists stealing money, and it won't have the good government regulation that we love so much. It's just the dude just keeps throwing out misinformation and half arguments and obscuring bullshit over and over and over again so that he can slowly lead you to why communism had it right all along.
It won't be FDA approved, and you'll pay more while a farmer on the other side of the world earns less. But it wouldn't be until the recent AI boom when sentiment analysis would become sci-fi levels of terrifying. Facebook has lost popularity while young users migrated to Instagram and TikTok. Now, to participate in your social group, you are required to create content. And when you do that, AI analyzes the sentiment of the...
Dog, you can go, you are not required to create content to participate in your social group. That is so fucking insane. You don't have to have an Instagram. You don't have to have a Twitter. You don't have to have a TikTok. Like, you can just go to work and then you can meet real people at real events. Like, he's trying to sell you this idea that corporations have enslaved you against your choice to become the product, and that AI is going to poison your brain with all kind. Like, it's just, God, the level of nonsense and misinformation here. Like, I don't disagree that, like, social media has become a problem, that we're not responsible in the way that we engage with it, and it's kind of a rolling downhill snowball effect with AI and things like that. But this, like, exploitative evil corporation spin on it, where everything has to go through the lens of class analysis and everything has to go through the lens of communism, is just, it's like you sometimes arrive at correct conclusions, or you sometimes see things in reality and then you fuck it all up with these terrible and stupid axioms.
The content, and if it's not saying or showing anything that isn't of interest to the platform, for example, talking about a government coup on TikTok, then it is viewed by users who have shown interest in that topic. The content would then be graded by the amount of time that users would spend looking at it.
I mean, you talk about Tiananmen Square. You were very, very, very quick in the way that you dismissed that there, buddy.
Or moving on to the next photo or video. And the higher it scores, the more people it's shown to. And once it's graded as a useful video, it is shown to people who are most likely to feel rewarded by watching it. An algorithm priority and optimized placement in this cycle can be purchased at a premium, in which case TikTok also takes between 10 and 15% commission of a sale. So if I wanted to make some edgy, catchy t-shirt that said, I don't know, rip capitalism, for example, and sell it in this vacuum of an economy that TikTok has, I'd go through a drop shipping service like Printify, who would then act as a middleman for finding a printer. And Printify, of course, offers a subscription too, and they make money from both the printers and the designers. In this cycle,
hey, dude, you're capable of, like, you know that, like, you're a YouTuber with 566,000 subscribers. Like, you do know that you can, like, go through a local t-shirt business, right? Like, they exist. Like the idea that like I mean, like I understand that TikTok has like, you know, like, and YouTube Shorts especially have like issues with like which links you can do, but like we can just go right now, right? We can just go to your fucking, hold on. Let's see. What links do you have? Oh, you have a link tree. Okay, let's go to your link tree. Oh, look. Whatever this is. YouTube, Instagram, Threads, Blue Sky, Flashbulb on Spotify, Mastodon. How many fucking X alternatives is this weirdo going to use? Before, like, you're going to use everything but X. You fucking, like, you weirdo. Your Patreon. Like, one of these can be a merch thing, and you can go through a local person. Like, yeah, I can use StreamYards and do merch through StreamYards, but I can just as easily use StreamYards and have my own merch with my own people. Like, you're not forced to use these things. You use these things because they're convenient to you. And so you pay a premium for that convenience. You're acting like it's this nefarious, evil thing. Like, you choose to use Printify and you choose to use those subscription models because you don't want to work, you don't want to contact your local, like this fucking Marxist commie garbage fucking YouTuber is the one like, I'm forced to go through big corporations. Like, no, you're too lazy to support small businesses, and you recognize that the t-shirts would cost a little bit more money, but like, would your people pay for better quality t-shirts? Oh, they won't? Well, that sounds like a you and your community problem.
And Printify, of course, offers a subscription too, and they make money from both the printers and
Ghibli Rothbard, Ghibli Hoppa, Ghibli Pinochet, Ghibli Uber. Yo, have you guys been seeing all the Ghibli edits of people? I do need to make a Ghibli Hoppa, actually, now that I think about
the
it.
designers. In this cycle, abstract labor is either unpaid or paid pennies on the dollars in comparison to the wealth that their labor generates. This isn't exactly a speculation or a prophecy either. As of 2025, 1 out of 3 young people
And now we're getting to the real crux, right? Is that like the rate of profit is like so evil because like, you know, the workers are not getting, you know, to own the means of production.
have shopped on social media in the last week, and another study of 14,000 global consumers has shown that 91% of people prefer buying cosmetics on social media. 81% of the people in that study prefer buying clothing that way, while only 57% even bother trying clothing on before purchasing them. And again, one could argue that this is merely capitalism on methamphetamines, but a store like Kohl's employs 96,000 people. Printify employs 760 people. Kohl's sales have declined for 11 consecutive quarters, and it can be expected that their payroll will shrink along with it.
All right, I understand that like this dude is just a commie fuck that's just, you know, saying whatever he can, but like I just want you guys to know that I'm keeping Kohl's open, all right? I be shopping at Kohl's. Kohl's is one of the few stores. Please don't let Kohl's die, guys. I need your Kohl's bucks in chat, all right? Fucking DM me your Kohl's cash, all right? Because I am keeping Kohl's alive because it's one of the few places that somebody like me that's 260 pounds and 6'5" can shop for clothes that actually fit. My t-shirt size is 2XLXT. Okay, that's my XL XT or 2XLT. Those are the two shirt sizes that I can wear. And I cannot go fucking anywhere and buy 2XLT or XLXT clothing. All right, it's rough for me in these streets. Sorry, I'm just grouping up real quick for this quest.
The reason I'm using clothing as an example here is to show you how powerful sentiment analysis is at converting consumers to this new economy. 15 years ago, if you proposed the idea that the value of a video app would be higher than, I don't know, seeing how your clothing looks or fits on you before buying it, you'd be laughed at. The majority of the income from these everyday transactions adds up and now goes to firms that were subsidized with venture capital. And I can only imagine that being an actual manufacturer is less and less desirable, which may additionally explain why labor participation is at historic lows. In the last 2 years, as AI was being shoved in my face virtually everywhere, as I'm sure you have experienced as well, my Google searches now open a sidebar telling me about my previous search that I don't.
Yeah, why are you still using Google? You should Grok it, all right, boys? The Grok app just came out today. You can still if you have a Google Play. It's been out for a little while if you've had an iPhone, all right? But just so you guys know, the Grok, you don't have to pay. You can get Grok 3 beta, and it's way better than Google. All right? I feel like this guy's problem, with capitalism and everything, it seems like the real issue, we can just go to this guy's link tree again, as we saw. I think his problem is Threads, Blue Sky, Mastodon, LinkedIn. I'm not seeing fucking X on here. He doesn't have an X account. He's got everything but Grok. Maybe this guy would be a little less angry if he could just Grok it instead of that shitty Google, competition in the marketplace.
Don't have patience to sort.
Holy shit, Nico. I just checked over. You did not have to do that, buddy. Yo. I mean, I promise I will use some YouTube money to buy fucking Kohl's clothing when I go to Timcast, all right? I've already decided that I had to set aside some money so that I can buy some clothing so I don't go in there in like Walmart fucking Target t-shirts, okay, so that I can wear something halfway decent when I'm on Timcast. So I appreciate you funding my Kohl's purchase that I'm going to do so that I can have clothing that fits when I go on Timcast, because most of my clothing doesn't fit. I have some nice shit, but I wear it out pretty easily.
Sort out. Or if I want to make sure that a replacement vacuum hose works with my model of shop vac on Amazon, instead of searching through reviews and answers, I now have to talk to a bot named Rufus about it. This is happening with emails, with messaging apps, image editors, everything. I was initially really confused by this because virtually nobody likes it. It changes familiar workflows of users, which risks somebody leaving your ecosystem. And it's really expensive. Just one round of training an LLM or large language model can cost over $200 million. And that's not to mention the hugely increased processing power that needs to be done every time that you query that model.
Oh God, no. Oh God, no. Now it's the environmental destruction of the processing power of NLPs. Oh, fuck. Got to get every commie talking point in here, huh, buddy?
And all of this is just happening automatically just to beg us to use it. Why? The reason that so many cloud-based companies are dumping so much money and resources into pushing this technology on everyone is to capture the part of our routine that comparison shops, or researches, or asks for advice, or arrives at a logical conclusion about something. If you become friends with ChatGPT, or Gemini, or Rufus, or Siri, and you consult with their vast informational resources on a more personal and casual level, you're not only supplying them with the purest form of sentiment analysis, but you're helping them build a system that will further control not only your decisions on what to buy or subscribe to, but what hobby you'll take up next summer. Not only is it influencing your decision on where to buy an engagement ring or where and when to go on vacation to propose to your partner, there's nothing stopping it from influencing your decision on whether you should get married at all. It would be very naive.
So, like, should we ban makeup? Right? So, by this guy's argument, like, companies or businesses being able to have some level of influence, right, is the idea is that it's taking away some level of choice and it's evil. So should it be illegal for women to wear makeup? I mean, after all, my ability to, if I go to a grocery store and, there's pretty girls there with makeup, I might be more likely to return. Is that, I guess that'd be misogyny, and that would mean that I'm evil, so that wouldn't work there, right? Because all of a sudden my analysis is no longer against the evils of capitalism, but my analysis is talking about things that are, against what would be considered, a group that I have more power over, because as a white man, I have all of this, unequal power in like, what are you talking about, man? Like, what are you, you choose to use Google. Google figures out what it is that you like and then sells that information to advertisers so that it can more accurately give you what it is that you want, whether you know that you want it or not. Do you lose the ability to choose whether or not you have, whether or not you need to save money? What are you talking about? Are they committing fraud? Are they lying to you? Are they telling you products and services do things that they don't do? No, they're just gathering information that you voluntarily give them and then sell that to companies so that those companies can be linked with people that actually want their products, so that instead of spending, hundreds of tens of millions of dollars on Super Bowl ads, they can spend way less money and get way more return on their investment in advertising by giving targeted ads towards people that already show interest in some domain towards the product that they're selling. So was the Super Bowl ad good, but the targeted ad is evil and nefarious because you and your friend talk like when your phone is recording shit without your consent, that's a problem. But when AI is just using the information that you give them to give you targeted ads, why is this fucking evil?
To think of digital assistants as your assistants.
And also, how is this the death of capitalism? Like, we don't have American capitalism is a mixed market socialist economy, and the only death is the very things that you're proposing. Like you're proposing, like you're alluding at the fact that YouTube needs fucking minimum wage laws and fucking workers' rights and fucking healthcare. When we talk about the death of capitalism, it's the socialist bullshit that you're pushing.
They are very much not there to help you, but to help their owners. And the conclusion that most of us has is that they're there to help their owners make more money. But in the case of things like the Cambridge Analytica scandal or Twitter quite literally and intentionally becoming an interactive right-wing propaganda tool, there's a lot more.
Oh man, the layers of bullshit that this guy goes through is great. Right? It's like he harkens back again to fucking he harkens again to the Cambridge Analytica scandal that he tried to convince his audience is the reason Brexit exists and is the reason Hillary Clinton lost the election, when in both cases there's tons of evidence to showcase the exact opposite. And then he goes, Twitter has become a literal right-wing propaganda tool. So you don't like the speech? Is it only good when it supports your communist drivel on YouTube?
More to be worried about than money. And intentionally becoming an interactive right-wing propaganda tool, there's a lot more to be worried about than money. What we ultimately have is money being extracted to systems that do not grow or scale the way a capitalist system does by expanding the...
Right. And then this is where we go. We finally get to his conclusion, which is also... You know, he never actually gave the thesis, so he's going to give you the thesis here after he shotgun tons of just random things that put you in an emotional mood that capitalism bad, and he's slowly kind of poisoned the well so that you will begin to believe in the concept of the falling rate of profit and that this is the death of capitalism. Remember, he started this video off talking about how like American capitalism was this wonderful, beautiful thing, and how he has all of this understanding of markets, and that he's really good at predicting, and he's been hired as someone, you know, to make money on the stock market. Now we're just full-blown falling rate of profit in the gig economy, and they're evil, and we need workers' protections.
Assembly line or opening more chain restaurants or researching and patenting a new type of refrigerant. And I am personally convinced that the market will crash again and more money will be borrowed and printed that will ultimately be invested into the further transformation into a rent-based economy. During World War I, America's debt to GDP...
That part's pretty obvious. That part's pretty true, but it's the fucking socialism. It's not the fucking capitalism doing that. But of course, everything bad is capitalism to the communist, right? Everything bad that occurs is like because like when you do a class analysis that like capitalism is doomed to failure, you start with that axiom and then you look for ways in which it fails. And when capitalism just means corporate power and people with money and power, which remember he said that they're the exact same thing, and that currency is just power, and that there is no value to it other than purchasing power, right? Which is fucking insane nonsense because it's a currency exchange. Remember that he's starting with all of those communist axioms. And so, yeah, he's gonna see some things in reality that are bad, but he's gonna point to it that's capitalism. And that's why capitalism is failing. Instead of doing an appropriate class analysis like Austrians do, when we understand that class is not about the capitalist or the person that has money, but it's about the person that utilizes state power to engage in violations of the non-aggression principle to maintain their wealth and power. That's the true class analysis. And it completely fails because it doesn't actually engage, or it doesn't match with reality, it engages with reality. Right? It has these axioms that it holds to just be self-evidently true, and then it looks for evidence to prove those. Nico, I hope you have money for that. Please. I really appreciate it, and I do this work and I do need money, right? But I really do genuinely hope that you're not like tipsy and giving me a bunch of money that you don't have. I really, really appreciate it. Okay. But please don't give me money if you don't have it, because $300 in one stream is a lot of money. And I would far, far, far rather have $5 from everybody, because it's just some bullshit cup of coffee money. Like, I really do appreciate it. And if you have it, awesome. But if you don't have it, please don't give it to me. Like, I swear. Okay. I really mean this. Like, I value you guys and I really appreciate you guys being here. And I do this, and I need to make money to do this. But please don't give me that much money unless you have it to give. Thank you. Mind your business, Shrek Eyes. Yeah, mind your fucking business, bro. I'm trying to make cash over here. I'm trying to be a hardcore capitalist. No, like, I appreciate that what I'm doing is giving you value, and you feel that value is $300, and maybe I lack the self-confidence to think that that's what I'm actually valued at. But I just want to make sure that, like, you know, that you have it. And I'm going to keep going on and not like harping and embarrassing you.
Be invested into the further transformation into a rent-based economy. During World War I, America's debt to GDP ratio was 35%. In World War II, as we strained every single resource that we had, it skyrocketed to 121%, meaning that we had 21% more debt than value as a nation. Our debt to GDP ratio once again skyrocketed after the 2008 crisis, and it just kept rising. And right now, we are at 123%, higher than it has ever been in the history of our economy.
Yeah, what's the major contributing factor to our debt to income ratio? Are we going to talk about that? Like, what's the main reason why we have so much debt in this country? Could it be Social Security and entitlement spending? Right? Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's the evil capitalists and the evil gig economy and the falling rate of profit. Yeah, like, I'm glad that you're able to point out debt bad, debt to income ratio even worse. But why does that debt exist? It's Social Security, which is one of the things that has caused the falling birth rate, which we now need all of this immigration and all these other things in order to sustain. But I'm sure it's not Social Security's fault, right? I'm sure it's just the evil capitalism.
Our national debt as of February 2025 is...
Scott doesn't care about your $300 unless you send $600 next. No.
$36.5 trillion, and our total debt
I
is
appreciate
$102 trillion. I would say that we're well past the point of no return, but I don't even know what that is, because this is so unprecedented. And I assume that it would be easier to change the value and concept of money than it would be to repay that level of debt. And it's worth pointing out...
Oh shit! I assume it was. Oh no! That's funny.
Past the point of no return, but I don't even know what that is, because this is so unprecedented. And I assume that it would be easier to change the value and concept of money than it would be to repay that level of debt. And it's worth pointing
Oh, sure. We just need some central banking digital currencies. Wouldn't that be so good? Then we could continuously pay for all of our socialist policies.
out that the primary owner of that debt isn't China or Japan or even our own Federal Reserve. It's U.S. investors. As this cycle continues to snowball, money will be less and less valuable, not only because of inflation, but in principle. When the government is so closely entangled with the people who have benefited the most from this mass extraction of wealth from a capitalist economy, it stops making sense to think of wealth as money. Hear me out. Here's a
Right. Now it's all capitalism's fault, right? It's all capitalism's fault. Motherfucker, the debt is fucking Social Security, dude. It's Social Security and entitlement spendings, Medicare, Medicaid. That's like 70% of our fucking debt. The military is like number 3 on our debt. Number 2 is the interest on the debt. Like all of the random little fucking programs and shit that we vote for is like fucking 20% of our nation's federal budget. The overwhelming majority of our federal budget is just fucking Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, entitlement spending. Shit that we do not change. When people are talking about like getting the debt down and things like that, fraud, waste, and abuse, we're talking about pennies in the fucking like pennies on the dollar. A drop in the fucking bucket. But now it's the evil capitalism and the falling rate of profit. Like, you don't even make the connection. He just goes, these people and the billionaires that are connected. And it's like, yes, those people do shitty things. Yes, they do utilize state power to maintain their own wealth and power. Yes, they do shit that I don't like and that I am against. But you're working backwards from, dude. Nico, stop. Nico, I love you. Please do not donate more money to me, at least this stream. Okay? All right? I like money, okay? I don't know anybody's financial situation. You know what I mean? I've seen streams where people just drop a couple K and you're like, how the fuck do they even have that? I appreciate you. I do. No more tonight, all right? You are cut off from donating. Please stop. If you got it like that, give it to me another stream. But I want to make sure that you're not like tipsy or something and you're fucking, you know what I mean? Like you're giving me money and then you're going to regret it tomorrow. I really appreciate you. I do. I really do appreciate what you're doing for the channel and for everything that we're doing so that I can yell and whatever. Hopefully I'm going to get on Tim Pool. Maybe I'll be able to come back a couple times. I'm going to try and do some other things, get on some Red Pill podcasts, talk about libertarianism and its issues, welfare state and what that's doing to our modern gender dynamics and family and relationships. Hopefully I can get a whole bunch more people in here, right? And you don't have to feel a heavy burden like this. But I just want to make sure, you know what I'm saying? So you're cut off tonight. No more tonight. Next stream you can help me out if you got it like that. But no more tonight, please. I really appreciate you guys. I got to show up in a full-blown suit and top hat. I mean, I got bills too. You know what I mean? Like I'm not showing up in a suit and top hat. Fucking go to America's Best and get me a nice little monocle. Prescription monocle for my right eye.
It's a helpful metaphor from the book Stalin, the Court of the Red Tsar. There's this just gets more and more ridiculous. Making sense to think of wealth as money. Hear me out. Here's a helpful metaphor from the book Stalin, the Court of the Red Tsar. There's a story where Stalin and his powerful entourage of officials was traveling by motorcade when they came across a peasant woman struggling to push her cart up a hill. Stalin saw this and ordered the cars to stop and inquired about her situation. He wanted to give her some money to help her, but not one person in his entire entourage had a single ruble of cash on them. And that's because their wealth was in ideological power and influence. They didn't need cash because no matter how lavish their appetite, whatever they desired would be given to them. It wasn't until the deeply organized experiment of communism fell that the Soviet ruling class had to convert their wealth to a tradable commodity as oligarchs. Unfortunately for oligarchs, money can't buy everything. Money alone can't change laws. It can't force people to dress the way you want them to dress or to identify in a way that aligns with how you see them. It can't make ideologies against the law. It can't allow you...
Okay, what is this dude's point about talking about how amazing fucking, Oh, Stalin, the great hero that only ever helped the poor in this totally believable story.
You to change the race, culture, or ethnicity of your neighbors. You can't buy someone else's choice to be or not be a parent, to graduate or transcend from those unfathomable limits.
What the fuck? Now it's just like fucking money is the evil thing of everything. Unfortunately, the money couldn't fucking, that money that was trying to make abortion illegal because the evil capitalist hates the freedom of abortion, and the evil capitalist hates the brown people that they exploit. They exploit those brown people, but they hate them and they don't want them here, unfortunately. Like it's just a fucking like a montage of like all the things I don't like is capitalism in this argument of shotgunning nonsense.
Of what money's wealth can get you.
Who the fuck put this in the Discord and was like, you should check this out? And I was like, oh, that's an interesting concept. I don't know who this person is. It has just gotten increasingly more deranged and fucking commie slop. Was it you or all? Fuck you, bro. This is good content.
You need to control the power of information so that you can manipulate the world that you live in. And I believe that is exactly what's happening. And unfortunately, I think it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. If you've stuck with me this...
sad music. The fucking AI people don't want to buy $10 million Super Bowl ads to find out who wants to buy their Cheerios. So they use the AI that you use for free to figure out whether or not you want Cheerios. And the next thing they're going to do is get rid of all the brown people in our abortions. Fucking, this is fucking like, remember back when he like first started hinting that he was a lefty and he just glazed scientists with a stock fucking photo from like Imagify or whatever, and then that he clearly bought the subscription for because it didn't have a watermark, even though he hates subscriptions because they're evil, even though he fucking bought it because he realized that it was of value towards his YouTube channel because he's a lying sack of shit. Remember when he did that, and then he showcased the evil cult of RFK and Joe Rogan, those cult followers of the cult of fucking no COVID vax, because this dude loves to glaze pharmaceutical corporations so long as they give him enough rainbow capitalism and so long as they say the right things, because this dude not only spouts nothing but garbage, commie, gobbledygook. At the same time, he's a fucking capitalist himself, and he only means rules for thee and not for me because he believes that the only reason he's successful is a white man and he has his white privilege, but he doesn't actually care about giving that privilege away. Instead, he buys the very things that he says everyone ought hate, and now he's selling you this doomer pill shit. Remember that? Remember when he was still pretending in the beginning of the video, but now he's just pretending in a new way? Fuck this guy.
Long to listen to and consider my entire manifesto here. Thank you.
Fuck this guy and his sad music.
And all I ask is that you consider the information in this video when you make personal decisions, read the news, or spend your precious time on this planet participating in the post-capitalist economy.
It's just straight up post-capitalist. Now just remember, it's not capitalism anymore, and it's capitalism's fault because this is the doomed inevitability that Marx was so right about. But I don't want to use those same words because I'm trying to pretend like I'm reasonable.
I suppose you want some advice on how to educate yourself about current events when an exceeding amount of news organizations are owned by billionaires and sometimes even government.
Oh, and now we're going to do a fucking ad read for like Ground News or some shit after you done shit on fucking ads and monetizing people and why we need workers' rights for YouTubers and all this shit. Now we're going to fucking end up at the very end with a fucking ad read for like Ground News or some shit. I bet it's Ground News. Let's see. What is it?
Well, Ground News. Come here. I'll show you.
If I'm a fucking prophet more than your Marx ever could be, you lying sack of shit. Capitalism not for thee, but capitalism for me. Oh, the evils of monetizing people's attention. Anyways, let me do this news read for Ground News, which is a great source, by the way. Ground News, give me money. At least I won't shit on capitalism for 40 minutes before I engage in capitalism. I'll just be honest about the fact that it's a good resource to find multiple perspectives on your news viewing experience.
It's an app and website that collects news articles from around the world and
Even though I hate this commie fuck, I have had this rule on this channel, even when I was only on Twitch from the very beginning, which is that I recognize that when I am using other people's content, that IP is bullshit, and nevertheless, people that do ad reads and people that are trying to make money via ad reads, I do not skip them. All right, that is just a steadfast rule on this, that those people are trying to make money, and if I'm going to spread the content that they're making to a larger audience, I want those ads that were part of their content to be a part of that as well, because it just helps everybody.
Organizes them by political bias, reliability, and potential conflicts of interest, such as media ownership. Ground News themselves are independently owned and funded by subscribers like myself, and they're vetted by 3 different independent news.
Yeah, he was forced to make this ad read because he was so horribly exploited, right? The exploitation of capitalism forces him to do this ad read. He couldn't get enough money just from the ads that are on videos like this one that get 2.3 million views, right? But I mean, the poor guy doesn't even get a health insurance plan from YouTube. I mean, the pure evil of YouTube doesn't even give this guy health insurance. How dare we not have workers' rights for YouTube whilst I shit on capitalism? Oh, I guess I got to do this horrible fucking evil company and read for Ground News.
monitoring organizations. So here's an example, one that'll probably be a sequel to this video. Trump announces strategic crypto reserve, including Bitcoin, Solana, XRP, and more. That's from CSNBC. It's owned by the Roberts family. Very high factuality, center bias. Let's head over to the right, shall we? Trump moves crypto strategic reserve.
I love how he just like starts like giggling when he hears the right, like, when it's on the left, it's non-biased. When it's on the right, you're laughing at the very concept of the very thing that you're shilling. Like you're doing an ad read after shitting on capitalism for 40 minutes, which is very capitalist, and then on top of that, you're just giggling at the concept that anybody even read anything from the right because it's all misinformation. Like you can't even hide your own disdain for the concept that you might be in an echo chamber, which is the whole point of the product. Like this guy can't hide how much he doesn't use this product, other than doing so in a cynical way to try and find out what the right's lies are. Because I guarantee you, this dude's not reading any of these fucking articles. He's only reading the headline because he thinks it's all misinformation and lies because it doesn't come from his political camp, and you can hear it in his voice. This is a video essay. This isn't a live stream. You could have done another take where you weren't giggling at the concept of hearing what the right has to say on this.
Very high factuality, center bias. Let's head over to the right, shall we? Trump moves crypto strategic reserve forward, promises to elevate industry. Fox Business, owned by a media conglomerate, the Murdoch family, high factuality, and it leans right. All right, going left. Trump's crypto reserve is a payoff for loyalists. Published by Fast Company, which is individually owned, high factuality, and leans left. But my favorite is the blind spot feed, which shows you news that the left or right is just completely unaware of. For example, left-leaning news organizations don't seem too interested in telling you that the EU spends more money on Russian energy than Ukraine aid. And unsurprisingly, right-leaning news organizations don't really want to tell you about an analysis that shows that Trump tariffs will cost the average U.S. family $1,600 or more per year. Anyway, if this is something you're interested in.
It's so funny when economists say that they can calculate the cost of goods and services. Like, no, you can calculate, given the current economic situation, what the increase will be, all things remaining equal. Like, dude, I'm not pro tariffs, but like when people come out and say this is how much a tax will cost, they are lying through their fucking teeth. No one can predict how much a tax will cost. Like, that's because you don't know what the impact on the economy the tax will have. You just know, if all things were equal, what the tax would cost in the current economy. And even then, it's somewhat a guesswork, because you don't actually... there's no supercomputer invented yet that actually knows what all the economic transactions are. You just have an estimate. So it's like it's an estimate of a thing you can't estimate. No, you can understand that something is going to have an upward or a downward pressure. But anytime some economists say this is how much a tax is going to cost, they're completely full of shit.
We shall.
And you could go to the link below or go to ground.news/Ben. And if it jives with you, that link also gets you 40% off the unlimited Vantage plan, which will probably be the cheapest subscription that you use. And once again, just like last time, proceeds from the sponsorship will go to UNICEF Ukraine, which delivers essential supplies and education to the most vulnerable in war regions, children. Just because our leaders have given up on them does not mean that we have to. This video took a lot of research.
Yes, our leaders have given up on those poor children in Ukraine. As much as I have my issues with Trump and the Houthi situation and his support for Israel, when it comes to Ukraine, it seems like he hasn't given up on them. It seems like he doesn't want them to get bombed. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, they got rid of my U.S. aid and all my good socialism that helps combat the falling rate of profit and the exploitation of YouTubers.
And fact-checking, and was an immense, intimidating long-term project for me that very few of my viewers expected, much less asked for. Despite all the fact-checking that I did, a lot of this video is kind of philosophical, and I'm open to being wrong. I do think that what I said in this video is...
You're open to being wrong. No, you're open to being critiqued by people saying you weren't commie enough. You're not open to being wrong because you bullshitted and lied through half this fucking video, and you set it up in a devious way to try and sell the concept that you were like a neoliberal day trader, and that you were worried about there being too much runaway government and not enough regulation, and then slowly but surely you just showcase that you were a commie lying scumbag.
worth consideration, as there are some very real statistics and scenarios that will affect your life in some way, shape, or form. But most of all, I want to thank you for your valuable time, and I also want to thank my supporters. Videos like this are part of my nonprofit and are almost always funded by viewers like yourself through Patreon. And if you'd like to support future videos...
Wait, hold on. His nonprofit? What nonprofit is this guy running? You guys know nonprofit's just a scam, right? Like, people that work for the nonprofit pull a salary. Like, it's not like nonprofit doesn't mean he's not making money.
Videos and be part of an amazing, healthy, and inspiring community, then we'd love to have you. Ironically, it's another damn subscription service, but it's a worthy one, and you can join for as little as $1. Thank
You know, the fucking subscriptions are evil, right? But not his subscription and not the subscriptions that he used to get stock photos for his video. Those aren't evil. And not whatever subscription service for the t-shirt company he's doing. Well, that is evil and wrong, but he's somehow forced to do it. So please buy his merch, guys, from the evil companies that fuck over the local t-shirt shops that he didn't reach out to and that he didn't do business with because he's too fucking, because he knows that he'll make more money and be able to get a superior product quicker and cheaper. You lying hypocrite sack of shit. I hate this guy. I just met this guy through this one video and I hate him.
Thank you for watching. Keep creating. Bye.
All right. Was the torn leveling in the background sufficient for the ADHD brains amongst you?
What brings you here?
Wait until the stream where I'm leveling up my fishing. Let's get out of here, boys. Well, that was pretty fun. It's good content. I think I might need to like go fucking do drugs to bring my blood pressure down. But oh man, like I got to a certain point where like I just was like, oh, just fuck this guy. Like after a certain point, I was just like, oh, this guy's just lying completely all the time, over and over again. And the sounds triggered long dormant wow synapses. Good. The addiction of wow will be utilized to bring you in and make me more money. Buy membership for only $3.99. It's another subscription service. Subscriptions. I might even put a chatbot AI in here one day and steal all your chat knowledge. Good God, that guy was such a fucking hack. But make videos to appeal towards the people in the center. It works. Appeal to the midwits, especially if you're appealing to, you know, lefty midwits that are collectivists as fuck. Put in just enough semi-factual information to make it sound like you're super duper smart. But it all leads towards, it's all a bunch of bullshit so that they feel like they're learning a bunch. I'm going to get out of here. I will wake up in the morning and I will see what's going on Sam Cedar and set up a Google phone and see if I can try and get on Sam Cedar and argue some anarcho-capitalism tomorrow. If not, send me whatever videos you want me to react to. Actually, I'll probably react to the new Mises Institute speech by Hoppe while we're waiting to see if I can get on Sam Cedar. But it will be a very early stream because I'm going to try and get on Sam Cedar and bitch at him. Can you do me a favor? Straighten your back, look into the camera, and freeze for 5 seconds. I need a new Ghiblified Scott. There you go. Appreciate everything, guys. Make sure you join the Discord. That's where the go lives go. Follow me on X if you want to see my Twitter thoughts and things of that nature. Like, share, subscribe, click the notification bell. But again, if you want to know when I'm actually going live, pretty much have to be in the Discord, because even clicking that notification bell, a lot of times it doesn't work. I'm going to try and get some more shit done. I'm going to try and snowball some clout off of a couple of appearances and see what happens. And I really appreciate everybody here. And, you should be seeing more of me here. That's what I have more time with my kids. I'm picking up my kids early this weekend, so going to be pretty busy this weekend. Taking my son to that, they have this really cool thing at the Children's Museum where you can get in free. It's like a sensory night for like kids with autism, and it's just a bunch of riding a Ferris wheel and playing in like little stream science things and jungle gyms and stuff, and it's a lot of fun. So I'll certainly be busy this weekend, but next weekend will be Tim Pool. Not this weekend coming up, but next weekend. And like I said, hopefully we can get on a couple other programs and snowball some stuff. If you know some red pill podcasts or something you guys want me to get on, DM me so I can, maybe I'm missing some of the mid-range podcasts or the smaller podcasts, so I can, try and gain more practice in communicating these ideas to that audience. But I will see you tomorrow, or I'll see you in the Discord, or I'll see you on X, or I'll see you soon. Whatever happens. Good night, guys.